Bro, this song's been playing for... It's a 10-minute track. Oh, let me play it out. 1 second. Just click the first song that I could see. Late. Cringe face. You know what? Skull badge. I think I've got to respect it. Hello, friends. Hello. They have RuneScape open. Why am I live today? You know, I landed yesterday. No, I landed Tuesday. Believe it or not, chat, and you're all gonna believe it. Oh, my audio might be really scuffed, by the way. I've got like 7,000 settings that were different from doing All Stars. My suitcase got lost by the airline, and that's never happened to me before. And the thing is, my suitcase as well had a priority like thing on it because it was over a specific weight that I prepaid for and all that shit. It did get found, and it's all good. I've got it now, but it basically had my keyboard and mouse in it. So, and my spare mouse. So I get back and I genuinely have 0 mouse in the building. I have this one, but I couldn't find the dongle for it or whatnot. So I had no mouse in the building because I had like everything in the suitcase. So it was a bit of a nightmare. But luckily, because we landed and what happened, what was it again? We got off and like Jesse's suitcase was there straight away, like immediately, as boom, there it was. So I'm there like, if mine's here, we can speed run through the airport. It was with British Airways. It got lost at London Heathrow, connection flight from Chicago. So my suitcase in Chicago got checked in with a priority like sticker on it. And it got lost in London Heathrow on a 3.5-hour layover. So I'm quite curious to how in the hell that actually happened. Missed the Nuggets bus parade. I don't even know what the hell that is, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Not going to lie. But yeah, it got lost there. But apparently a lot of shit went down in London Heathrow on Tuesday. But yeah, a lot of people actually lost their luggage, including me. But again, like to be fair, I didn't really care. I had a load of like stuff in there, like quite a bit, whatever the hell. I was more worried because there was a lot of like sentimental things in that suitcase after All Stars. It's like a 1 of 1, like my little winning neck trophy thing and all that shit. But luckily, when we got off the plane, we nabbed Jesse's suitcase. It was there, ready to roll. And then mine didn't turn up, and there was just some massive queue of people or line of people surrounding some staff member that was trying to help everyone out in suitcases. And, you know, we were fine. Oh, freaking again. We were tired, but we waited our time. And as soon as I go over, I was like, hi, name's Adam Line. And they're like, yep, we have your suitcase. It's on the next flight. I was like, great. I just had to stand behind 30 minutes of people yapping when it took me 3 seconds to freaking get it, bro. But then it had to get delivered. Sorry, not the moral of the story, but the end of the story was it's supposed to get delivered the same day, which was Tuesday. I went to bed on Tuesday. As soon as I got back, waiting for it to arrive, was it? Yeah, and then it never arrived. So I woke up at 9:30 p.m. Because of my jet lag. I woke up at 9:30 p.m. and I was like, oh my God. It never got delivered. And then it was delivered yesterday. And I said to myself, right, I will wake up when it arrives. And it arrived at like 5:30 p.m. So my jet lag is absolutely ridiculous because of like that. I just vowed that it would just arrive and all that shit. I remember waking up at 10 a.m. and I had like cold sweat. But I can't really tell you what it was, but I felt so nauseous. It was bad. Why the hell do I have a rhino subscribing to me? Reese, how you doing, bro? Hold on, I'm just getting my authenticator. I don't actually know if this is my RuneScape account or whatever. Yo, Mr. Josie, how we doing? Thank you for the 15 gifted. I did say it, but anyone that gifts subs when I'm in the middle of a monologue is a moron, okay? Any third age pickaxes bought? What the hell is these player indicators doing over the head, mate? Third age pickaxe has not been purchased, but we do have some runes, which is quite nice. It's all good. No, when I flew into O'Hare, also, I thought Chicago O'Hare was a good airport. I know it's a big airport, but I thought it was good. The airport was shit. The airport was garbage. The hell was going on there and all that, but it was not the greatest. But no, I didn't lose the suitcase going to O'Hare. That would have been a lot worse, like way worse. I lost it getting back to London, but that's why I've just kind of been busy the last 2 days because, well, when I say busy the last 2 days, I've been in bed. I mean, I would normally, like, when I fly back from America, the jet lag is so bad because of losing half the day or gaining half the day, whatever the hell it is. So I normally do a water fast. It's very easy. Like, a water fast, obviously you only drink water. It's really hard for the first 24 hours, then it's easy. If you have that jet lag, the first 24 hours turns in the first 20 hours, it's just done. It's for free and all that shit. But then I woke up and me and Jesse got some sushi or something like that. So that was the end of the water fast. It's good. Yeah, you basically don't eat any food for 24 hours. You only drink water. And it's apparently got really good health benefits or some shit. Oh, this water's good. Speaking of water, we're good. Right. Oh my god. Loads to yap about. It's only hard if you have a carb-heavy diet before. Okay, have I had a carb-heavy diet? Bro, I'm gonna say this. You guys can flame me as much as you want. I don't care. Are you ready? I think the Chicago food scene is overrated, bro. There was precious little I had in Chicago that I thought was actually insane. You remember my hype for the pizzas? Bro. Now, I did get a Pequod's pizza that had a shitload of, like, sausage and shit on the top, and it was very good. But I could not say it was one of the best pizzas I've ever had in my life. So let me go through everything that I had food-wise before we yap about All-Stars, because there's loads to talk about. But where did I start? So the main thing I had in Chicago that was actually really, really good, very good, was Kasama, which is like a Filipino place. We went for breakfast, and I got this, like, 10-kona sausage rice thing or whatever. I don't know what it was. That was incredible. That was amazing. But other than that, pizza-wise, I got a tavern style at Vito and Nick's. I got 2 deep dishes from Pequod's. The first was far better than the second. We went to a 2-star Michelin that was pretty good, but it wasn't as good as I thought it would be based on the reviews. What else did I get? I never got to Portillo's, which annoys me. Portillo's we were going to do on the last day, or the day before, but then everyone else went somewhere else, so we went there. And then on the last day, we didn't have time, because I knew that Chicago O'Hare is a massive airport. And we had roughly 3 hours to get Portillo's, or Portillo's, I don't know how to pronounce it, Portillo's, and get to the airport. And then we had to also say goodbye to people, so we had to take the risk of not going. Well, not the risk, but we went to say goodbye instead. But yeah, we missed out on the Portillo's, which means if I failed the trip, fair enough. Because like I said, I didn't think the food scene was that good, and I spent a lot of time researching it. But Portillo's is the one, that and Al's Italian Beef are the 2 things I didn't manage to get done because the schedule was pretty packed. You know, the schedule was pretty packed. So I was pretty upset. But yeah, I would say I didn't actually think everything was that good. So my opinion or my verdict of Chicago food scene, I didn't really fully rate it. I very much hope I get another chance to go to Chicago again, which I probably will in my life, so I can try the other things that I didn't do and see if it is just better. Hold on. Oh, okay, sorry. But yeah, we're all good. Yeah. Did you get a steak? Oh, shit, bro. I'm going to say it. You're going to flame me. I went to Bavette's for steak. I didn't rate it, bro. Like, I didn't rate it. It was not that good. I got a 42-ounce bone-in ribeye. I was so excited. It looked incredible. It looked amazing. And then there was no flavor, bro. It was cooked well, but no flavor. I was like, God, my Hawksmoor 25 minutes down the road is better than this. I was so sad. So I already know everything that I do if I do go to Chicago again. I know that I do Kasama again. I need to do Portillo's. I would go Ambassador Astian or whatever the hell that one is instead of Bavette's, because those 2 are what we were between. And then I think I would honestly try the 2 chain restaurants of pizza, which is Lou Malnatis and another one that I can't remember. Portillo's is sending me. Portillos, I don't know, mate. Yeah, Asador Bastion. I would do that next time. Giordano's, yeah. So I would actually do the chains that are mainstream. No, bro, I went past the Papa John's. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that. Now, I don't know honestly when I go back to Chicago, but I actually already know exactly what I would be doing. But yeah, I mean, I went with high expectations as I should for a place like Chicago, and honestly, what was the best? The best thing I had was definitely Kasama, without question. But yeah, did I try Fogo de Chao? No, there was one nearby. And Fogo de Chao is a restaurant type that you can get in the UK as well. We just don't have Fogo de Chao. We have something called Fazenda, Ben Brazil, some other weird ones. There's quite a lot of them. The way I always word those is they're cheap and cheerful, and you eat only meat, which I love, but you don't get the best of the best meat. I do like them a lot, though. I do like them a lot. But yeah, I wouldn't plan to go to those when I can get similar in the UK. I need to try other things. I would like to try. I tried a Brazilian version of Fogo in San Diego. I don't know the name of it. And this is the story I have where I ate 27 chicken hearts at these places because the best thing they serve, in my opinion, is the chicken heart. And then I think the person I was on the table with literally just says, you just ate 27 chickens there, right? Because each chicken has one heart. And I was like, oh, shit. But yeah, I had 27 chicken hearts in one sitting, bro. So 27 chickens got chonged by me, bro. GG. GG. Yo, Mr. Doobie, a pleasure, mate. How you doing, sir? You know, guys, surprisingly, Perp got into America. Now after he's been there, I'm surprised if he ever gets back in. What is this message? Please do not show any clip of the FIFA Football World Cup on stream. I can give a shit about football, I'm going to show a 5-second clip of Cox getting KO'd or something, But we'll see. Pure Spam, Ian, how are we doing, sir? I don't know if we could talk about that thing and all that, but yeah. Whew. But yeah, was Perp ever sober? Probably not, mate, knowing him. He's Australian, though, you're allowed to and all that shit. But I'd come down. Me and Perp were planning a Bloody Mary at 9 a.m. or something before All Stars. And then I didn't bother going. Come down, there's friggin' 3 friggin' pints of beer in front of him and shit, so that's fun. Man. But yeah, so I'm going to quickly talk about my schedule before I yap a touch about All-Stars, like literally going back to the days of the draft. And I can talk a bit about some of the feedback that's already been fired by creators to kind of see what you guys think. And all that stuff, but I will just confirm right now, I'm not streaming this whole weekend, bro. I'm at an event in Spain, and I get back the day before Blood Moon Rises, and then I do Blood Moon Rises Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Then on Friday, my brother is here from Now America with my nephew, who's 4 years old now, who got born like 3 days after my skin condition started, so I was in pain. And my mum flamed me for not saying congrats when I had no skin on my hands to even type on the phone, which is bad. But he's here this weekend, so outside of today's live stream, which is going to be a lot of yap, I'm streaming on... I probably stream the 29th as well, actually. But yeah, I'm here for the Blood Moon Rises, do that for a few days. I honestly don't know when I get to switch the scythe on the hardcore. It's probably not till like Monday the 6th of July, bro. It's so far away. When did I get the scythe? It must have been like the 18th of 18th of May. I must have got the scythe somewhere around there, I think. Let's have a clip. Let me click it quickly. Which I don't mind because it gives me time to actually look forward to it. Yeah, this isn't actually loading. Okay, it's not. That's fine. Yeah, it's been a while. No, it's been no, it has because let me think. So the Deadman All Stars Captain Order was the 26th of May. The draft was the 31st of May, and then the tournament started on the 6th. I'm pretty sure I got the scythe like on the 20th or something like that. It was a bit before I think the Captain Order came out. I can't quite remember. Because it did allow me to just then focus like strategizing and just kind of practicing in the arena and shit. And all that stuff, but it's fine. I'm wearing the same shirt. Yeah, this is like my when it's 20 million degrees kind of thing. This is good. We need to talk Sick Nerd at some point. We'll talk about him right now. There's a lot of things I said during the draft that people didn't believe me on. I mean, okay, one of them was when Oda trolled his draft. I said things like he was going to be the Torvested Titans and playing behind. It's unfortunately exactly what happened for that team. But the general, when we picked the general, everyone was thinking that he was a troll pick at the time. And again, me and Dino had done the research on every single person in the draft, and we were watching people how they fight. Obviously, the PvP arena doesn't fully transition to Deadman All-Stars, and we knew that. But what we also knew is that Sick Nerd had spent the last Deadman just PKing in the low bracket, killing everyone in the lower brackets and stuff, which is Deadman experience. So when he was dusting people in the arena and shit as well, you know, we knew how good Sick Nerd was. But then when the draft got trolled and we got given 61M as well, I kept saying our team is solid. You know, we can easily win this. We win our rows and all that shit. You know, and everyone didn't believe in all that stuff. And then obviously, again, the whole team performed very well during the week and on stage. And the only thing I kind of wish is that we discovered finality earlier. Because I always call it, if we beat the Weasels in that Rev Cave run-in on like day 2 and we just destroyed them at that point, we would have dominated like multi the whole week. We would have had the best gear in the game and probably one of the best teams for the finale and all that stuff. Although, as far as I'm aware, like, I've not watched back any of the fights, but apparently there was a lot of RNG. Well, it's RuneScape, it's RNG. But when we thought the Weasels, apparently the RNG was horrible, and they were only in a best of 1, which does suck. So, one of the main feedbacks I gave them was, now I didn't watch the broadcast, but I said less downtime between fights and more fights. There was a random 45-minute break in the middle, which I think's fine for food, but maybe make it 30. But I don't know what the time was between the fights. But if a fight ends, everyone's off the stage in 2 minutes, the next people are on the stage in 2 minutes, you can add a best of 3 in the semis and a best of 5 in the finales, and the stream would be shorter than what actually occurred. You know, now I didn't actually watch it, remember, because I was behind and all that stuff. I actually didn't watch any fights. I was just meeting people the whole time. I remember I was meeting people outside the venue, just at the side, and I could hear skill specs fighting, and I was so sad that I couldn't watch the specs fight and all that shit, but it is good. But yeah, apparently the actual broadcast was 8 hours long for everything, and that was with a best in 1, because again, like, the West Ham Weasels in their group stage, let's say, they won both the fights, and they did it so easily that West Ham literally did half a fight. And then they had another fight, and they lost, and then that was it. The tournament's over. And it doesn't make sense to me. You know, if you look at the scores, what I think normally would happen here is the Rhinos went undefeated into the finale, and then they just lost 2 rounds and lost the whole thing. So the score between the Dino Nuggets and the Rhinos was 3-2 to the Dino Nuggets, but then the actual score for wins over the board, the Rhinos had 6 wins. Yeah, sorry, was it 2-2? Yeah, it was 2-2 to the Rhinos, but we win the whole thing. So I don't know how, I think it's something to do with 6 teams. I don't know how these round robin things actually occur or anything, but it does, like, when I was reading some of the feedback, it does to me seem very, I don't want to use the word unfair. It just doesn't seem right that a team like the West Ham Weasels can just win every fight, then lose 1, and they're out the entire event, to a team that has the exact same score, which was us. You know, we lost 1, then we won 1, then we beat the Weasels 2-1 against 2-1, but we're in, they're out. And then we fight the team that beat us, and then we beat them twice, and they beat us once, and the score's now 2-2, and we win the whole thing. So it's, I don't know how it works to fix that with 6 teams. I don't know if there is a way. But I think the only way you can do it, though, is because the Rhinos lost no match and fight us, they automatically have 1 win, and they only have to win 1, and we win 2 or something, or they win 2, assuming best of 5 in the future. I think that's the only way it could work. But I think a lot of the feedback I saw was there was a lot of downtime. And I don't know if you guys know, but if the broadcast was 8 hours long, how much of that broadcast was actually like the fights and a bit of the stage interviews? Because surely it's less than 4 hours, right? Which means there might have been genuinely 4 hours of just downtime that no one cares about. So if you, apart from the mid-break before, like, the semis and finals, you do need that. Just shorten the transition time. What the hell was that? Was that a throw? Yeah, mate, Reese kept getting the Diet Cokes. But yeah, that's what I would like to say is one of my main feedbacks is way less downtime, way more fights. You can easily make the event less than 8 hours, including best of threes, losers brackets. You can do it. Very comfortable, I think. But yeah, like I said, I didn't actually see it. Other than that, yeah, I was watching a bit of the fights back because I was so jet lagged yesterday. I'm still jet lagged, by the way, and I was watching it on Dino's stream of Ian commentating the finale, and he was still bringing the same energy to the commentary as he probably did at the very beginning of the broadcast 8 hours ago. And as far as where he stood up the whole time wearing that infinity thing, so I'm like, I was seeing a lot of people that Ian was like not carrying the event, but yeah, apparently he did a very, very good. How did I end up casting the NHFC? I turned up to the NHFC event because that's where everyone was going. And I don't know who it was, but someone said, do you want to cast a fight? And I was like, yeah, I'll cast Donator versus Skill Specs. And then I think I casted Odablock versus Perp, or did someone else do that? I can't remember, actually. But yeah, for those that don't know, there was an unofficial fight after the event between Odablock and Perp, which was 2-1 to the big block. Donator versus Specs was 3-0 Donator. But yeah, I just turned up at the event and they offered me to do it, so I just did it. It was so good. I attempted to cast it, but all the time he tried to figure out who Odapov was. Yeah, that was their shitty production. I don't care. I don't know. You guys don't even know. They come over to me and be like, right, Odablock, who's on the right side of the screen, is actually NHFC 1. And I was like, okay, great. Now I know what's going on. Then they come back and be like, no, it's wrong. Swap it back. And I was like, okay, swap it back. And they're like, no, we were wrong again. Put it back. And I was like, what? The fight's over now. Like, that's why I kept being there. Like, I genuinely couldn't work out who was who because everything flipped. And they kept telling me it was flipped when it wasn't flipped, telling me unflipped. And oh my God, it came back. So I've actually told you 5 times. Yeah, because that was like every single time they flipped it, he had to explain it because I was just getting so confused with everything. But no, it was a good time, and their production was actually pretty good. But yeah, I appreciate them actually inviting me over to that one as well. I don't know how many of you guys caught the fights or anything, but the Specs had the claw out in full force because he was sat on the left side of the stage, or the right side of the stage, so his left hand is facing all the people in the crowd. So the claw was just out there, man. It was big, so it was good. That Reese Rhinos animation popping up halfway through a different fight was hilarious. Okay, I didn't actually see it. I haven't seen the broadcast, so I didn't see any of that stuff, but that was all that. But yeah, the Rhinos have no fans, my friend. I don't know if you guys heard my comms or anything on the team. Apparently, it's just me going the General constantly and the Dinosaur constantly. That is true, by the way. I kept hyping him up. But I was also constantly saying, basically, bro, the Rhinos, I was just literally, I just kept telling Sicknerd that Victor was shaking, even though I don't even know if he was. I just kept saying, you know, Victor might beat you in the arena, but he ain't going to beat you on stage. I was just saying shit like that. And I think it was working, man. I think it was genuinely working, so it was all good. And all that, but it's fine. Holy shit, what the hell's going on in the clan, mate? Dark Infinity color, bro. Super Master. Let me get that shit off this point. It's fine. But yeah, so Sicknerd, like, when we actually picked Sicknerd, we knew that he was a really good pick, and a lot of people just said it was a troll pick. But again, now in hindsight, like, me and Dino have done a shit ton of research on that. But again, the draft got pretty trolled. A lot of people say that Dino wins because he gets the first pick. It's not true. If the draft doesn't get trolled coming back round, me and Dino spent a freaking ridiculous amount of time trying to find out what team we were gonna pick. And that's why we were between like No Monkey, Coxie, and Sicknerd or something. So our team might have ended up being like No Monkey 3rd, Sicknerd 4th or something, because it's the exact same, just reversed. We should have never been given 61M. Sicknerd, we probably could have always got. We would be very surprised if anyone picked Sicknerd earlier than they did. I'm pretty sure we were fine with that, but we should have never got 61M. Port dropping out did change things, though. That is true. If Port didn't drop out, we were guaranteed, like, someone decent, I think. But, again, if you break down on the draft the best picks and everything, as it was, it is so difficult to create a very solid team for me and Dino after he picked me first. Now, we obviously knew that Sick Nerd was good, but it was basically filling the gap. And we were leaning around like a Sick Nerd No Monkey or a Sick Nerd Coxie, I think was our team. But if you look at the team of like Dino, Boaty, let's say Sick Nerd, then Coxie, that team is so much worse if you think about it than Dino, Boaty, 61M, Sick Nerd. Once we had that, we were like, this team is really good because we knew we could like win all our rows. Minus myself and Dino, we had the hardest fights to do. But everyone else is chilling, man. We knew 61M was going to bop his whole row and all that shit. So it's fine. But yeah, we'll play next time. There will probably be a Deadman All-Stars 4. There was nothing confirmed, but I highly doubt that they don't do another one. But you have to remember there is a ridiculous amount of like logistics that go into everything behind the scenes. So we'll have to wait and see. There is some talk around there being 2 Deadman All-Stars a year. And I don't know if I want to play 2 a year. But you could split the audience in a way. I don't know if there'd be hype, though, if you took different creators. But the way 2 would work is the first one would have a at-home finale where it ends right as the actual Deadman season goes live. And then the other one would have the live stage and all that stuff. That's what the arguments are for 2. Personally, I don't think they should have that. I think, again, if you oversaturate things like that, it immediately removes the hype. Imagine when Solar Mission drops the trailer for Season 4, and it's 10 months from now, and everyone just kind of is asking, like, when is it? Boom, it just drops. You see the cast. Maybe you don't even see the cast, it just shows things. Every 9 months, look, Reese, at the end of the day, bro, you're not even going to be re-invited to the next one, bro. There's genuinely a poll asking what teams do you want to see invited, bro. The Rhinos have -5 votes. -5, you know? Negative. You know, the Rhinos make no fans. Man, I remember speaking to Reese during All-Stars, bro. I wouldn't have minded being a Rhino. I would not have been minded of being a Rhino. I'm gonna check the tracker. Hey, man, apparently Reese won on tracker every time. Yeah. Will I be a captain next time? So that's another piece of feedback that's currently in the Discord, which I disagree, by the way. I do disagree with this one. And that is people saying that the captains shouldn't be the best PKs, and they should potentially look into changing it to be a different way. And then the way I see it is when the captains fight, it's always like the final fights, it's always the best on their team, realistically. You know, like maybe you could argue that Lake is better than Framed or something like that. But if it's like, if your captains were like Foe, me, Mammal, Curtis, you know, get some farmers in there, and then let's say it was like Roydy and someone else, and we're fighting last, or it's a randomized pick order, it just doesn't have the same hype as someone like Dino going against Reese, or Oda going against Perp, or Perp going against Framed, you know? Like, I feel like you have to have the best PKers, and the fights be in the reverse order. It means the worst on the team, or the last pick people on the team, fight similar skill sets. And it moves up. Because if you had it in a random order, and then Foe has to come out and fight West Ham to win the whole thing, and West Ham's got more food, you already know the win. You already know what's going to happen, you know? So that's why I think, if you watched the tournament, which I'm guessing a lot of you did, most fights, I think, were so close that there wasn't really like every fight was neck and neck, mate, you know? It was really close. Everything was neck and neck. Except for, like, Coxie getting KO'd or something like that. Which, unfortunately, is, like, the only KO in the whole tournament, but... yeah. But that's what I think. I genuinely think that if they ever change it, the captains have to fight last, always, and they have to be the best PKs. Because no one's going to be excited to watch someone like Mr. Mammal be the last to go out and fight on the team, and he has to fight Oda block. Because everyone knows that Oda's going to probably destroy him, and there's nothing to hype. But if Oda has to fight West Ham, you're like, oh, shit, you know, I don't really know who's going to win this. And it keeps you, like, engaged with it. So that's one part of the feedback I disagreed with. I think the captains should always be very, very strong PvPers. Always very strong. So I feel like with most of the captains, you could probably rerun the same captains again, but there's also a question of, do you swap out something like, does Framed want to play in the roster and Greg jump in as captain or something like that? There was another one saying that whoever gets first pick should automatically be a captain. I don't want to be a captain right now, bro. I might be a captain again in the future, depending on how it all works. But for the next All-Stars, I think I will play roster again. And then, personally, even though Dino was such a good captain to play with, I hope somebody else would be picking me in whatever order it comes out. But if I end up on the Dinosaurs team again, bro, I'd be more than fine with that. I had a dream with my jet lag that somehow we picked the exact same team. It was me, although I don't think it was the same people, but it was the same people in the dream, so I can't remember what that was. But yeah, that's the thing. But I think I'm definitely going to play at least one more in the roster. Because I had a lot of fun, and I wouldn't mind seeing what team I could be on. And then maybe I decide after that, depending on how the game is moving. Is it aiming to be captains of the best PKs? Are the captains changing to be all-rounders or something? And then maybe Season 5, I play as a captain again. And I already know my team would be called the Boaty Bullfrogs, by the way. One of the very few reasons that I want to be a captain, guys, is to be the Boaty Bullfrogs. And also hope that Oda's in the roster and I get first pick so I can pick him. That's it. Who the hell's WhatsApped me, bro? I'm busy. Man, I just opened my phone and watched Coxie get KO'd. It's fine. Oh, what is this shit? Okay, perfect. That's good. Can't talk about them. Do any of you guys know about the RuneScape event that's coming or not? I don't know what, because I'm pretty sure I'm under NDA and shit, but I don't know if it's public knowledge in any way, so I need someone to spoil it. No. Okay, good, we're fine. Yeah. Oda had a stinker being a captain this year. Honestly, bro. You wanna know why? Because Petter trolled his draft, mate. They played for the finale. They tried to do the Torvesta Titans, mate. They tried to be smart with the picks to look intelligent when they win. And they came dead last. You know? Don't do it. It's never worked. Torvesta tried to be smart in Season 1. Moron. Picked Alfie first. Got stomped. Tried to be smart in Season 2. Picked friggin' Ellie up and Lake. Stomped. You know? Now Oda tried to do it in Season 3. It does not ever work. Pick the strongest people every single time, you know? Imagine, hypothetically, Oda locked in 61M first and then Mika second, bro. He probably would have steamrolled the whole week. Would have been horrible. But try to do slightly different, mate, you know? That's why I'm always there. Like, I think 6th pick is always very strong. But you have to pick the correct people. I did build some drafts of 61M actually picked there, but no one really knew how good he would be. And I'm so happy he won MVP, by the way. I couldn't hear shit they were saying on the stage and all that stuff, but yeah, when 61 won his MVP, not MVP, sorry, Signid got MVP and it's based on the most damage, and he got something else, which was, fan favorite. Yeah, it was so deserved. I was so happy for him as well. Because I remember when like we were on the stage, and I've done stage work before, and so's Curtis and all that shit. But I was there. The whole team was so nervous, but I think every single person that played was so terrified of the stage, which is completely normal, you know. No one's ever done something like that. And I'm just telling everyone, soak this in, you know. Enjoy your moment. If you lose all your fights, you don't go back on that stage again at any point, really. And, you know, you have to enjoy it. And everyone, I guarantee you, if you go to any streamer that played on the stage, you'll ask them, like, do they want to be on stage again? And I feel like almost all of them, like, yeah, they wish they'd go back. So I'll see. The sad question is, who's getting the axe? Because I'm going to say it, there's not a single chance in Narnia that the next Deadman All-Stars roster is going to be the same 30 people. So unfortunately, some people might not see that stage again, which is really sad. I'd like to think I'll be fine, because if Solo can come to me and Solo can be like, yo, bro, if you're not a captain, you can't play again, but that gives me an in, hopefully, you know? So I'm hopefully back to the next one. We'll see. But yeah, I think some people will probably get the chop, will only get the one time on the stage. But then there's also who will actually be invited next time. We'll have to see. But we'll see. Aren't you guaranteed in since you won? No, they removed the clause of if you win, you're guaranteed to come back because of the drama from last time. Because last time, if you think about it, the solo mission snakes, there was only 2 of them that were still playing, which was Victim and Rexy, I want to say off the top of my head. Because Ditter was removed from the event, which is a Jagex side decision as far as I'm aware. I don't know if Ditter will ever be invited back. And then obviously Solo Mission dropped out to do the UAV, and then Pure Spam dropped out to cast. So there was all of that. But yeah. Eevee's not getting caged. I don't know, bro. Eevee was actually booted from last time. He was the Port Kazada reserved and all that stuff, so it's fine. Did you see Foe video of his 4-month All-Star strap? 70 range by 1 hour in. No, what is it? I'll have a look at it, to be honest. I had a load of ideas and strats as well. But yeah, training stats was like, because if you look back, if you remember the week, like I think me and like Dino, or sorry, the Dino Nuggets, I think our team had amazing strats for the start, all of them. But then we just didn't have any money. And yeah, secret Deadman All-Star strat that we didn't use. Sicknerd said your strat was shit and they went with dinos. I had like loads of different strats. Some of them were shit. I tested them all. They were garbage, so I just stuck them in the bin. And then we tested some finalized strats and it didn't really work. So yes, we went with another strat of mine. It was kind of, no, we didn't go with Dino strat, bro. Dino strat, I reckon, didn't even work. No, bro, Dino strat wouldn't have even worked on the day. We would have been smoked. Sicknerd thought he could beat Big O. Of course he thought that, bro, you know? Sicknerd thinks he's a first row pick now because he was fighting V the Victim and Mutz or something, bro. Let's go put the general against Greg and see how he does, mate, you know? You know, when Sicknerd gets first picked in next All-Stars, you're like, yo, it's the MVP. And then it's going to be like, West Ham picked next into Greg, into friggin' Petter. And then he has to fight them instead, mate. And they'll get chonged, so... We'll see. Sicknerd did farm Sync. Bro, it was... When Sync... We were fighting the friends. And I think it was Sicknerd as well. And no one had ever seen Sync fight. And I remember you on the comms and be like, right, guys, watch his gameplay. As long as he's not 10-13, we win this. And 5 seconds pass, and then 61M just goes, he's not 10-13. Because I think Sync just stood still and didn't do anything or something like that. So yeah, poor Sync got he got generaled, bro. Right, what's this photo? It's a 17-minute video, bro. Can someone explain the quick thing? Let me skip through this. Right, running blue dragons, some kind of shade or something. Dorkshin crossbow. What the hell is this garbage? What's this shit? Okay, he's paused it. I don't know. Basically, -3 armor and shades and ranged them. Oh, they're -3 flat armor. Okay, I had a strat of rushing range as well, and we had one person do mixed dehides to have it all really quick, but we were going to do swamp crabs instead. I think swamp crabs have, like, negative range defense, but not flat armor, so you lose 3 max hits, I'm guessing, compared to these shades, so this would be better. 600k now with a dog, bro. That's pretty boom, I won't lie. That's a really good find, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, flat armor, like, because in the actual All-Stars, the reason why a lot of our team was so high level is because we got the Scythe from Tob, and we killed Gargoyles, which have -4 flat armor, which means you get 12 max hits every swipe with the Scythe or something. So, yeah, 4 minimum's pretty good find. Yeah, I wonder why they didn't run that. Again, I don't know how good it actually is, but I'm curious why they never run that, because that does sound good. What's the clicking sound? I don't know, mate. Some random ass sound that's going on. Cricket or something. There we go. Westy said magic was more important. Yeah, so we went with our Firebolt strategy because we realized Firebolt had a max hit of, I think, 15, or was it 4? It was 14 max hit, 4-tick Firebolt. There's just nothing that beats it. You can bowl it with a 70 range bone crossbow, you would still lose to the Firebolt at the end of the day. But what if you did this for longer and just got, like, 80 range? I don't know. Flames of Zami was good tech. Well, the Flames of Zami, again, like, from what I know, is how did they make the money to get the Blood Runes? Because we had such a bad time with money when we did our Desert Treasure Rush. Oh, they went to Revenants? Did they just lock it down? Oh, they went multi-revs or some shit. Yeah, because, again, I've not actually seen their, like, strats or anything, but yeah, if they went there and just got all the money and stuff, then... Oh, the mid-stretch. Yeah. When in multi, why did teams only barrage versus 1 or 2 sending chins in the clump? Chin chompers in multi, as far as I'm aware, is only good if there is a ridiculous amount of people that are actually in the clump. Chin chompers in Deadman All-Stars in 5v5s, plus clumps of realistically not being 5 people, barrage was just better. Plus, remember, most people had Arcane Swiftness, which means their barrages are 4 ticks versus 3-tick Chin Jumpers. Barrage through prayer with aggression, consistency, or whatever the hell was like an 18 or a 19 max hit. It beats Chins just every single time. So yeah, if anybody was throwing Chins, they were a moron. But yeah, that's why Chin Chompers weren't really good. So it's like if you saw clumps, it was just literally Prey Mage and just barrage them. It was just better. It's fine. Why did I get caught? Did I get caught? I did get caught in the first breach by the Yoda Warriors, and then I got finished off by... Oh, no, the second time I got finished off by the Weasels. Outside of that, I think I played quite well most of the time. I'm trying to remember all my deaths that I had. Because I didn't die for 8. I had like a 150 mil bank key at the end of something. So, yeah. But it's so good. What's my take on missions? So that's more feedback. I'll talk a lot of feedback of what we're giving feedback of. So one of the main ones I'm curious of is Deadman All-Stars for 3 times in a row now has been a 120-hour cap on your gameplay over the course of a certain period of time. Now, this is the first time that we had 120 hours, a couple extra days, but downtime every single night. One of the main things people are asking for is for the server to have 8 hours of downtime per day, so 16 hours you can play, but no cap. Which means, in my opinion, if you're invited to Deadman All-Stars ever, that is one of the rarest things that RuneScape creators will get. And in my opinion, if you can't commit 16 hours a day for like an 8 or 9 day period or an 8 day period for 144 hours, then somebody else probably could. That might deserve your spot a bit more. The only downside to that, again, is if you have like a funeral or a wedding you might have to go to, you will just have to miss the event and then wait 1 extra like year to potentially play. But what happens on the end of All-Stars, which you guys might know, is no one really cared about the last missions. Everyone was constantly logging off to save playtime. It would remove that completely. You can now just stay logged in. You can go AFK, do all that shit. The playtime would be, I don't know, 8 days of 16 hours is that 144 hours or something like that? 128, something like that. But it's a little extra hours, allows you to do some stuff, and the only thing it requests is you still play 16 hours a day. Do you have to play 16 hours a day? No. You don't, but I think a lot of people would have no problem playing 16 hours a day. No cap for the last 3 days. No cap for the last 3 days would make Alpha do like a 72-hour straight session or some shit. But yeah, that's one thing I think people are looking at now is remove the playtime cap. 120 hours, that goes into the bin. It's just the max time you can play on the server will be 16 hours a day, maybe 15 hours a day, you know, something like that. If you do 15 hours a day with 9 hours of downtime every day and did that for... Is it 8 days? That would be 120 hours, assuming you played. That's max 120. The thing with that, though, is you'd actually get a bit less done because you wouldn't be able to do lockout to save playtime. Music sounds like it's doubled. It probably is. I need to change all my settings. With that one, I thought. That should work. Got backed up by the big T again? Bro, I was talking to Torvesta after our very, very first fight. And he said it was like the worst fight he'd ever done in his whole life, bro. But that's why I don't know if you guys heard my interviews when we were fighting the Rhinos. I was saying I fought 60% of Torvesta, bro, in that first fight. You know, I knew it was going to be better later on. And then, yeah, he switched on and did really, really good. You know, I was saying, like, because after we won, he was, like, really hard to fight. He was playing so well when I had to fight him. I don't think I did bad. There's one time he took, like, 200 health off me in 5 hits, but there's nothing I could do, you know. I got the prize wrong and all that shit. Reese was flaming him yesterday for his finals performance. What, Torvesta? Torvesta's first fight against us was trash, you know? He even said it was the worst fight he's had in his life. It was garbage. But then as far as I'm aware from there, he did really well, you know, in every fight. And he was very, very good, man. Look at Reese referring to himself in third person. Or was that first person? It is what it is. Hi, dude. 152 months. How we doing? Jesus Christ. How long is that? 13 years almost. 13 years. Yeah. You apologize to Sicknid for calling him a liability. Hey, man, like I said, me and Dino, when we made the team, because Dino told me he was going to be picking me, like, first. So then we spent ages building 1 billion mock drafts, and we physically couldn't come up with good teams. Based on if no one picked wrong, which is the best way to do it, because then you're mentally prepared for the worst team. And then we discovered Sick Nerd demolishing everyone. So Sick Nerd became on our roster like almost guaranteed, you know? Our team was almost me, Dino, V the Victim, and Sick Nerd, which would have been really good. And then we tossed around Coxie as well. But then as soon as 61M/Mika was donated to us, we were like, okay, that's the lock. And then we get the General as the 4th pick straight away. Sick Nerd says he's basically a scuffed boaty. Well, Sick Nerd's only worry now that he's got, which I generally don't think's that bad, is if he does get picked early in the next All-Stars, you know? If the next All-Stars has no troll picks, but Sick Nerd gets picked, like, first or very, very early, he has to fight people way harder than what he just fought. And it depends, you know, like if he then comes out on the stage and has to fight people like Greg and just genuinely beats them, you know, Sick Nerd's stock would be so disgustingly high at that point, you know. Because one thing you have to remember of Sick Nerd is how well he did in the week, you know. Now, I know he burgered some Doom. He burgered some Doom, but the amount of shit he got done, you know, at the finale performance, it's a pick that's just insane. And then obviously he's very fun to play with and shit, you know. But yeah, we were saying like Sick Nerd has been on a burger team twice. And then a lot of people say that he is the reason it's the burger team, but we knew that he's not going to be. So as soon as he was on like the janitor team, which is us, you know, we realized he was going to be booming. So yeah. He did get so good RNG though, man. It was ridiculous. But the draft needs to change. It's unfair how it currently is. I don't think the draft is unfair. I think the way it's done is fine, but then there's also only one option to do it, which I really liked, which was all the competitors choose the skill rankings of the captains, and whoever comes the lowest skill ranking can then choose the order or choose where they get to pick or something like that. If you think the draft is unfair because Oda came 6th, go watch All-Stars 1. Oda had first pick. He didn't win. He came 2nd. So it's not that. Other than that, Oda again, I will say forever, he trolled his draft. You know, just look at his draft and be like, he picked Doobies and No Monkey. He could have picked Doobies and Mika, Doobies and 61M, 61M and Mika, Mika Mutz. He had all these combinations. He just decided to do the Torvesta Titan thing and pick a team that could be and not what's going to be solid, you know. That's the problem with that one. Did anyone really troll the draft? No, I guess, like, Sync could maybe have been a bad pick compared to, like, Victim or Rakesy. I think all of West Ham's picks were solid. Who was 3rd? That was a friend, I think, yeah. I think Reese had solid picks the whole way through. But yeah. Mika was underrated. Mika's always good. You have to remember, Deadman, there's so many things to it. If you play Deadman All-Stars and behind, it's bad. But that's another thing that was said is if you're behind and the servers have playtime cap and everyone's playing that playtime cap, how do you get back ahead? You know, that's incredibly hard. You have to literally skip breaches and skip missions and all that shit. And that's like one thing that's said is like maybe you remove the downtime again so you can play as much as you actually want and choose how much you play and then just add a playtime cap again. Go back to that. Because then if you really do fall behind, you can actually log out for a bit and then log in at some graveyard and get shit done. No playtime cap, you'll hate it by the end. I mean, no playtime cap with the days is just the same as Season 1 and Season 2, and that's no problem. We all did it. Removing that and having sleep every night, I thought was awesome. I liked it a lot, but I was not on a losing team, you know? It's if you're behind, how do you catch up? We were behind in day 1 and we managed to catch up, but that's because it was day 1. But yeah, that's one thing to be looked at is if your team does fall ridiculously far behind, how can you possibly bring them back up without having to skip all the content? You know, you have to just do boring shit for ages, which is horrible. I'm not doing a Dragon Ball sponsor stream. No, we never got offered one, I think, because the timing would have been too tight. We're going to be playing... I think Foe's playing Umbral Sands, like, today or tomorrow. And then we're going to do it as a group on, like, the 13th of July. It's our earliest opening where we're all through. An 8-hour nightly curfew alone is good enough. You made me laugh during the Oda versus Pert fight with Vang. I don't know what the hell I said, bro. I just yapped a bit, so it was good. What other feedback do I have? I just moved off it. Oh, that's all other stuff. Fine. There's Alfie literally yapping so much, thinking he's getting invited back, bro. Sorry, Alfie, mate. Not a chance, man. Oh, he's Foe and Dragon Wilds. Yeah, we're going to play together. He's going to probably have completed it, so he'll know everything, but he's going to let us try and solve everything. But if we need the answer, we can ask him and see what's going on. So that should be okay. Solo brought up the idea of completely removing barrows. What's your early opinion? I don't like it because barrows is a way to make money and get gear to stay alive. And if you remove it, your gear is Mystics and Rune, and that all costs a lot of money. And if you can't make that money, you're stuck forever. You know, you're just gone. I think removing barrows is bad. In hindsight to the finale, I think I did kind of like the Blue Moon tech. I think keeping Arims removed and doubling Carol's is okay. But it just depends if Carol's is also considered slightly overpowered. But I think the rebuilds of dying, you could get Carol's tops and tank back so easily that you don't have to spend 20 years doing barrows. So I would honestly say no. I think it was perfect. I think removing Arims is good, and I think doubling the Carol's is good. I think it was really good. I do think that was good. There was another one which was adding brews back into the point shops and shit so people get brews, because apparently people just couldn't get brews. Apparently every team was struggling with brews, you know, not just us. You know, I was doing birdhouse runs for brews, man. But yeah, they were saying all that stuff. Look at this Reese guy, bro, doing farm runs. Toadflax was gold dust from TOA. Bro, I was considering killing Necreals for, like, Toadflax, you know. Farm run for Toadflax. That's the bin, bro. Ooh. But yeah, that was one thing as well, is make brews more accessible. Because again, if you've got sigils on the PKs, brews aren't going to keep you alive that much. It just allows you to do more content. But then I don't know how bad it is if you start running around with 13 brews in your inventory or some shit. Yeah, a lot of people talk about the whole. It's most of the things is the playtime caps, because it was the first time running that. Is my AC fixed? No, I'm blasting the one next door, and I'll be honest, I'm very hot. Do you think the pip kill on Oda at Spider Hill was a snipe? I don't know what that is. And I think I remember my chat exploding with drama on, like, day 2 or some shit. I don't friggin' know. Bank keys were pointless. Yeah, bank keys is another one that we're on the fence about, because what we're looking at is we get 50 deposit spots that is finale gear. If you put an item in there, you can't take it back out. And then you have like 10 deposit spots between the team to put other items that you can bring out. So if you want a max set to roam with, you can get it even if it's finale gear. But then outside of that, maybe you don't lose bank keys so that you can actually gear with return sets. So the multi-fights could be crazy, you know? Yeah, runes in the depot is great until you had to do some other shit and all that, but yeah, that would have been like, because a lot of the hype was multi-fights, and if you could actually have a gear setups to return quick, multi-fights can switch, you know? You know, back in the day, you know, most of the fights you'd have in multi between clans is like 200 v 200, and as soon as one clan managed to just clear the other one completely, even if they had 500 resets in the bank, You know, there's no point tallying back if you get one hit, so they would lose the fights. Unless you could run in again, but I can't remember. Yeah. But yeah, I think because last time or that time we only had 40 deposit spots, it was very hard for some teams to even consider going to breaches because they had too much finale gear too quick, which apparently was the frame friends. And then they could either choose to mule it to someone and go as a 4, which is very bad because it's 5v4 immediately. Obviously, most teams might not know that till they work it out. But that's why 50 slots would be good. And then maybe you had an extra 10 slots that you can put anything in as well, but you can withdraw. I do like the idea of having a 50 slot deposit where you can't remove anything from it. So if you get an Amulet of Fury made on day 3, you can put 5 Furies in there and you can't take them back out till the finale. Yeah. The stack needed to withdraw X. Bright to withdraw like 180,000 Chaos Runes some ass. Horrible, man. What's the best food in Chicago I had? Kusama was definitely the best food I had. What if they make it you can't dig with Spade in combat? Would make Barrows possible to PK at. I mean, apparently, yeah, Barrows is like really easy to tank at, but you can still kill people there. Although, again, the tournament is a lot better, realistically, at escaping and all that stuff. But if you change Barrows to make it almost impossible to, like, survive there, then you just sit a PK at Barrows the whole time. But... and that might have been kind of bad, so. But I do think it's spaghetti code on the PJ of the monsters. Barrows is one of the few places in the game where a monster hitting you will take the player off hitting you. So, if you make it that if you're at Barrows and you get hit by the Barrows brother, you can still hit them, it would just fix all the problems. But yeah, I think Barrows was perfect this time, but I would say if they can fix it so the Barrows brothers can't take you out of combat with a player, that's perfect. That's all they need to do. I think it's just a massive bit of spaghetti code. They've got 1 year to fix that. Right, what's this? That's all fine. Mika's asking for a prize pool. What do you guys think of a prize pool, though? Do you think it would affect the week and people might cheat if it was, like, legit 50 grand or 10k a player? Because I think, realistically, I just don't, like, you know, when we just won. But I just think, you know, like, if I won some money, or the whole team won some money and all that, I just don't know how the week would change, you know? How many people would cheat at that point? Who would want the advantage? You know, would 30 dit a bit of spawn out? You know, the mock drafts would be easy, bro, because it'd just be 30 ditters, you know, so it'd be fine. What about prize for actual rewards, you know? Like, let's say Sicknid got MVP, so he gets 5 grand, because you decide that on the day. I mean, he'd love that. And then, obviously, the people's choice would probably be different, but yeah, so for me, personally, I don't really care about a prize pool. There's another one as well, though, which was because the solo mission stream, like, basically what happened, because the solo mission stream was so good, like, so good, a lot of people would watch that instead of, like, any of the other creators. So apart from, like, 7 creators, the other 23 basically had less viewers than normal and, like, earned less because of how saturated the actual category was and stuff. So what we're saying is because Solar Mission Stream was so ridiculously successful, they just get a sponsor or a few sponsors on that stream, which earns, I don't know how much they'd pay. Let's just say it's 100k a sponsor, 3 sponsors, $300,000, and then they pay the competitors a portion of that, which means they're guaranteed income. It's kind of like an appearance fee, but it's not like Jagex paying out of pocket. It's a sponsor that gets Jagex approved or something. That's what some people are asking for. Doobies was the one that comes up with that. Where was it? I can't find. That's freaking biggest paragraph I've ever seen. But yeah, a lot of the like the smaller creators, their viewer counts were down 80%. And then a lot of the bigger creators, like I think Me Perp, no Foe was that. Me Perp, Oda, Dino, and I can't remember who else I was speaking to. Were all just up on viewers, you know. We were all up on viewers. Oh, West Ham as well. And I want to say there was another one as well, but I can't remember. Oh, No Monkey. Yeah, so there were some people that were up, but everybody else was down on views. And obviously, they're now playing Deadman All-Stars, the biggest event, but they're earning less playing Deadman All-Stars. And then because there is no prize pool, technically career-wise and everything, it's not worth them playing. But obviously, if they don't play, their viewers might be higher. So that's why some people are asking that if there's revenue somehow coming to the whole tournament, it can be split between all the competitors, or then maybe like an honor system where it goes to like mainly the smaller creators or something. I don't know how you'd actually do it. I think realistically you just get as much as you can and just split it. And then for some streamers that might be 500 Andys playing normally, they might be a 50 Andy or a 100 Andy, but they still get paid potentially more by playing, because at that point it's just great. EVScape said he made 50k from being on Oda's team. Bro, I think I read a comment that apparently EVScape was just like clip farming the entire week, bro. Just to earn money from the big O, bro. Hey, man, he milked his position, man. He milked his position, bro. Oh, bro, you going Oda's team, mate? There you go. Oh, man. Hydrating. Ugh. He did it, bro. He did it. Is it an insane chance for smaller streamers to get recognized, even if they're not necessarily making money? I mean, yes and no. I want to say right now, 61M, I would like to think that his career or stream will definitely pop off a bit. But then you could look at last time. I remember Doobies. You know, you remember I was there rating. I was hoping for Doobies to pop off with the Big O team, and apparently it went horribly wrong, bro. Horribly wrong, mate. Oh, man. What's my opinion on the missions? The feedback on the missions that almost every single person agrees with is 1 mission a day for a finale item. No random tier 2. It'd be like a VLS twice, maybe a Zoriel staff twice, maybe 2 ZCBs, maybe 2 Missouri bodies fortified, or 2 DFSs or something like that instead. So every single mission is worth doing. And then you look into what missions were good and what missions were bad. And if you look at it, like, Tob was kind of maybe content for you guys, but it was, you're safe, you know? The Lava Dragon Maze with the Jad was by far the best mission. So it would turn down to being 1 breach and 1 mission per day, where the breach would probably be at 8 o'clock, the mission would be at midnight. Or maybe the breach is 7 and the mission midnight to give anyone time to rebuild for it. Yeah. Oh, the Yama mission, bro. That Yama mission was so piss annoying to play, man. God, that was an annoying mission. But yeah, I think the missions, again, like the Yama one, I think I remember some people saying the Yama mission was probably the best one after everything was done, because it was so long. And obviously, if the Jad one at Lava Maze didn't go wrong, that would be uncontested the best one. We were all so sad that the that one didn't complete properly, basically. I don't know. Right, let me look. That's fine. That's all good. Mika's sad that he's not invited to the next one, bro. The trophy, yeah, bro. Apparently the trophy was shit, man. They should have got us some friggin', what is it called? The Tri-Wizard Tournament Cup, mate. That's a big one. Why is Mika not invited? Nah, I made that up, bro. He's definitely gonna be one. Dino said it's tinfoil. Is it? Yeah, we said Dino has to pack it when he gets back to make sure that he could actually fit it in the suitcase. Bro, my suitcase, like, I could barely close it because I had all these massive hoodies and shit. I got my Void Wake room stairs and all. It's pretty good. What else do we have? Someone, West Ham says sigils were busted. I think sigils were... I honestly think sigils were really good. And I would love to see some sigil drops that could maybe be PVM sigils, but I don't know. Oh, finality needs to go. Man. Finality, to be fair, yeah, finality was pretty broken when we worked it out and finally started using it. We were doing so good with that shit. Finality in singles, not multi. Yeah, okay. Would you replace anything with finality, or would you just keep it? I think, like, if you're going to do anything, I think aggression, rampage, perfect. Consistency, I don't think you need consistency, but just add it for fun, I guess. And then the 3-4 tickers, I think, is great. You and Sicknud's TOAs are my favorite part of the Deadman week. Need you guys in a hardcore group. Hey, man, I would have been on the Risley Bears if they didn't do it at the shitty time they did not. Okay, what else do we have? Extra experience towards the end because nobody likes seeing people show up with 90 stats because you didn't want to spend 10 hours training. Yeah, I agree with that. I think if you have like the last, like you have the mid-season break and then all your XP rates like double to 30x or something. Yeah. Just so everyone can get max stats. Because I think some people were fighting with like lower stats, which gives odds to teams that don't have it. Then I don't know how important having 99 everything is compared to having 92 everything, but I think it's probably pretty significant to an extent. Describe Italian beef and pizza. Pizza wasn't that good. Italian beef, I didn't get any, unfortunately. I was busy. Dry protection on everything to be bad? Yeah, I don't think you should have any dry protection. I think just leave everything basically as it was. I wouldn't mind doing less quests, though. I'm curious to how things would work if you had every single quest unlocked immediately, so everyone could be doing DT2 bosses instantly if it was a strat, and everyone could do rune dragons for crossbows, but then everyone could PK at rune dragons and shit like that. But then you have to look at how many kills the teams get in the early game by catching people questing. Oh, the XP from quests is big, though. That's such a good point, you know. What about chat delay idea? So I now know, like, well, the thing with the chat delay is I like to have no delay on my chat for the very rare time that I do talk to my stream. But again, I'm 3 for 3 on the vibe teams right now. And it's more like, I just wonder, I don't know how many streamers had a really bad time with their team that they just talk to the chat during that, you know. That's always like a backup, but a 5-minute delay doesn't work with that. A 5-minute delay as well wouldn't really change anything, by the way, for the viewer's perspective, because what you're seeing happened 5 minutes ago, but that's what you can commentate on. You know, it only depends if there's a live broadcast that's not delayed. Chat delay right now. Personally, I want to say I'm still against it, because that's personally, like, I would like to talk to my chat every now and then. And I do not use advice in my chat ever. You know, I play fair. You know, if there's information I get from my chat, I don't, like, use it to get advantage on anything. You just have to take the death if someone's coming or anything, or if you're running whatnot. But if it was, like, mandatory, I would personally play All-Stars with a chat delay than not play it without and all that shit. So it's fine. The streamer all of a sudden gains 1,000 viewers. They know something's going on, bro. If you gain 1,000 viewers, you run a 3-minute ad immediately, bro, and then the big O's gonna hit you, so you change activity, mate, after the ad's played. Does a 5-minute delay do everything? A 5-minute delay does almost everything. It would be very different. Our team, we could do a multi-sweep with the wildy bosses in less than 5 minutes. You could do a sweep of God Wars in less than 5 minutes, which means by the time a chat tries to tell someone that might be there and you don't know they're there, that the team's coming, they've already been hit. So the message will come in 5 minutes later, which could be during the hit if you're going to hit there at the end of the 5 minutes, so. Yeah. How drunk was I during the Oda versus Pert best of 3? Honestly, I was fine. The drink selection at that venue was like room temperature cheap vodka, so I just didn't drink anything, bro. They had this water cooler at the back, and I was just drinking water at that point. The reason why it was going bad was because they kept telling me that the production kept swapping, and I couldn't track who was who, because then they tell me 10 seconds later that what they previously told me wasn't right. So then I had to work out what it was, and I was like, I don't know who it is. Then they come back and be like, oh no, sorry, we're wrong again. And they go back. I'm like, bro, every time it kept changing back and forth. So yeah, there was a bit of production issues there that was very hard to actually do. Because again, like when I'm watching people fight, it was like, I don't know, NHFC 2 or some shit. But it's so good. Ian's fault. No. This was the different thing. Right, let me do something. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yep. Storage space increased to 50. They swapped the names between the rounds. Yeah, they were swapping the names. They were swapping the cameras. And I was just like, what is going on, man? But it's fine. When's the hardcore? The hardcore, I genuinely don't know when it's going to happen. But I'm going to say the earliest I switch my scythe is Monday, the 6th of July, I think. Because I'm in Spain for an event tomorrow. And then Blood Moon Rises out on Tuesday. And then my brother and my nephew is here for the weekend for the first time in like since his christening, actually. So yeah, I'm very busy with the most ridiculous, like, things and all that shit. So Grass the wins up, Mr. Stew. I'm gonna tell you, bro, all NH learning goes out the window on the main stage. I remember looking at it, and I was like, I swear I have PID right now, and I swear I got it wrong like every time. I was like, what is going on? You could swish it once out for a Goblin for content. True, I've not even charged the scythe yet, but I need to plan something because Lil Smokey's making me an intro to follow off with the outro. And the intro's going to have a transition that I need to plan with him correctly, correct angles, which I've not done yet, so I'll get it sorted out. It's fine. What's your thoughts on if you pick up the emblem from the mission, you can't teleport or log out, and if you do, it drops to the floor automatically? Again, I think some of the missions were bad because, yes, you would get the item and then you could just teleport to the Myth Guild for me and then just be fine, you know? Do I regret not bringing a case skirt? No, I was happy. Again, the way to play on stage is keep your inventory as clean as possible. If your inventory spangles and you start making mistakes, fixing that is very hard to do on the stage. Other than that, if I was to bring a Carol skirt, it's just a general, if you're not frozen, you wear the Carol skirt. And if you are frozen, just wear the tank legs or something. But yeah, I was fine with it. Maybe next time I would, but again, there's also a choice of a malediction. I had a DFS. If I didn't have a DFS, I'd take Crystal Shield Camp. And I'd rather have a malediction than a tank legs. And then if I had the switches there, there's so much to learn. But yeah, I think it was okay. Other than that, I think the totem, if you got a totem and had to bring it back without teleporting, it could be very interesting if you could use every transport but teleporting, but then maybe it just has a clean answer of just get to like a fairy ring and then go take a spirit tree or something. Yeah. Overgearing was the Weasels undoing. They kept getting bolted to death. Yeah, if you got bolted on Blue Moon and a Malediction, it would just hit every single time. Like it was your range defense was like a Toric helm at that point, so it would always hit. But I think when you're playing on the stage as well, you're not on your actual setup. If Deadman was on setups at home, then I reckon a lot of people would have had way more switches in their inventory. But I think keeping everything so simple allows you to just play better. It depends how powerful the extra switches truly are, though. If you play at like 85% of your skill set because you make way more mistakes with more switches, you know, you'd rather want to keep it like completely comfy. Because again, if you're losing, you might start shaking, bro. If you start shaking, that's it. GG, bro. There must have been some shaky curses on that screen, mate. I don't know if I was shaking, but I know I did one take a few barrages across the arena, so I was happy with that, mate. So... Who surprised you the most in the final? The general, I guess. I just have to say Sicknerd. He was on my team. I didn't see many of the fights, though, because I was meeting people. But I don't think I could say anything except Sicknerd. He was doing so well. I knew 61M was going to be really good as well. Greg was pretty spooky as well, man. I was watching Greg behind the scenes. He was one-ticking four-way switches and shit. Skill specs his hand. Oh, man. There's a massive claw, I think. Yeah, Sicknid winning MVP. Sicknid won MVP because I think he did the most damage on the entire stage, which means that realistically MVP could only go to someone that was in the final because they'd have the most fights. But then again, because Sicknid, I mean, maybe it just means Sicknid was fighting below his level, you know, maybe he should have been on the 61M row. But then if you put 61M against Sicknid's row, you know, 61M would have steamrolled that shit. Yeah, Mammal. I was watching Mammal at one point behind the stage, and I thought it was 10-13, bro. It's like everything was so nice. Yeah, Reese got RNG. He won on all the trackers. I was hoping Reese would get an interview at some point and mention the tracker. So you thought it was damaged for the whole week? Nah, hell no, man. It feels like your most important PK position is last pick. Well, no, you can't really say that because if you were to, unless you give the last pick the best gear, but you can't choose a good PK as your last pick because there won't be a good PK at that point, you know. That's when you have to find the best of both. For us, 61M was donated to us, you know. We were so surprised he came to us. As soon as, I think Pip got locked in by Frame, which I still think is a fine pick, but then we were guaranteed Mika or 61M. And as soon as Mika got locked in, we just took 61M immediately, and then we took Sickner. Does he not thank subs now? No, of course I don't, bro. Jesus Christ. Guy coming in, mate. Look at all the biggest streamers on the platform. What do? They don't thank subs. They just take them for free. Take the money, you know? And I want to be one of the biggest streamers on the platform, so I have to copy him. 61M stocks are booming for next All-Stars. I mean, honestly, I don't know how good 61M would do in a top row, but I think he'd do insane. I think he's easily first pick. Easily first pick. You know, PVM, he falls off a bit, but he was great. He got us the Void Wakers and shit, you know, so he can do that. And he's also not going to die doing those in singles. Although, again, he actually did die twice, though, to be honest, now I think about it. Unfortunately. Did you say the same about newbies last year? I did say Doobie's stock would be crazy high, so... He died to Callisto. Yeah, man, apparently he died to Framed, bro. But no, I think 61M, again, I'm surprised he got donated to us. It makes me worried again, because when me and Dino were creating teams, there were so many combinations. If you reran the draft right now, we would not get a good team, you know? The general would be slurped up. 61M would be slurped up. And if they swap out for two people, that could be No Monkey and Pip. If we locked in No Monkey and Pip, I think we just get smoked, possibly. So you'd have to look into something like... It'd be the victim angle third, which would be very tough fights for him. And then, I don't know, like Rakesy or something's probably the best thing, but... Dino said you didn't want the general? No, the general was never on our radar, and then he came on our radar, and then we both agreed we should just get him. And then we were just seeing trackers of Signer just literally bopping so many people. Do another mock draft? I'm not doing a mock draft. I'm not live for that long today. I'm only yapping random shit. Wait, I don't... I could do some drafts that'll make the Oda viewers sad about how many good teams he could have created in the 6th, but yeah. You know, there's so many teams. I honestly think Oda could have got No Monkey on 17th pick. I'm going to say it every time. Sync was always going to Framed. Eliop and that team just doesn't really change that much. I mean, it could have actually, because Mika could have been picked by Oda or something. But yeah, like an Oda team that could have been happening with Oda, 61M, Mika, No Monkey, and Foe. Done. Then if you need Foe, if you have Mika, though, for Strat, though, you might be okay now. Did I try all the food I wanted to? No, I didn't try the Portillos. I didn't try Al's Italian beef. I think I tried everything else. Mika Nerf is not playing 20 hours a day, though. I think Mika's a good Deadman player, though, so he's always going to be a high pick. Mika went pretty late in that time. I was surprised, but I always wonder, like, imagine West Ham locked in Eliop instead of Mika, and we picked Mika and 61M back-to-back, you know? But even then, the General was such a good pick. Like, the whole team was just solid. In Season 4, you know, if I'm in the roster picked by another team, will we ever get such a good team built again, you know? Time might pass, though, and people might forget, though. I can always see, it might be hard for some people to, because if Sick Nerd's inactive from the game, it might be hard for people to pick Sick Nerd early. So if Sick Nerd always comes back round, drafts or something, and just gets donated to early teams. I think the dream for me is, like, if I play in the roster and there's a different captain first pick, and they first pick me, and then somehow Sick Nerd gets donated round the draft again, and then some of the crap PK gets donated to us. And you just insta-lock in a really good team. But I really don't think that's going to happen. I think Oda messed up with the first round pick. Yeah, I think he did. You know, in hindsight, look at his team. He picked Doobies and No Monkey. Imagine he picked 61M and Mika. You know, like, I just look at those two teams combined and tell me which one you think is stronger. All Deadman experience taken into account and all that stuff, though. So. Alfie stock up massively after the first performance. Wait, how good was Alfie's performance? Oh, wait, he was a brick wall when we fought him. Bro, Alfie took out, like, 1.8 of our team. And we were like, bro, we're out. You know, it's GG. Because, like, if he beat us there, we were just out the tournament. Like, that was it. That would have been our last fight all the time. And my whole family was watching. My family never watch my streams, ever. You know, they're busy. They watched my stream till 2:30 a.m. or whenever it finished because we hit the finales. Imagine we went out first on the third fight. Before the Warriors even fight on the stage, we were eliminated if we lost that fight. And it was all based on if sync was 10:13 or not. And luckily it wasn't, so. Foe got to fight all the farmers. Yeah, I think Foe beat all the farmers, correct? I want to say he didn't lose any of his fights. Sicknerd made Sync look like JCW. It was also Sync's first fight as well, though, on the stage. Yeah. Foe was 3-0, Eevee 0-3. I was telling you. You don't remember when Oda was doing his draft, I was saying he has to pick Foe here. He has to pick Foe. And then he looked at Eevee and I was like, what? Oh, no. The big O, bro. See, the sad thing is, though, I don't think O will ever troll a draft ever again. Not a chance. Not a chance. You know, one good thing about the All-Stars we just played is our strat was feed Dino, so Dino could PK solo. Oda's team was unfortunately behind, so therefore Oda wasn't PKing until later in the game. West Ham decided not to want to roam except for a tiny bit because he wanted to play multi instead. And then Reese did a tiny bit of roaming as well. So that's why Dino, like, controlled the whole of singles and made our gameplay so much easier to play. Dino got, what, 2 single kills? Yeah, Dino should have had so many kills. It was actually kind of ridiculous. I think he's gone through them all as well, but he could have easily had, like, an extra 5 kills minimum. But I imagine he didn't get any kills, you know? It'd feel like if Dino didn't PK, you could have had so much better gear. Yeah, but the fact that we had, like, the 2 real Void Wakers and shit was because we just controlled, like, the singles bosses, so less Void Wakers came in the game. So it's also looking at what gear we were preventing other teams from doing with Dino roaming. That was the whole plan. Because the only thing Dino would have really done would have been TOA. But me and Sicknerd could have more than done that. The only difference if Dino PVM'd, sorry, would have been, I think we would have had 5 treads. And that's the only thing. But we would have lost the Void Waker. Could have got the Void Waker from Alfie? Yeah, I know. He was telling me that he was, like, more scared than he's ever been in his life or some shit during the end of that or something like that. the amount of times the friends were at the multi-bosses for Void Workers. Yeah, we wanted to do multi-roaming as well. We just didn't do as much. I think we caught them at Vetion one time. We caught the Rebels at Vetion. We caught the Weasels at Callisto. No one at Venenatis ever. I've seen the Vetion clip. Yeah, I've seen the Vetion clip. That was a good one. It was crazy that Oda had 105,000 viewers when Old School had 80-something thousand. Yeah, that's because Oda clicks a button that says view bot 60,000, mate. That's exactly what. All right, here we go. I'm gonna count down the time to the first amulet. My kick chat just died. I think it just broke. He got spammed that quick or something. Oh man. Did I enjoy Terry camp? Bro, I didn't even know what this Terry shit was for so long, you know, because I wasn't watching any of the streams. I didn't know what the Terry thing was. Then I found out Terry was Oda PKing and when he could or something, and he was just camping our team during the Yama breach. It was hard. It was hard to deal with, bro. Did I see the desk slamming clip? Oh, the V the victim desk slamming. Yeah, that was it was victim dying to Sol Herodot, unfortunately, wasn't it? Hold on, Jesse sent me a toad I need to look at immediately. Bro, dying to any like thing like that is just like so bad. Toad crawling. You think ragging everyone in the mission? Oh yeah, I know that. It's smart again for a team like Oda, or to have someone like Oda with max gear to camp the only realistic entrances to the Yama breach. I don't know if he got any kills, by the way. Did he get any kills on us? I know Curtis died to Torvesta. I don't know if Oda killed anyone, but I guess you can tell me everything now, actually. He killed Foe? No, Foe is gone. Wait, that doesn't mean Foe died 3 times at that bridge? Oh, man. Poor Foe. He killed Foe right after you AGS there. Instant double with their kill. Oh, man. Poor Foe. 82. Bro, we reenacted the 82 because someone had an 82 hit splat and I had like an AGS or a fake one. And it was before I even fought and I almost dislocated my shoulder doing an AGS spec. Because I have like, I don't know what it is, like a torn rotator cuff or something in both of my shoulders. So if I do very weird movement with my shoulders, it can just pop out the joint. So me doing this, AGS spec, and spinning made it like roll and it almost went out the joint. So before I even competed on the thing, I could have dislocated my shoulder right beforehand. Then I would have had to play with a dislocated shoulder. Luckily it was all good, but hold on, let's get an 11-day man over to the thing as well. Was all the picklebacks creeping up? Bro, we had so many picklebacks. We have a receipt of just 6 of us and it's 18 picklebacks on that receipt. Looking good on stage, lad? You still on a 1700 calorie diet? Bro, me on stage was the friggin' deep dish pizza diet, mate. No, my diet's been horrible recently because, again, I haven't really been to the gym at all and I've not been eating clean or anything like that. So now I have a deadline of RuneFest to look decent or anything like that. So I'm so busy this month, though. But I think after I get back from Spain, I should be able to hopefully do stuff. But again, the problem is, if the weather's hot because it's summer and sweat irritates my skin, I can't exercise much. But I think there's no excuse to just even going on a 3-incline treadmill, low speed or something. Would Oda be #1 pick if he was not a captain? Is there a world where Oda's not a captain? I think Oda can easily request to not be a captain to solo. Do I think he's absolutely a first pick? I think so, yes. I would be very surprised if the Big O was in the roster and did not go as the first pick. Because you have to remember, he's going to then fight the rest of that row. He's probably going to beat the rest of that row. Auction draft instead of snake draft. I think the snake draft has to always occur. I don't really know. But if I had first pick in an All-Stars and Oda was in the draft, I would pick Oda almost every single time. And then I'd just do the exact same shit our team was, but flip it and put Dino at the captain and me down, but then it's me captain and Oda below. Just do PVM gear and feed the Big O. Then have the Big O running around on day 2 with ridiculous gear or some shit. Give him a Granite Maul 9 hours in or something. Do you think if you had Oda, it's an insta-win for you? I don't think there's ever an insta-win in a Deadman All-Stars. There can definitely be an insta-loss, you know? I think when I made the Boaty Burgers, that's sort of an insta-loss. And other things, but I don't think there's ever a team that can instantly win. I think the Dino Nuggets in Season 1 was possibly as closest to an insta-win. The Dino Nuggets in Season 1 was Dino, West Ham, Mika, Mutz, and Rakesy. That was Season 1 Nuggets, which is disgusting. It's disgusting team, bro. $500 bits. Can I send you our pick? Also, your NHFC casting was fire. I mean, I'm in contact with the big Vancouver now because 61M's really good friends with Vancouver. That's why we all turned up. And I missed 61M, bro, on the last day. He had a flight on the Sunday, so I missed him. Dino got Casper 3rd pick. Yeah, that's because I think Oda had first pick, went Reese. Then Solo had second and went Port Kazard. So then Dino picked West Ham. Anyone other than Port Kazard that wasn't in it that would have made a huge difference? What, you mean like invite someone that's not Port into the roster? It's curious because I think Solo... At the end of the day, Solo can invite anyone he wants, which I think might have to pass through Jagex now as well, because of how big the event is, assuming that there's a stage next time, which I think there will be. Solo would have to spend a lot of time researching a good roster where it doesn't give, like, first pick or second pick a team that's so disgusting they can't be beaten. It's like if you look at the roster we had, add Port Kazard back in, and then add one more person that's, like, decent, it guarantees, like, the first pick, the second pick, and the third pick, teams that are so much going to be better than 4, 5, and 6. So you have to make sure you can build teams that are, on paper, like, quite fair and all that shit. Port and Pet. Yeah, so if Port was in the roster, if Pet was in the roster, if Oda's in the roster... You know, those would be the clear first 3 picks, you know. After that, it might turn to people like myself, Lake, Greg, assuming Greg's not a captain. That would probably be like the top rows. Then I have to fight Oda, I have to fight freaking Petter, I have to fight Port. You know, I get destroyed in that situation. So I think we should run the same roster, you know. I think, you know, same roster. Solo won't let Oda step down as captain, no chance. Well, I mean, what would it be, you know? At the end of the day, if Oda wants to be in the roster, I wanted to be in the roster. He wanted me to be a captain, but he gave me the chance to play in the roster. I bet they should probably give the Big O the chance as well. Would Petter still be a first row pick even with negative game knowledge? It does depend, you know, because if you put someone like West Ham as captain and he has first pick, would West Ham pick Petter first? He did pick Greg, and that automatically is 2 strong PKers that are not the best, like, PVMers in there. And they were still the favorites to win. So even if they're kind of, like, goblin at the game outside of PvP, you have to think of the final. Even if you have 2 janitors on the team that can get all the gear, you know? Then you'll still be able to turn them up to the finale with good gear, and then the finale, again, they'll do it. Like, look at Torvesta. Torvesta apparently had the shittest week ever. Garbage. Like, genuine last pick material. And then in the finals, or the whole time on stage, he did really, really well. That's basically what it would be, you know? You'd always want to go into the finals, I think, with the strongest PvP team possible. and then just try and create a balance if you can. But that's where you have to look at people like Lake, you know. Who would you rather pick, Lake or Torvesta? You know, that's when things get difficult, because Lake's obviously going to have insane PVM, million times higher than Torvesta. But in the finale, how many times does Lake beat Torvesta, and how many times does Torvesta beat Lake or not? Yeah. I'll be a third row pick. Mate, I did good, bro. But that's like things you have to ask. So therefore, if you had a pick choice in All-Stars, if you were a captain and you could pick between someone like Lake or Torvesta, how would you build it? Because you have a 120-hour week of prep where Lake is by far better. But then in the finale, how much better is Nest than Lake to an extent? And then if you think it's an easy Lake pick, who would you pick between someone like Lake and Peta? Where Peta would probably beat Lake on stage every time, almost. But, in the week, Peta might not do anything, you know? So that's why you have to kind of, like, work out how you would choose people. If I was ever a captain again, though, I would probably try my best to build the strongest PvP team possible for myself. Because I think I would then look at it as the stage, you know? When we had the team that we just had, I still think our team was very good at winning their rows. You know, we knew Sicknid was really, really good, and all that, so we knew he was going to be there. We knew 61M would have a very good chance on his row. My row and Dino's row was just, like, way too difficult. Even if it was Oda, Greg, Peta, and Paul, I still feel Oda goes 1-1 every draft. Oda, Peta, and Paul are a level above Greg. I mean, if I was a captain and I had to pick and they were all my choices, I would personally probably go with the Big O, you know? But there's also the content we could create from it, but I still think it's not too much of a bias pick. The only risk you have is the Zoggies, bro. If you have Oda on your team and you play bad, that's the end of your career, bro. I've also played with Port before, and it was a pleasure. I don't know if I'd be a captain. If Port was my obvious choice, I would pick him every time, though. But if I had to choose between the Big O and Port, it's just a hard choice. Because if you break it down to, like... Because you know those playing cards that they have? It would say, like, PvP ability, PvM ability, and all that shit. Port would be, like, 98, 100, 95, you know? And he would have, by far, the highest score combined out of anyone in the roster. By far. That's where it's, like, a difficult one and all that. Would you have picked No Monkey? We were leaning towards No Monkey when we were really struggling to work out. Because, again, Port dropping out changed the roster a bit that did not favor first pick at that point. But then, because the draft got trolled, it donated good picks down. Well, Sicknid was locked in, actually. I don't think any team picked Sicknid before we were going to get him. But the fact that we got donated 61M or Mika was like, we had our team locked and we knew our team was solid. But the alternative team we would have had, I think, would have been Sicknid would have been our third pick, we think, and Coxie would have been our fourth pick. That was the team we had was going to be our worst case scenario. And we really didn't have a clue how good Sicknid would be, and he was better than us. So, hey, here he is, mate. He's in the chat. Reese considered picking me second. I mean, Reese to pick you over Mutz is a tough one, you know. I honestly think if Reese was in the situation again right now, he'd probably pick Mutz again, you know. I think Mutz is very good. And I think Reese knows that as well. Yeah, chat, that's the, you know Torvesta, chat? When Torvesta joins, like, Sicknid's chat and types in King of Deadman mode, Slayer of Oda block, and all that shit. Sicknid can join any chat and be like, Deadman All-Stars 3 MVP has joined the chat shit, you know? Every time he wants to, mate, you know? The MVP. But now it's officially like Sicknid can never be said to be on the burger team ever again. Ever. If you genuinely broke down every single person's performance in the entire week, including the prep and how they played and everything, Sicknerd would only really be losing points from running the wrong way on a call in multi, you know? Outside of that, he was just doing good, everyone. My only worry for that Sicknerd, though, is what I was saying, is you were obviously the 4th pick, so your fights aren't the hardest. If you get first picked or top road in the next one, how do you think you do? Because imagine he gets picked like really early and just gets curb stomped and he's like, oh. Oh, bro. Waiting for Sicknerd versus the Big O or something, bro. The attack option sweep? Okay, yeah, there's a few games. But your stock is down for not having any gear in multi? Oh, the chaos elemental. Oh, bro. The chaos elemental. A Sicknerd versus Alfie best of 5. It's 3-0 Sicknerd, mate. If you like work. Torvesta stopped made a crazy recovery. Yeah, again, like, Torvesta burgered his first fight against us. It was, like, the worst fight of his life. But then after that, he was, like, on the stage. I mean, unfortunately, Sicknerd and 61M was so good. But on the Rhinos, was Torvesta just the best player, you know? I don't know how well Reese did. But I think in those final fights and whatever other fight, I think Torvesta was fully switched on and was gaming. But yeah, apparently in the whole week, Torvesta was absolutely burgering, bro. Like the biggest burger of all time. Apparently he ran out of prayer at Kriara. Apparently he ran out of prayer at Kriara, wasn't simmed, just ran out of prayer, and never turned his overhead back on, and Kriara killed him. The Doom fight is fine, you know. If you've never killed Doom, it's okay for that to occur. But the other one, if you run into Kriara, you're wielding your grapple for roughly like 10 seconds before you notice you're not bolting anyone. Then your prayer drops and you don't turn it back on in Kriara. That is like the definition of the Big Mac, bro. You know, that is Whopper Burger, bro. Oh no. Oh, he did get simmied. Oh, I swear Reese told me his prayer actually dropped or something. When you guys caught Sync? Oh yeah, no, Sync told us that he died on purpose to let the team get out. We considered skipping Sync as well to rush the team because there's only one reason he'd be there. We only found that out when we got told at the event, so it's a good play from him. Sync through in the finale? Hey, man, remember when everyone was there, like, we don't know how good Sync is, or we don't know how good Victim is because they wanted to be, like, understocked or something? I'm telling you, as soon as Sync came out to fight the general, I was like, right, as long as Sync's not 10-13, guys, we've got this. And then 61M 5 seconds later said he's not 10-13. Yeah, he kind of burgered him. Victim was playing on an alt. Yeah, Dino found out who Victim's alt was after a while. Were you able to get a reservation at McDonald's while you're in Chicago? No, I got turned away. Well, I didn't get turned away at the door, but Perp got turned away at the door, so good game. Yeah, you turn Perp. Right, man, we're surprised Perp got into America, man, you know? My question is, does he get back in America? Would Wanya be a first overall pick in All-Stars? I mean, if you look at the roster, who's the best PK in the roster? You'd say Greg. If you put someone in the roster that's better than Greg, then, you know, you can easily argue that they're the first pick. It also depends who has the first pick, though. If you're I mean, it's hard to say, though, because, again, West Ham doesn't have the most PVM knowledge compared to his PvP. Like, his PvP is like 99 on the card, and his PVM was like 70. Greg's the same, basically. And they were still the favorites to win. So I do think, like, if you are a very strong PvPer, pick another strong PvP. Your team in the finale is already the winning team. It just depends what gear you can get. Don't think people should go in All-Stars just because they're sick PKs. Do I believe Greg's the best in the roster? In the roster, yes. If you had the captains, then no, but I don't think there's anyone better than Greg in the roster. Yeah. How about Settled as a comparator? Bro, Settled would be last pick, mate. I'm sorry, bro. He'd be garbage, mate. Greg soloed a TOA. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. Are you trying to back up Greg's PVM ability by saying he soloed a TOA? That's what I mean, though, you know? Like, that's why, like, I feel like if you're an early picking dead man, like, let's say you're Oda Block, and you've got, like, Peta or something in the roster and all that shit, and you can just lock in 2 disgusting PKs immediately, I think you already have like, the finals already, like, locked. You just have to make sure you get there with decent gear. But then you could also look at, like, the Weasels team, because the Weasels team obviously were that, but their gear was very, very good. The final should have PvE and PvP. I disagree. The final should be exactly what it was, but way less breaks, faster transitions between the games, and then best of 3 on the semis and best of 5 in the finals. If you do that with quicker breaks, the stream would be less than what it just was and would be way better. Apparently, the downtime in between was over 4 hours, you know. So if you added a loser's bracket and best of 3s, let's say every fight went the maximum distance, you would still, and if you just cut down the time, it would still be less than 6 hours, you know. Easily. So therefore, all you've got to do is add a 1 break, which is 30 minutes, and then you got a 6.5 hour broadcast. Then add technical difficulties, you know, push it to 8, it's the same length, but you have all the loser brackets and shit. Mr. Mellon, how you doing, sir? Chat, I met Wydager, by the way. You know? Apparently, Unpredictable went to Chicago, and I'm very sad I didn't have a clue he was there. Unless I did meet him, I have no idea. No, I would have remembered that. If I met Unpredictable and Wydager in the same, like, day, you know, I feel power bonus at that point, so. How long did it take to set up between matches? I mean, it would take me 5 seconds to plug my mouse in. What I mean is, like, if the fight ends, you do your hugs on the stage, which is 3 minutes. You take your peripherals off. The next team comes on, puts their peripherals on, double checks their settings. Let's call that 5 minutes. And then they fight, and then repeat. What do you think of a fab draft? This shit's a fab draft. Captains give an anonymous offer for each pick and have to budget $100 fictional to build a team. I don't know, man. What, you mean like if someone really wanted to play with someone, they just bid $100, then take 3 people that aren't bid on or given to them or something? It's the most. I mean, how long was it actually between the genuine matches from the POV? Like, average? Are you talking 20, 25 minutes, 15? Because how many fights were there? There was a lot of fights, so if you could just literally make it like 8 minutes between, you save so much time that you can legit have the losers brackets, best of 3s and best of 5s, and the broadcast would still be the same length. With the food break in the middle as well. Oh, the break was the issue. Yeah, the break was the issue, bro. Torvesta was trash before that break, and then he was good. But yeah, that's what I'd like to see. But I think, again, if they split it over 2 days, that would be very bad. And I just think the way to make it perfect is you have, like, I guess a losers bracket can be a best of 1, but then you want the semis to be best of 3s, I think, so. Two days, day 1, 1 group, day 2, finals, best of 3, and final best of 5. I think ideally you get it all in 1 day. I don't know how other games do it, though, and all that stuff. But I think, yeah, if you just have the transitions on and off stage to be more fluent, like you just win, you immediately can like have your group hug 60 seconds, you go shake the other team's hand 60 seconds, you take your peripherals off the stage, 4 minutes in total for that. And then the next team immediately comes on. You could probably very, very comfortably get it to like 10, 12 minutes to transition the next fight on. Then you just go straight into it. And then you can get like 4 fights an hour at that point. Which good. Mr. Wideegger, how you doing? I met the Wideegger, guys. The changeover is the important part. I mean, when I competed, so the way it worked for me is all I would do is go on the stage, plug my mouse in, because I actually used their keyboard and mouse mat because it was more than fine, in my opinion. Then I would go type in the word mouse in the thing and check the mouse sensitivity was the same, which a lot of people didn't do, and apparently a lot of people messed up with that because they'd play on the wrong sensitivity. And then I'd make sure all the correct RuneLite settings were there, and I was done. But yeah, a lot of people were changing the mouse sensitivity, and I sat down, I told my team every time, check the mouse sensitivity. Every single time. Yeah, West Ham plays on 60 hertz as well, so everyone had to change their monitors back to 60 hertz if West Ham sat in it. But that's only the captain ones. That was Dino only. Am I back to the hardcore today? No, I'll be on the hardcore, I think, the 6th of July. Because I go to Spain for an event, but I don't get back till Monday. I will be playing on Monday, though, because I get back really early. So I might be on the hardcore for a day on Monday, but it's Blood Moon Rises on the Tuesday. Yeah, I want to know why 60 hertz has advantage for someone like West Ham, unless this is just like something where he doesn't put in the time to learn the change. Because the only game that I would play in 60 hertz personally would be Roller Coaster Tycoon. When I switch from 165 hertz to 360, which is what I play on for Roller Coaster Tycoon, the game is so weird, horribly weird. But yeah, I don't know if 360 hertz has an advantage in RuneScape at all, but that's just how I play it. So Valheim 1.0 Deep North September 9th. You running it back with the boys? Most probably. Too far in the future, but I'll message him at some point. I do believe I am in the UK for that. Give us the where's the Dino foot emote? Is it gone? I don't know. Dragon Wilds 1.0 Wilderness is a week later, September 15th. Right, that's the day before my birthday. Oh, I don't think we're doing that one because I think that's Foe's daughter's birthday. So that one will be delayed as well. Mate, where's the Dino 123? Where's it all gone? Is it just banned or what? Hey, man, we're keeping the Reese blaming you for the 73rd time. Oh, my God. All right, chat. Is it true the Rhinos had the worst vibes on the team? Or was it me? Apparently the Warriors, I was speaking to, like, Rakesy and Doobies, and they said, like, they kept the vibes up to the best of their ability. It was just playing behind so hard, but I don't know if that team was just crumbling the whole time. Because it must be so hard to play from behind. Like, it must be... Like, we played from behind on day one, and it was so difficult. Hey, man, I'm telling you, bro. You know, we always say this, right? So, basically, in Season 2... when Skill Specs was a captain, he got DM'd by Reese, and Reese was saying, don't pick me. And then before Season 3, Solo said, don't message captains to not pick me. And I'm a guarantee, mate, when Reese is the captain next year, Season 4, bro, he's going to get 24 people saying, don't pick me, bro, mate. The Rhinos, mate. The Rhinos. 20, okay, I wouldn't say, you know. I'd play with Reese. The Rhinos, bro. No fans, bro. Thoughts on adding another team? It's very hard to say how a 7th team would change things. I think if you do add a 7th team, you have to add an 8th just to have the draft to work. I think 8 teams at Breaches would be so hard to play. Because you'd have to fight other teams to even get a breach spot, which realistically means that some teams will farm for free the entire breach or just come in third party and wipe everyone. So the only thing that changes would be if you do 6-man teams. But I was talking to Perp about 6-man teams. I think it was Perp. And it's basically that if you do a 6-man team, if you're tanking 5 players, assuming one of your players is tanking, you're just going to die. Tanking 4 players is way higher chance of surviving a tank test than tanking 5 players, apparently. So even 6 players might not work. The way the team of 6 would have to do, though, is the exact same snake draft, and then it would just randomize the last 6 people onto teams. Because I don't know how it'd work if you get... What would it be? It'd be a double pick, then last pick or something if you were 6. But I think you have to randomize the last. But yeah, I don't know how it would work. Teams of 6, I feel, could be worth a try. But again, if a team of 6 runs in, barrages you, insta-calls you, do you just die in 3 seconds and the fight 6v5 straight away? Do you think the finality sigil should be removed? I think someone said in the chat, it might have been pure spam, finality keep it, but it only works in singles. I think that's fine. In multi, I liked it once we worked it out, but I can completely understand that some people, like Curtis, would explode so many times to finality, like, things. That'd make the first pick superior and 6th pick very bad. What, if you had a 6-person team? But yeah, I think sigils-wise, consistency I don't think is that important, but I also don't think it's broken anyway, so I think consistency's fine to keep. Finality you could keep for only singles. Other than that, I think they did it well. Aggression and Rampage, so everyone can hit a bit higher, which is also aggression being PVM. And then you get the 3 Vortex, I think it's good. I wouldn't really add any other sigils. I wouldn't mind maybe seeing the ability to potentially get sigils as drops, but it's like PVM sigils. But then I think the only one that would be fair is like the weaker version of Titanium. If you got a Titanium like really early on a good PVMer, like I think they could just do so much shit with that. The Chin Chomper sigil. You don't mind seeing the utility sigils back. Oh yeah, that was actually one of the... Was that? I think that's the first request, actually. I think it was... Who did it? Oh no, that's Mammal. Lake says skilling sigils to return. I think skilling sigils would be fine. Next year, just copy what Foe did this year. Right, what did Foe do this year? What did Foe do? Bloons Tower Defense 6 All-Stars? No, I am retired, mate. Yeah. Your start was very nice. Yeah, we had so many strategies and we were testing so much stuff. And then I came up with this strategy, which we put on the shelf like 24 hours before, or less than 20, like 12 hours before we tested our finalized strat. And our finalized strat was so garbage. So garbage. That we changed to the strat that I put on the shelf, which was Firebolt. We looked at everything and we realized that if you have 4-tick Firebolt, which is like 6 minutes in, there is no counter. Bone crossbows lose. You can kill anyone in multi. Even if they have Protect from Mage, you kill them. There's no counter for the first bit. Rush Zombie Axes next year. Bro, the Zombie Axes was so nice. I think rushing a Zombie Axe with the Swashbuckler is actually really, really good. We have to do Guard of Tranquility again, man. Now that I tested DT1 Rush, would you do the same? No, Dino was the captain and he really wanted to do DT1 Rush. I always think DT1 Rush isn't that good. But with how well it worked, our only problem was money. If we had money, DT1 would have demolished everybody. Like, having Ice Burst, like, 4 hours in with the runes to infinitely cast it, or cast it so much to kill people, I think it is by far the best strategy. But it's the fact that we couldn't even cast the spell made it just fall off immediately. I would say, like, when we completed Desert Treasure, like, 3 hours in, we were by far the furthest ahead. I don't know what other teams were doing, but I think we were by far ahead. And then, again, we didn't have any money. How come there's no consideration for Corrupted Gauntlet? I think Corrupted Gauntlet and Crystal would get smoked in the finale, basically. Yeah, I think getting Flames of Zami is good, but then you have to charge it and you need a lot of money. So I feel like you have to work out how to get money, which I think is only two good ways, which is Agility Course Rush, which we thought of and didn't do, and then rushing Revenants, which is another thing we considered, but it was single revs. As for the multi-revs, we never really even considered them. But yeah, that's one thing that if I ever, or next All-Stars in 4 is simply going to ask the question, how can you make money early that's good? And I really want to say a good strategy would be get a glass cannon rush into the Wildy course, and then you would quest out some really powerful build very quick, and then all just go sit at the course and defend that one person, and literally burn 4 hours of your total team, like 1 hour each, while they print the big money. Or then you would do that, but do it less and get into Rev Cave if you had 500k of outs. Because the food, because I know the Rhinos did that. I worked that strat out when I saw them running around, but the Rhinos had like insane gear early. Like day 1 was demolished by the Rhinos and then they fell off. Zombie Pirates? We tested Zombie Pirates and it was just trash. It was so bad. You know, we even came down to the point of questing or doing the Wilderness Medium Diary for Pirates, because that makes it, like, way better. Because achievement diaries are not difficult to do, but we realized it was very trolling to do. There was a lot of shitty ones. I can't remember what the shit one was, but I think it was the Golden Helmet was the shit one or something. But check out Foe's first hour rush to the Catacomb Shades. Yeah, that was a really good strat. I'm surprised they didn't do it. I don't know what they did do, but I'm going to guess that it wasn't inferior to that strat. Nox Halley was much better than Fang this year. I disagree. I think Fang is better than Nox Halley for this finale. I think only one team did Nox Halley, and I think every single team agreed that Nox Halleys were inferior, but I don't know. There's a couple of 50s they hit, but I think the Fangs were better. It was, it's hard to say though, because again, there was no ramp armor. The Halleys were working. Yeah, the Halleys hit big every now and then, but you have to think of what the Fang also does, you know? The Fang was hitting very good as well. The thing with Nox Halley and Fang though is if you do get the freeze in DD and plant a siege, you can just stab them with the Halley, the Fang, and if they hit you with the Halley, they don't have a shield on. The Slayer rush was bait. Yeah, man, I was getting flamed by my team for not knowing that Wildy Slayer was the only way to get tier 5s. And then we found, like, everyone's complaining in the feedback as well, but my team still hate me for it. None of us knew that a tier 5 from Wildy Slayer was 1 in 10 on the tier 1. None of us knew. And there's so many people complaining about that. Mika especially, bro, mate. Mika's not coming back after this message, bro. Slurs and everything, mate. He's angry. He's angry. They should give everyone, like, 100k starter cash. Nah, I think like the whole rags to riches on day 1 is something that's always fun to follow. 100k starter cash, I guess you just buy like there's a lot of strats you could do with that, but I think just starting with the 10k from the stronghold into like alking the Iban staffs, alking the Zambi flame staffs, whatever the hell you want. Thoughts on stronger overheads like 60 or 70% of the finales? It's hard to say. I think if you want to do anything in the finale, give everyone the aggression sigil and nothing else. If you have overheads with like really high percentages, I think the fights at the lower end of the brackets could be 10 minutes long. You know, imagine fighting and it's like both players have bolted 100 times, 70 of 100, you know, and then roll some zeros. The fights could last so ridiculously long. If you added that, though, you could add aggression as well. Or maybe just add something that if you do that, and then you get the prayer wrong, it hits higher. You know, where the aggression sigil. Maybe there's a sigil in the game which isn't pious, which is like if you get hit. It is kind of pious, but you make pious, like, brutal. But there was a part, you know, I was fighting Torvesta in the final. I got like 6 prayers wrong in a row, unfortunately, and every single time he hit me like a 40 plus, and all my food was gone in like 2 seconds. Like, if there was a sigil there that makes him hit even harder, mate, I'd be on the bin in 5 hits. How was Kusama? Kusama was by far the best thing I went to, and if we went back, it's the only thing I'd go to again. You think Zoriel's is too strong? Yeah, I went Purging Staff this time, and I would happily do Purging Staff every time, because I connect so many quests that I'd want to do. But it did make me feel like there's no point in me casting Blood Barrage, because magic was really weak on the stage. The lack of Arims, and then everyone having like mage defense and stuff, did make magic quite bad. So I didn't actually do many Blood Barrages at all. I tried to just fang and bolt as much as possible, because I just felt it was way stronger. Didn't have enough leg room on the plane. Man, I was sat in 1C, bro. Mika healed 150. Yeah, but Mika did that by basically 10-tiling doobies who didn't have any weapon to hit him with. So if doobies has to hit Mika with magic and Mika hits back with magic and they're both praying mage, Mika never loses that fight. It's just scientifically impossible to lose. So he found that strat in the moment and played it. But yeah, that was the one fight, because I remember when that happened, we were there like, oh shit, Mika's very mage heavy, guys. But then we realized what he actually was doing. And we're like, oh, okay, maybe he's just brute forcing a win here. The general thinks he's a first row pick. I think if someone first picked the general, it does push a bit towards being a bad first pick. But he was in the chat a moment ago, and he says he could do a second pick. He never said that? No. Sorry, Sick Nerd. You know how the internet works, mate. No, I could see Sick Nerd being a second pick. Like, if you were between Sick Nerd and Mutz, I think you could argue it in either way. I think most people would pick Mutz, but then it goes to the next person. Who's the next person? If it's someone like... I can't give an example. Maybe Sick Nerd is considered better, you know? Because I think Sick Nerd, again, has played so much Deadman that even if a team fell behind, like, when Doobies was picked by Oda, I still think the pick's fine. But Doobies did well in the Brawlers because we were able to, like, get gear for everyone because we had the PVMers. Whereas Sick Nerd, if he was to fall behind on a team, I think he would be able to get himself back on his feet better than someone like Doobies might be able to do. Because he can do quests, PVM, all that shit. You want the Alfie torture chamber? So if Sick Nerd becomes a captain, because Sick Nerd was apparently going to be a captain in Season 2, and then he wasn't for a reason I can't remember him telling me, but he said if Sick Nerd ever becomes a captain now, he would build the Alfie torture chamber, bro. Be like, first pick Perp or something if Perp's not a captain. Second pick, like, I don't know. And then Nav Alfie. Did I prefer not being a captain? It's hard to say. Dino was extremely enjoyable to play under. But again, it can depend on where I was in a draft. Because the first time I built the Burger team, then the second time, obviously, I picked Port because I consider him the best all-arounder in the roster. If I was to be a captain and I went with a strong PKer, it would kind of flip it where Dino was the PKer, then it's me, and it flips it round. But no, I had a lot of fun in the roster. I do think I'm going to play roster again, unless Solo really wants me to be a captain. And then we'll see. Mika should be a captain. I could see Mika being a captain, but if you have to always look at captains on a roster, if you were to put the captains as West Ham, Dino, Oda Block, Perp, I think Perp should be a captain forever. And then someone else. And Mika, can Mika take that row? Or is he just automatic? I mean, I guess if you look at the row, you could say people were in each level, but it was like, most people saying Oda was the best. And then it was a toss-up between like West Ham, Dino, and recent all that shit. Mr. Curtis, how you doing? Good to see you had a safe flight home, unless you've been streaming on the plane crashing and sent it in. I mean, he did type VTH, which means maybe the plane just crashed last minute there, but we got it there, mate. F in the chat. Curtis is gone, bro. Gonna run a 3-minute ad out of respect for all his viewers, mate. Curtis, it was a pleasure to play with you, my friend. A pleasure, mate. Died? Rip in peace, mate. You know, rip in peace. Will me and Curtis ever play again is the question. Will we ever play again? It was a good time. They can have it, mate. The farmers are over, man. I'm gonna lie, mate. Fo dusted off, mate. Did I get a breakfast burrito? Did I? I think I did. I'm trying to remember where. Oh, I got it at Starbucks. Never mind. Yeah, I got a breakfast burrito at Starbucks. It was pretty shit. Boiling hot, though, so. I'm not really doing anything right now, by the way. I'm just kind of sat here. I will return to the hardcore on, I think, like, July 6th or something. And obviously, Blood Moon Rises comes out in a few days. So, yeah, I'm just kind of yapping about All-Stars, which is my plan. Have I seen the Alfie RuneScape clip? What, on me, by any chance? I've not seen it from his POV. But I was told, he told me that, like, he was gonna, like, die of fear or something. Framed trolled with Pip's second round pick. Hard to say. Because I honestly think Pip was a great pick there to, like, hold their team and the strats and stuff. But could he have got Pip on the way around? Because me and Dino did consider Pip as well. And we also didn't know if West Ham was going to pick Pip. So if, like, Framed picked Mika, and then I guess if West Ham picked Pip then, we would have actually had the exact same thing. Frame picks Mika after Lake. True. If Perp picked Alfie instead of Mammal, we would have had the chamber. Nah, Perp wanted to play with Mammal so bad, and apparently Mammal was very good on the stage, like very good. But yeah, the chamber was there. I mean, there's a clip of like when Mammal got picked and Alfie was legit celebrating because he would have been in the chamber. Oh man, he would have been in the chamber. Can someone explain the raw chicken with Framed? Yeah, our team got a scout on, I think it was Pip or Lake, killing the Wilderness Black Dragon, which is the highest chance to get a Visage that's realistic. And because of that, we just assumed that they had max everything already, and they were just finishing Visages off. So Dino went and scouted half the Black Dragons in the game, some of which are in the, I don't know, the Evil Chicken Lair. And he went in with 2 chickens, because you need a chicken to get in. And Framed had 3 chickens. So when Dino goes in with, I think, the first chicken, Framed leaves, already using one of his 3 and has 2 left. Then Dino follows out. Framed goes in using his second, having 1 left. Then Dino follows again using his second, having 0 left. Framed goes back out. Dino follows. Framed goes back in. And then Dino didn't have a chicken to follow. So it's basically 3 chickens versus 2 chickens. That was the chicken meme, so... Yeah, Dino found Sync first with 1 chicken, I think it was. Then Sync went down with the rope or something. I was surprised they were killing dragons there, though, because they're such bad, like, rates, but... What's your thoughts on Mercy Rule? For teams way behind, they get a private breach that do not drop PvP weapons, just supplies and totems. Thank you. Starting day 3. So... As someone that wasn't behind outside of day 1, most people have just said many times that if a team falls behind, it is just what it is. You know, you just have to try your best to rebuild. Now, EVscape had a few things to say about that being on a team that was behind that could be good. He basically said it was impossible to grind back because they'd do a mission, they'd get wiped at the mission, spend 5 hours regearing, go to the breach, get wiped again, spend 5 hours regearing, go to the mission, then get wiped again. Realistically, in my opinion, it's just a skip breach angle for that. But he just said that playing behind all week isn't enjoyable to do. But yeah, I think if you really, really fall behind, you just have to skip a breach, you know? You just have to skip a breach. Skip a mission, it sucks. But if you use that time to get back on your feet, hopefully you can get back to the next one. But yeah, apparently at the I think it was the Apatol breach, the West Ham Weasels wiped the Oda Warriors before the breach even started or something. And that was like the second last breach. I don't even want to know the pain of dying before anything even happened. What else was wrote here? Apparently Rakes had to do 60 hours of Wildy Slower or some shit. Wait, the Warriors showed up 45 minutes early and then died before it even started. Oh, that is... You see, like, that's just monitor out the window, bro. That's monitor out the window. Because we turned up early to the Varlamore breach, then just got wiped by the monsters straight away. But that's like 1,000 times worse. 6-strat that was, man. No, we didn't get a yellow card. It was fine. We honestly thought that stream hoppers there saved us. We really believed that every team read their chats, knew we were on single tiles, and were scared of getting single to multied. So they did not rush us when we were getting demolished by monsters. If any team didn't know about those singles tiles, they would have probably just bowled down on us when we were getting crumbled by monsters. So we actually think chat hoppers saved us there from losing all our bank keys and shit. Did anyone get carded? Yes. Rakesy is the only one that got carded, and it was for accidental collusion. And he didn't get any punishment because the person that he colluded with didn't really care, you know. It didn't change anything, so... Basically, somebody had a choice to give Rakesy a punishment, which was that he couldn't attend either a mission or a breach. And that's an Oda Warrior, bro, so... Oh, Mammal for dropping the tome? Mammal. Oh, Mammal picked his own punishment because he felt bad, though. Yeah, it's fine. You never got to meet me in Chicago to sign the Tay-Rock? I was around the... I know it's in the past now, but I went round the venue to the best of my ability when I wasn't fighting. But a lot of the times I was there for like 40 minutes, then I had to fight again. Reese had to let Oda log in. Oh, shit. What was that one again? Who was I talking to? Oh, yeah. Reese had Oda logged out and spammed him for 3 hours straight. And he did it for the KPP. And he made like $3,500 doing that, mate. So, yeah. Oh, bro. Because his whole chat was getting all the Zoggies flaming him, so his KPP went boom. Oh, man. He literally made like $2,000 an hour just clicking that spot, bro. Oh, man. Easy, bro. Easy for the rice, mate. Oh, man. Didn't Tolvesta reach out and make a call? Yeah, I think it was Tolvesta read a chat, which is a viewer saying, check this location, which is Edgeville Dungeon. Apparently, Oda was there. Oda logged out. Reese clicked the spot for hours, and then the Zoggies joined his chat and flamed him. And his viewer count went up from 1,000 to 20,000 or something. So he made like $5,000 just clicking that spot for a bit. $5,000, chat. All he had to do was what I'm doing in game right now with Odabot logged out. He made $5,000. You know, we had him logged out at the Wildy course, mate, and Sicknerd was frothing for us to click on his spot, mate, you know? Am I ever playing Dragon Wilds again? Yeah, the Umbral Sands came out. I'll be playing it with everyone on like the 13th of July or something. It's a while away, but... Thoughts on banning Barrows in the finale and allowing Lightbearer Sigil in the finale? I think there's only one thing I wouldn't mind seeing potentially bad in a finale, is a Ring of Suffering. I think it'd be fun to see what rings people would bring with the Suffering gone. You know, would it be worth grinding? Well, I guess Old Tools are definitely not worth, but... outside of that, no, I think the finals were fine. It's so good, mate. Mr. West Ham, how are we doing, sir? You know, West Ham, I heard a rumor that you VLS'd 4 zeros on Dino, you know? So I just want to ask you, Why didn't you VLS a 0 on me in All-Stars 2? Can I just ask? You know, used all his RNG on his VLS in All-Stars 2 on me, and then goes and zeros Dino 17 times in a row, bro, you know. Scam. Sad scam game, bro. There was 120 in there? Ah, okay, fine. Let's talk about it. Thoughts on Tho's leaked plan and counters? I don't know. Who gives a shit, bro? It'll be a new plan next time, innit? It's not going to work, mate, when everyone has all the quests unlocked. No sufferings, no vengeance. No, I think the Venge Trinket was awesome. I would like to see everyone get a Venge Trinket in the finale and maybe get 3 Vengeances. No blood money needed for it. That could be pretty fun. We see more KOs. Thoughts on not letting logouts be an escape? It's just GG and Deep Wildy, though, you know. Maybe if it was outside of the wilderness, you couldn't do it. But in the wildy, I think being able to log out is more than fun. You just get hit at the wildy course and the team's waiting, you're just dead. Teleblocked? I mean, if you run around with teleblocked, though, then I don't know. I was just happy West Ham wasn't running around with cape swaps, mate, you know. That shit's just the most scariest thing in Deadman mode is West Ham with a mage cape or the sigil of spellbook swapping or whatever. What was the thing behind not going for ACBs? So I didn't really think of ACBs at all. We didn't consider God Wars for anything because I just said we were going to try and get blood money by Dino PKing for 1 Zorials and hopefully get another. And we were going to have 3 purgings. So Staff of the Deads are off the table. As for the Armadillo crossbows versus Dragon crossbows, most of the quests for Purging Staff is Dragon Slayer 2. So you only have to spend like an extra 5 hours questing to get Dragon Slayer 2 done. And then you can just kill the Rune Dragons to get Dragon crossbows, which are only a bit worse than Armadillo. The time to do Armadillo would maybe be more fun, but you'd have to have your whole team in the room, and I think on rate it'd be 15 hours to get all 5 ACBs per player, which is 75 hours in total of your team. Dragon crossbows, if someone's already doing purging, it's 5 hours on one person just to get Dragon Slayer 2 done, and then I think on rate to get all the dragon limbs is like 14 hours. So it's 19 hours extra on one player rather than 75 hours over the whole team. But yeah. Why we called the ref ham weasels? Hey, man, I ain't gonna tell you, bro, you know. At the end of the day, mate, we got bumped by the refs like 9 times saying, like, you need to give this to the... But yeah, I think God Wars Dungeon... It's fun, but I don't think it's better than having one person just quest Rune Dragons. Especially if someone's doing Purging, because also that gives you Doom. So our team, we had 3 people doing Purging Staffs, which means that if we needed, we could have had 3 people doing Dragon Slayer 2 as well to finish off that. Yeah, did you see the ref ham weasels? Yeah, the ref ham weasels. We got a kill on skill specs and they contested it or some shit. So then somebody in the chat typed ref ham weasels and then we got it, man. Nah, see that Kiwi West Ham. Oh, by the way, West Ham, me and Jesse crushed a pack of Smash yesterday. Most crack addicted thing ever, man. It's insane. Oh, but West Ham, if you're a captain again, mate, make sure you first pick me, bro. And I'll play however you want, mate. And I'll be better than Greg. No one wanted to do the quest on the Oda Warriors. I mean, again, if the Oda Warriors, I don't know if they did any quests, but if you fall behind, questing, like, my theory again, I don't know if it's 100% true, but I like it. Questing early is better than questing late because the time taken to do the quest is like roughly the same. Well, let's see if we got stale again. If you have mid 60 stats compared to 99 everything. Bro, let's get this stale baguette. I've already got it, so we'll see. Questing early is definitely worth it if you don't want 39 kills by day one. Yeah, DT, I still think DT is, like, not the best idea, but if we had the, other stuff would have been good. Right, mystery box. Give me that baguette. Well, toss that in the bank then, mate. I wouldn't mind seeing how a, thing was. We slam with Zammy Flames. Yeah, I've always thought rushing DT isn't the best way to play. But if we actually did, like, it's obviously ifs. If we had the money for the runes, I do think we were by far the strongest at that point. And then our plan was to just go to the Wildy course with 5 and make money. To then burst 94 mage before the first breach. That was basically the strat we had. But then we had 0 money. And yeah, then it fell apart. But I personally am never a fan of rushing Desert Treasure. It's just that's what Dino wanted to do, and he's the captain, so we worked on it. I honestly really want to know how just flat training is for the first bit. Just flat train. No quests, no nothing. Just be perma-bolting crabs and shit and get like 80 range and 80 mage before the first breach. 0 quests. $75 hours for ACB. Surely it's not 15 hours for a 1 in 84 drop. Yeah, but it's 3 hours for a 1 in 84, roughly, I think. And then you have to get 5 of them. Would love to see, mate. Maz would be last pick, bro. Come on, dude. Wait, Maz, did you beat bikers on the NHFC? I swear I missed that. Oh, the tracker has been mentioned, guys. The tracker has been mentioned. Oh, it wasn't. Oh, okay. Would you say you got all the gear you wanted before the week? Did we get all the gear we wanted? I think we wanted 5 treads. Other than that, yes, I think so. I think we got all of the gear that we wanted. Is there anything else we wanted? I mean, obviously having more VLSs and more Zorials would have been great, but it's hard to... The thing is, like, I'm very happy that the Weasels got a VLS from the breach at the end. Because it's like, if you look at how many PvP weapons dropped, every single one could have been a VLS. But only 1 VLS came into the game from a breach. They're so rare. It makes me worried, like, what happens if, like, loads of VLSs come in. Abdullah in All-Stars? Yeah, first pick by Reese. Did you see Foe had the Weasels training on otherworldly beings in the beginning since they have -2 flat armor? So why would they do the otherworldly beings but not those shades that the video just did it? West Ham saying if I'm in his team and bring a freeway. Hey man, I didn't know if I was going to shake on the stage, you know. My inventory got spangled anyway with like 5 switches in them. I did have a DFS though. The DFS gives me an excuse not to bring a malediction, and we had it really early. Crystal Shield though, like I would love to have malediction for that. Barraging on a Crystal Shield is pain, but barraging with a DFS, you know, fine, you know, I'm all good. Do you think skill specs having the VLS was the right move? I think so. We did similar on our team last time. We put the VLS on port because we thought anyone in the 3rd row is going to get less prey melees, and VLS can snowball so hard, giving the later people way easier finds. VLS at the top end, you can just spec on prey melee a lot. So putting the VLS there, we thought was better. Oh, putting VLS, but not 3 brews. Wait, they didn't give him 3 brews? He had the 2. Did they afford one or just give it to somebody else? You know, VLSs are like so ridiculously strong. Mr. Switch, hello, mate. Perp and Skidler had 3. Would you put a VLS on Sick Nerd over yourself in 61M? We had 1 VLS, Dino wanted it. If we had a second VLS, I think I would have been very happy to put it down to whoever wanted it. I think if you had 2 VLSs on a team and you put it on like your top member who really wants it, and then you put it literally on like your 4th row or something, you know, imagine like 61M with the VLS, like how hard it would be for him to be like how good he would have done. You know, I was more than happy to have a Void Waker. That was the best spec weapon I've ever had in a finale. Season 1, I don't think I had a spec weapon. Season 2, I had Fang spec, so I actually had a Void Waker. Yeah, when I searched Greg, I don't think I spec'd him off prayer like 5% at the time. But that's why, like, when we had the team, the Brawlers, we made a decision, me, who was fighting last, with the VLS, is not going to be better than someone below me having it, based on the prey melees. If I had to fight Oda Block, Torvesta, West Ham, you know, I'm probably specking prey melee most of the time. So then we decided to put it down, and then we had Port Khazard with like a DFS camp and a VLS in the middle bracket. Can you watch some of the fights you commentate over? I don't really want to re-commentate over Ian's commentary because he did so well with it all. I did some commentary at that NHFC thing, but again, apparently I couldn't work out who the hell who was because they kept flipping it back and forth. All they had to do was tell me who was the first guy, and every single time they're like, right, Oda's this guy, and then this guy's like, okay, great, okay, commentate. Then they come back and be like, no, it's wrong, all the way around. So I'm like, okay, really confused now. Then they come back and be like, never mind, I was right the first time. And then I'm like, what? I was so confused, bro. At the Brews, I was going off the names. And then they kept telling me it all. I was just getting so confused. The crowd screaming old boaty with cinema. Hey, imagine I just went out there and just died, bro. My only goal was to just, like, with our whole team every time was simply saying, our only goal, don't get KO'd. You know, just eat all the food in the inventory. Just chomp it. As long as you die with no food, you're good. Do you think it'll ever be a finale where you get to pick your fight order? No, I think if you look at All-Stars 1, 2, and 3, everyone would probably say the best finales are where the brackets go up, because each fight is kind of fair, you know? Because in Season 1, I don't remember who I fought, but I had to fight, like, a few people in a row that were basically the lower picks of the team. And I think when you do it in the order of the picks backwards or whatever, the reverse pick order, you get to watch similar skill sets all the way up. But then also, if you put the captains like kind of first, you'd have the worst fights at the end, and it'd be a bit. I think it's perfect. I think it's perfect. To be fair, if it was West Ham versus 1v3 burgers, that'd be pretty hype. I'd actually watch that. But yeah, I think again, as long as it goes like the reverse order, again, if someone's better at PvP and have that spot. What do you think about the captains choosing the fight order? That was Season 1 of All Stars. Every captain chose their orders based on what they wanted to do, and no team knew the order. It was all randomized, and then you fought it. I would say the only way that should ever return is if your captains end up not being, like, the best PKers. If you have your PK, like, the captains are all very, very strong PKers, then I think reverse draft is the best way to do it, because it just works so well. Competitors' gear not being shared before the finale. Hey, man, I'm the type of person where I don't even want the competitors to watch the videos. I would rather not know what anyone's doing as fact and only go on speculation or scouting and then turn up to the finale and have a team of 5 Elijahs, you know, rather than know they got an Ellie on day 2 because there's a highlight video, you know. I don't watch the highlight videos, though, but the team kind of does, and it just gives you a bit of info, But yeah, I didn't watch any of the highlight videos. Nobody knew that Kevin Framed had 3 Void Wakers day 3. They had 3 on day 3? What the hell? They didn't PK. They didn't PK because their depot box must have been full. Or it was full. That's why they weren't doing shit. That's why they were killing black dragons. You know, imagine they turn up to the final with 5 DFSs, 5 treads, 5 Void Wakers. Giga Giant treads. They had 0 treads. They had 0 treads. And they had, like, I think it was 8 eyes they said they had. It was either 7 or 8 eyes they had. And then they had 5 cloths and 0 treads. If the Frame Friends won using their strat where they just avoided the breaches and did PVM, do you think Blood Money buffed? I mean, it's a fair strategy if you want to play for a win. If you can get your prayer scrolls out the way from breaches, then just PVM for finale gear. Like, imagine you had a team of people that were, like, really good at PvP and PVM, and they turned up to the finale in the most disgusting gear possible by avoiding breaches and missions, you know? At the end of the day, the amount of time you would lose for the entire team just doing breaches and missions is a lot. It adds up. But it's, you have to look at playing an All-Stars that way. Is it boring or not? Because it's always a strategy out there to skip the breaches and missions, let every other team have the fun and play for the finale. But then if you win, you know, no one's really, you know, everyone will be there like, yeah, they won, but it's a pretty shitty way or some shit. We won, so best decisions made. I mean, we had a very good team. I still would say that we had great rogue people and all that, and then our gear was also very good. We had like a little combination of everything. Oh, the PvP weapons are too powerful. I mean, honestly, how much better is Azorials than a Purging Staff, though? It's better on the Blood Barrage, but Mage was garbage on the stage. You have no spec bar. Because if you turn up to the finale and you had 5 Fangs, 5 DFS Camp, 5 real Void Wakers, and you're against a team that has like a couple of VLSs, I still think it could be way better. But I just think it's a bit of a boring way to actually play the game. It's playing for a win. And if you play for the win, the only sad thing is if you play that way, if you genuinely PVM the whole time, skipped your breaches, skipped your missions and all that shit, and then you had the best gear by far and still lost the whole thing, it'd be like, you look back at your week and be like, okay, that's a waste of time. Well, you'd have fun, but... Mika went hard with it. Mika went hard with it in one fight, though, because he worked out that No Monkey didn't have a 10-tile weapon and just 10-tiled him with Barrage and killed him. It was a technical win. Outside of that, I don't know. I'm guessing anyone that had a Zoros, because I didn't Blood Barrage much in the final, because I just felt it wasn't good with the purging. If the Frame Friends won using their strat where they avoid all the breaches and did PVM, do I think Blood Money would be buffed? I want to say Blood Money was close to perfect. I think it was really well balanced. I don't know. I think the blood money was more than fine. Absolutely more than fine. The singles kills later. Yeah, I mean, it makes me wonder if it's better just to grind the first few days, get insane gear, and then go PKing in singles or something. Although, again, I'm not sure how much blood money in singles was near the start. What in the hell? This guy, bro. Beast. Was he doing a clue or something? No, I don't even know. Do you think they'll do another event in Chicago or one and done? As far as I'm aware, the stream broke all the records. I don't know if Jagex got, or I don't know how well it was on the game on the back end. Personally, I'm just going to say yes, because it was a massive success. So I could definitely see it happening. Would it be in Chicago again? I don't know. But I would personally take a guess. I don't know, by the way. I would say that every All-Stars forever will have a finale in-game, or on stage, sorry, very similar to what it was. And then again, if it's just as successful, maybe less successful, even better. Like, for all we know, everyone wants to go there and it sells out immediately next time. Do you think a ton of money was made by everyone? No, I think if I had to guess, Jagex, the company, probably lost money, but obviously marketing and all that shit. As for the creators doing content, most people actually earned less this All-Stars due to the UAV stream basically taking the bulk of the viewers. So the people that earned the most, or the least, sorry, like some of the people that were lower on the picks, their viewer counts were down 80%. So they would have earned more money realistically, not even playing. So that's one of the feedback things that we had. Like, what was it? Okay, I was talking to Perp about it. It was me, Perp, and Eli. It's like we're creating a union or something, which is to make sure that some of the creators like get paid a decent amount. You know, if like someone like me, I think it's me, Dino, Gnome, Solo, Perp. Foe is an example of someone who earned less, basically. But then if you go all the way down to some of the people at the bottom, like they had 90% viewers less because no one was really watching their POVs because they were all watching the UAV. So it has to be, if you play All-Stars, which is a great opportunity, it is like everyone will earn decent money or something. That's obviously like there, but nothing confirmed. That's why we're mainly talking about if the event, because it had so many like viewers, try and get sponsors and the sponsor revenue gets split. Because if it was like, if you're one of the smaller streamers as well, and your normal income for the time you'd play, if you did it, would be $3,000, but you only earned like 300 or something. Yeah, pretty bad. Here's my little trophy thing, guys. My little trophy. Today's stream is sponsored by Chipotle. No, I mean, like, the whole Deadman is sponsored by like a few different things, you know? And then let's say that sponsor income is $500,000 and there's 30 competitors. It gets either split evenly between them all or splits in a way where, I don't know, the smaller creators get a bit more or something, so everyone gets whatever. Solar Mission called me poor. Nah, yeah, we know about that. You know, the NVIDIA stocks, mate, you know. But yeah, that's kind of what it is. It's, I don't know if the word union is there, but a lot of the big creators, or well, there's not a lot of us. There's like 7 or 8 of us that I think we earned more, you know. At the end of the day, you can look at it in 2 ways. Everyone as a creator normally earns more doing Deadman All-Stars than they would normally. But now that the UAV stream came and Solar Mission kind of like monopolized streaming, a lot of people, myself is not one of them, now earned less because of it. And that's basically what some people are a bit, not upset about, but it's like, if you play an All-Stars and you earn 10% of your income, if it's your career, that might not even cover the bills and stuff, you know? So it's kind of about making sure that everybody is doing well financially and not taking a massive hit on streaming to actually play All-Stars. Because if you couldn't really afford the bills from it, do you have to decline your invite to All-Star, stream your normal content, and earn maybe 80% of your income rather than 20 or something? But yeah, that's one thing out there, because there's a lot. If you go look at the whole roster and then go look at the viewer counts, a lot of people would be a 200 Andy or a 300 Andy, and then during All Stars they were a 30 Andy or a 40 Andy, which means their income has just dropped off 90% immediately. They get no viewers streaming normal content. I disagree. I think if someone was a 300 Andy normally, then dropped to a 30, if they streamed their normal content, well, you guys would know better because I never opened the directory. What were people's viewer counts like? I'm guessing they were lower, but was anyone streaming okay-ish outside of the server being down to their normal ones? Sync was lower than 100. Well, Sync was playing the game though. He was in Deadman. But yeah, that's where it came from. So a lot of people playing were just like, their like IRL income with streaming being their career and shit was very low for the experience. So that's why one of the main things is trying to work out how those people can make sure they can secure some income, so to make sure they can actually accept entering a Deadman All-Stars and be very comfortable on paying a bill or anything like that. Pip's team had 1K total viewers in the bin, mate. In the bin. But that's kind of what I mean, you know, like, well, the normal viewer counts would probably be way higher. Everyone's viewer counts were down. It's not the U of A cannibalizing the viewers. No, yeah, I mean, I was saying this before, that a lot of people basically knew how much some people earn from competing because of how much Reese earned, as KPP just got introduced to Kick when All-Stars 2 happened. I was contracted still. But then Reese's income got leaked. So everyone's like, oh my god, I'm going to stream because I want to get a bit of the pie. But what they didn't realize is this All-Stars was different because of the planned downtime. You're not on Oda's team. Everyone's live at the same time. The saturation of that, there was no one that was going to be earning like a crazy amount, like that and all that stuff. Just gonna mind this guy, man. Yeah, basically, play All-Stars. If you don't get on Oda's team, just drop out. You know, keep dropping out until you're on Oda's team. Reese had 10K with O, but wants 2K on his own. Exactly. So, again, the market saturation, but last time, if Reese had 10K with O, he's earning 5 times more than if he had 2K by himself. Thoughts on longer breaks each day, but uncapped hours? That's, again, like, most of what I'm doing today is just talk about the feedback the creators have fired in, but that's one thing, is basically everybody wants to make sure all the creators can comfortably accept playing an All-Stars, because it's obviously pretty prestigious to be invited. But if you're there worried about accepting your invite because you think you're not going to earn anywhere near as much to pay bills and shit, you might have to consider not, and that would suck. As for the downtime, yeah, people are talking about the server being down 8 or 9 hours a day and then on for 15 or 16 hours a day, and then they do that for 8 days, and it basically creates 120 hours. Or add an extra day as well, and you can go to 140 hours to get more shit done. Any comment on the shocking retirement of Odablock? He's not retired. He's just taking a break. He will be back, I believe, before All-Stars 4. Do not worry. Do not worry. Bowie, who was the biggest flop, in your opinion? Are we talking... In the week, I think Torvesta, I have to say it. As for on stage, apparently Sync or Coxie... No, Coxie apparently died in his first fight, then did really well. But I'd say Nesty did really bad in the week, and then he did really good on the stage. And then outside of that on the stage, I don't know. Is it Sync? Sync only had 2 fights though, so. Eevee was the flop? Yeah, maybe Eevee Skate was the flop, bro. Apparently it was 0-3 or something, mate. Oh no. Is Eevee Skate actually the answer, bro? Oh no. Eevee is gone. Eevee just cared about the click farming. Oh man, man. Eevee made some big money, bro. Being on the O's team. Oh man. Eevee kicked foe 4 times in his fight. Yeah, what is this? Apparently Eevee kicked foe in the fight and then lost to a blood barrage or something? Oh, he ran out of javelins. Oh no. Doobie was dreadful. I mean, the thing is, man, you know, like, would the Doobie be low pick now or something? Do you think if 61M was in Doobie's place, he would have performed just as bad? I mean, yeah, if you flipped 61M into Doobies and put them on the same thing, you know, you could argue it could be the same. It was just mainly the team falling behind, and then do the players know how to get ahead, really? Because we just gave 61M a zombie axe and some swashbuckling and bot wildy bosses. Got us a Void Waker on day 2. The General's first row season 4. Hey, man, he's going to get first picked by Perp, and then the next 2 picks is going to be like Eevee-scape and Alfie, mate, and the chamber begins. Oh my god. Should do a mock draft. I mean, the only mock draft really is you just go to Oda and you put 61M where Doobies was, and then put Mika in where No Monkey was, and no one would complain. That's 2 great picks. Like, I always think 6th pick is honestly always very good. Just if you troll it, it's very bad. But the best way to do a draft is don't speculate what you think is going to be, like, insane. Just go with, like, what is going to just be solid, you know? And then another way you can look at it is, if you're picking someone, do they have a chance on their row? And if they don't, then it might be about me clip farming Oda's draft. I swear, is there actually a clip out there of me just saying that Oda's going to be like the Torvesta Titans and it's going to be like trash or some shit? And then I got flamed to oblivion or something, and then it just came true, and it's like, oh. Oh no. Wait, has anyone got that? We'll read a comment, bro. There's got to be a comment saying, nah, I know nothing, mate, or some shit. Got to be out there. Do you think Port Kazard will be back for next year? It depends. If he's not ready for the stage work next year, then no. If he goes to RuneFest, meets people, and maybe that boosts the confidence and he wants to get out there, then maybe. It would be good to see Port competing. Or a Reddit post. Boaty predicted everything that is happening to the Book Warriors. Oh, no. Oh, God. No, is it what is the actual clip? Is there a YouTube one? I want to read the comments. There's got to be a comment, right, that basically saying that I'm a moron that's like 3 weeks ago. Has anyone said they wanted to sit out? See, like, I remember when I played was it season 1 or 2, and I'm there, like, I kind of want to sit out in All-Stars to watch it. But I honestly think it's something you could regret. If you're like, if you create or anything, you get offered it and you just decline it, I think you could just regret it. Big time. You guys made Omar quit. He's quit, bro. He's gone. YouTube, sure, okay. No, not Boaty was right. I need the original clip because it'll be dated with all the comments that were, as I said it, saying that I'm a moron. What do you think of adding 1 to 2 more teams to All Stars? I think it's too chaotic. I think currently 6 lots of 5 is perfect. A boaty casting angle. Casting is like, as far as I'm aware, the casting was more than fine. And I guess solo, I don't think solo would ever play again. I think he will forever cast it. And I think Ian's the same. So I don't think there's like any interest in it being casted elsewhere. As for casting only a finale, I could cast every fight that's not me competing, but it would be very complicated to do. I don't think it's needed. I mean, this one, right? Alright. Full All-Stars draft. Hey! Here we go, chat. Here we go. Here we go. The Sick Nerd glaze is crazy. Just remember Sick Nerd losing to No Monkey, blah, blah, blah. Sick Nerd was certified last row. Rest are all cozy. I don't know. Calling Sick Nerd remotely close to Oda in any regard. I mean, the delusion is the fact that someone thinks that someone said that, bro, you know? Yes, 61 hour perform, my boy. West Ham got everything. Evie's game super under. Oh, this is so good. Oh, man. Yeah. Take Oda or West Ham's team in rags. Ever in your team, it's not close. Go on, then, mate. Oda's team was in rags, my bro. How did they do, mate? Dead last. Yep, moron. Sick Nerd's gonna crumble on stage. This is good. This is too much to read. I can't be bothered. Oda made Sick Nerd look good, so you just pick him. True, that's fine. You're doubting Oda team. I think they'll surprise everyone. I wish they did. The disrespect on C Engineer. I think he did alright, but I think Mammal did better, you know. You don't PVM. Oda's team's banking on all this. Too much to read. Sick Nerd is much of a gamble as Gnome was. Nope. On stage, maybe. Yeah, that's true. Hey! Oh, wait, read the big one. A lot of people are 100% missing the math here. This will literally come down to 1v1s. Eevee and Rakesy will demolish their rows. That's Warriors, but yeah, Warriors. The limited food sources for them attacking the next row is absolutely going to trickle down to the very captain of the team and play a huge factor in this. From my POV, there's no way Oda will have to kill 2 people. I'd say worst case 1v1 or 25% left over at the fin. I mean, the last part I want to say is correct. He killed Skidler and almost Perp, or was it not close? And then the other fight, I don't know. Oda team has better PVM than Dino's team. They had No Monkey and Eviescape versus me, Sick Nerd, Curtis, and Dino can do TOA, and that's about it. Well, yeah. Oda beats Bodhi's team in 3 rows. How do you mess up with the first pick? Okay, that's fine. Oda was yeah, I don't know why you picked the Mika, bro. So on. The 4th row is what's going to cost you. Picking Sick Nerd over Elliot, Sync, or Rakesy is going to hurt. Looking forward to the event. I mean, why is Sync in there, bro? Not be the victim, mate. We considered victim. We put victim above Rakesy. It was close again. We had a big list of people right now. Sync was a gamble pick analysis. Bodhi's team is 3 PVMers. They ain't killing anyone. Stop sleeping on Oda's team there. Bodhi only has 2 good players on his team. Him and Dino taking Sick Nerd over Sync's diabolical. See, this is the thing, right? I always say, like, when we did me and Dino did all our research, we know or knew how good everyone was. Now, we were donated 61M. We should have never had 61M. When we got 61M back-to-back Sick Nerd, we knew we had a very, very good team. It's just a lot of people that I'm guessing watch Oda Block and only Oda Block don't know other people. They will see Sick Nerd dying to No Monkey in Gillinor Games 15 months ago. And that's it. You know, they don't see the last Dead Man where Sick Nerd just PK'd and shit, but that's fine. Oda's cooked this season. What a team. This seems more negative. Let's read replies, actually. I think this is just generally the same guy. I don't know, mate. West Ham, Dino, Oda, Reese, framed Perp. The burger pick. What's the burger one? Burger pick came on the name Bertie Burgers, a couple of them, man. Troll pick, you know. Sick Nerd was this. It's crazy how many noobs think 61M is good at the game. He doesn't know game mechanics as solidly as others. I killed him so many times. Well, where's your invite, Mr. Phenom Gaming 3245? Yeah. Right. Oda's team getting clapped so hard. Bodhi saying last pick is better than first is crazy. I don't think I've ever said last is better than first. I've just always said that everyone thinks last is game over. You've lost. It's not. You just have to pick correctly. Oh, we have a big one. All right. Michael Wilder. Here we go, brothers. This one's big. This is big. Can you all see it? Right. Funny how Boaty leaves out all kinds of actual details when talking about any Oda fight. Sick Nerd winning 2 out of 10, not 5 total fights, isn't good at all, especially, again, details. Oda purposely going easy and not even bothering to finish off his food, which was done on most of his auditions, with everyone except when he went off to do an actual fight with Audio. Not to mention the dino glazing any and every time he talks about him and Oda. People make gay jokes about Dino, blah, 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 blah. Dino has never been Oda without bosses helping him. Lol. Another horrible take from the closeted UK boy as usual. Oh, you're playing. Refuted all the points that were originally brought up by Bodhi. That's literally it. If you're too dumb to understand. I mean, the thing is, right. I don't know what points I genuinely said, because he might be right with some of this, but you can clearly tell he does not like Dino, so he already has a biased opinion. Most of my opinions are unbiased with what I go with, you know. That's why, like, when we locked in Sick Nerd, I was basically just saying that Sick Nerd, I know, is a good pick, and he's not going to be on a burger team this time. You know? And everyone's like, but it's an unbiased one. The biased one is Sick Nerd got backed up by No Monkey in the Gillinor games. He's going to shake like a leaf on the stage, you know? Although that one does have some information, I guess you can go. Yeah. Can I link that YouTube video? Yeah, I can. Boaty analyzes the full Deadman mode draft. I wonder how much I got right. If you want, I'm not watching the video, but I wonder how much I got right and how much I got wrong. Who shaked the most on stage? Bro, I'm happy it wasn't on the camera, mate. But before I killed Torvesta, in the very first fight, my left hand started like shaking uncontrollably like I had Parkinson's or something. It was so weird. So weird. Other than that, my right hand on the mouse was fine. It was just my left hand on the keyboard for some reason. And it was right before I killed him as well for some reason. He had like 10 HP and he was out, and my hand started shaking, but I don't know. So the call that Oda passing on foe is basically a full throw is 100% correct. Yeah, I think it'd be hard to say if they would have won the finale, but again, if they had a better strat, their team would have been way better, you know? At the end of the day, you give Oda a max set and he's running around Deadman and killing people. He might PK 4 max sets and just give it all down. And then obviously, Foe performed in the finale as well. Evie lost to Foe and he had Death Toss, so that says it all. Foe didn't lose a fight in the finale, though. He had 3 fights, though, because, again, the Weasels, they lose once, they got eliminated. That's why I think best of 3s have to be, though. If Foe was an Oda Warrior, we would have never gotten the 82. I mean, you change draft shrine in, like, slightly different ways, then not much might change, but yeah. It's funny how everyone called Foe the worst PvP and he went undefeated. Yeah, again, I think Foe is the worst PvPer in the roster. I think a lot of people would. On that stage, though, he went undefeated. He won all his fights, and that's all you can do. As long as you don't die with food in your inventory and win all your fights, that's all you got to do. And he did it perfectly. Didn't he also have the worst stats? Apparently he had like 86 defense, but I don't know. What happened to playing Weasels only in the finale? I can't remember what it was actually. Oh, I think I assumed it that we won all our fights because we didn't know like what. Oh no, that was it. We didn't know the draft at the time or anything. Unless, no, did we know the draft? Because the Blood Money locked in the order, but we didn't know who was fighting who or when. Or did we? I can't remember. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we were supposed to only really fight the Weasels in the final. Although that might have been to, like, win. Were you guys yapping at all during the finale fights? It was basically every time someone hit big, we'd be like, nice, good shit, you know? If anyone was camping a prayer, we were just there, like, do this. And then when Sick Nerd was fine, we were just going the general every time he hit big damage. Like, me, Dino, and Curtis were just going, and 61 every time he hit big damage, you're like, the general? And then if he hit big again, it was the general. It was so good. And then it was the same with Dino. Every time Dino was hitting big, we're going the dinosaur. Oh, mate, it was so good. Other than that, that was it. I don't remember much else. It was mainly just like, if you hit big, the team was like, nice, you know? I think it was good. It was good. I hope this recording of the comms. Oh, mate. You know, I mean, Sickner dropped some slurs in there, bro, you know? I think he was trying to kill Victim or something. Couldn't kill him. You really enjoyed how happy I looked for 61M? Yeah, I wanted 61M to win that. Because when the MVP award was there, I kind of wanted 61M to win. But I knew Sicknerd was going to win it because there's no way anyone did more damage than Sicknerd. He was like average like 600 every fight or some shit. But then when he won the other award, I was happy. Hope to see me on Perp's team next time around. Hey, man, I would love to play under Perp. It'd be very hard for Perp to recreate. I mean, the thing is, would Perp's the type of person to just recreate the exact same team? Let me click on this Boaty Shorts channel, see if there's any more like predictions or anything. Shorts. My streaming schedule for the next week. Wait, that's a new short. Why is there a clip? Nobody hates Oda Block, but 96,000 views. Oh man, Boaty can't stop flaming Oda Block. 59k. Where am I? I'm scrolling down. The first pipe has been thrown. Trying to find Jeff. Okay. All right, let's read. The Boaty couldn't believe his eyes after Oda Block chose EVscape. 41,000 viewers. Let me see the comments, bro. Do we have a good comment? Oh, top comment. Aged like... Oh, everyone's already come here, bro. Okay, all these top comments have buried all the other ones, so... Yeah, these ones aren't as good. This one's like aged like fine wine and shit, so... Celebrate my 10-year mod anniversary. 120 years of being 120 months, sorry, of being a mod. I'm actually gonna do something about Bankstand. No, I'm not even live for that long today. I have like loads of shit I need to do before I go to bed. I'm just yapping about All Stars and shit. Yeah, the thing is, like, this is how you do it. You just have to flame Oda, you know? Like, me and Oda, we had many good conversations at All Stars, but if you flame him online, people think that I hate him and there's drama. And they prefer Oda, so then they automatically hate me. And you get good comments. That's all it is, bro, you know? At the end of the day, Oda's like 20 times the size of the second biggest RuneScape crate, you know? So it's a lot of money. I wonder what the revenue's like on a, you know, one good viral. Is the Ginger Beardy hate real though? No, the Ginger Beardy hate's not real. There's no hate ever, bro. Yeah, Ginger Beardy and All Stars, honestly, bro. Ginger Beardy's the type of guy to not even hit the 120 out of cap and legit like just die in a flax field or some shit. It's fine. Yo, Elliot, how you doing, bro? Good to see you, mate. Pleasure to spend time with you. As always, you know, maybe All Stars 4, I get to play with Elliot, mate. Like, that's the thing. When I meet so many people, I played with Dino, I played with Sicknerd, I played with Curtis, and I played with 61M. But then next time, I might have a completely different team, you know, and I don't know who it's going to be. Eliop look massive. Eliop is 6'6". I think he's the tallest streamer in the RuneScape community. Then I think it's like No Monkey and Sicknerd, like 6'2", 6'3", or some shit. Need you on a team with the Ziggy? Hey, man, if the Big O is a captain and he gets first pick or something and launches the boat on the team, Oda can tell me whatever the hell he wants, mate. I'll do it. Except Zami God Wars. I don't want to do that. I don't have... Wait, hold on. Can I get my Instagram up on the PC? Why the hell have I... Instant specialty coffee. What's this? Instagram. I don't know if I can get my own Instagram up without logging in. But they've just posted a post and there's a picture of me and Oda. And I'm stood on a little stool next to him. But the picture genuinely just does not look edited. Wait, where is it? Oh, is this on? Yeah, I can't actually see it, annoyingly, but... Yeah, it's somewhere on my Instagram, but it's like the 7th pick in the thing. It's me and, Wait, let me see if I can do it. Okay. What the hell is this? This is different. That's not the right one, that one. What are you doing with the prize pool? There wasn't a prize pool or anything. We won this cool medal. And Sick Nerd and 61 have 2 of these medals. It doesn't even say winner on it, though. That's the only slight sad thing I think about these medals, is it doesn't actually say, like, for Sick Nerd, like, winner, and then these other ones say, like, MVP and all that. That'd have been cool. And then Dino took the trophy home. I think we all get a banner. Oh, the winner's a gold one. Wait, other people got them? I don't even know. Yeah, so this is a picture of me and the Big O, bro. But in this image, like, I'm stood on this tiny little stool. But it just, this image, it's not edited. It's me stood on a stool. But it looks real. I can't explain why, but it just looks real. But yeah, I'm stood on this tiny little stool, though, you know. Oh, bro. Unless it is edited and Jesse lied to me, but I'm pretty sure it's just an organic photo, so I don't know. I'm a unit, all belly fat, bro. You saw me on the stage. Dad bod was out, mate. All that deep dish pizza. Don't worry about it. Oh, I think it was Sick Nerd described to as hench. Well, the thing is, like, I went pretty religiously to the gym like 5 years ago before my skin condition, and then I fell off. So I'm in the bulk right now. I'm in the bulk, so yeah. Jesse's hench, you know, not me. You know, I'm just dad bod as well. How many calories I eat a day? I don't even know. Mr. Gimtree, how you doing? Mr. Prime. Bulking since the Cafune promo. I don't know. Because again, I'm in Spain this weekend for Jesse's dad's 60th. That's gonna be like bad diet and shit. But then when I get back, I do have a few things, but I will be able to get the diet under control and all that shit for a bit. Pre-RuneFest anyway. And there's just a couple of things, but it's fine. The fancy dinners. I mean, I ate like it's hard to explain, but I ate a third of a Pequod's pizza, and that pizza was ridiculous. It was massive, and I ate like a third of it in one go. You aren't going to play Blood Moon Rising release? I get back on the 29th, so I'll be live again on the 29th. I'll probably play the hardcore a bit, and then the 30th is Blood Moon Rises. I then stream that for a few days. Then my brother is in Manchester, and with my nephew that I've not seen for 4 years, or since his christening. So I'm going to lose 2 days there, maybe 2 half days. And then when I get back from that, I Blood Moon Rises till I'm burnt, if I'm not done already, and then I'm on the hardcore, and I can finally switch the scythe. Did I only have Pequods? I had Pequods twice, because I heard it's just by far the best. I didn't really rate it that high. The first one was really good, but I had loads of toppings. The second one was eh. And then I had a Vito and Nick's Tavern style that... I want to say the first Pequods had more flavor. The Vito and Nick's was just easier to eat. And then the third Pequods was pretty bad. So if I do go back to Chicago, because again, I didn't rate the food scene because Chicago as highly as I thought it was going to be. If I do go back, I am actually going to send like some of the chains. I'm going to do the Lumalnatis. I'm going to do the Giordano's for pizza. I need to do the Portillo's because I didn't do it. Al's Italian beef. I don't know when I'll be back in Chicago, but we'll see. Deep dish was mid. Tavern style was good. Yeah, tavern style would be what I lean towards, but I wouldn't say it was like a 100 to 0, you know? Because at the end of the day, I did actually order deep dish twice. Next All-Stars should be in Miami. I'll be honest, I don't mind. If it's in America, I mean, assuming I'm competing, even if I don't compete, I would go, but I'm pretty sure I will compete. I'd like it to be, I mean, I'd love it to be back in the same, like, venue, but other than that, I'd go anywhere, you know? It gives me a trip to America that I get to enjoy. How long will you wait before doing Blooming Rise on the hardcore? I'll be doing it on the main because I think it unlocks the maggot boss or whatever it is, the maggot king. So I'll be farming that on the main for a bit to make some money. I want that. But then when I get back, I need to write a script for my next video of how I'm going to plan it, but I could do it like immediately if it's worth it. Something on stage at RuneFest. The only thing I want on stage at RuneFest is 2 Gielinor games, right? One on day 1, one on day 2. 5 people, 4 challenges, or maybe 5 challenges, maybe 6 if you bested 3 at the end. And then just if you lose the challenge, you just walk off the stage. Then another challenge, but there's 4 people left. And then if you lose, you walk off the stage. And another challenge, lose, walk off the stage. 2 people are left, best of 3 or something. And it's just really short challenges to keep it within an hour or something. Do you have any takes or solutions on some streamers feeling demotivated from All-Stars because they lost viewers to the mainstream? No, like, from my point of view, when I realized what solo... Because I never opened the directory. I don't know what viewers I had. I only found this out later, you know? I was talking to Per Pinelli up. But I was, like, so happy for Solo Mission and his success because it's his event. But for me, I earn a bigger paycheck playing All-Stars in my position... And I'm very happy that he can go monopolize streaming and all that shit, because I still will earn more by playing. But that in previous All-Stars 1 and 2, I think every competitor will be the same. But this time around, because of the UAV, over half the competitors had way less viewers. So they earned less playing All-Stars. So it's something that's been put in the chat. Everyone that's competed is basically behind it. And the bottom line rule is there be some kind of appearance fee or something given to the creators so that they will automatically earn ideally more than they would already earn. So it'd be like if you were to play on stage, you get a $3,000 appearance fee, all your flights paid for and all that shit. And then depending on how much you earn as a creator, if you're on the smaller side, obviously it's like a 10-day long of streaming, that might be way more for everybody. Fo said Solo made over 300k. Bro, at the end of the day, you could do the math if you want. If you stream on Kick, you get $100 per 1,000 viewers per hour. You can do the rough math. I went up to him, bro, and I was like, yo, mate, how's that $500,000, dude? He's like, it's 2 mil, actually. I was like, okay. But other than that, no, Solo actually sent a DM to everyone saying he was going to pay out of his pocket because the stream went so well. Like a little bonus and all that shit, which he did not have to do that, but he did that. And that's before people mentioned anything about the earnings. So he already made a step in the correct direction before it even became knowledge from everybody or something like that. But yeah, no, there's not many people happier than me for Solo to actually back that success from the event he created for us all. That's pretty insane, man. Absolutely insane. Imagine you earned less money, had to get a 20-hour flight to America just to get backed up by Fo on stage and you were a warrior. I mean, at the end of the day, wait, so the Frame Friends had Alfie. Wait, no, I don't know if they fought the Warriors. Can't you split the UAV income between everyone? It's hard to say, you know. We don't know if the next time would be even better. But obviously, the main thing is Solo, when streaming, had zero idea what to expect. And obviously, you can't just create an event and be like, oh, I'm going to make $5 million from this event. You know, you realistically can't say something like that. So Solo might have had an expectation in mind, and I would say the stream completely blew it out the water. That's why he had no clue how good it was going to be. So then it's just a thing of like, yeah, if I don't know what the solution will be. I think the best solution is you just get sponsors of the entire event, 10 days long. They pay 50K each or something. Get 4 of them, 200 grand. Split that 200 grand between all 30 content creators inside of it. That means the smaller creators will be getting about $7,000 just to play, which would probably be more than they would get streaming. And then that's perfect. Obviously, that's easier said than done. But yeah, the other solution was that the UAV stream doesn't stream 24 hours of all of it. But I think from a viewer's perspective, it's just the best way to watch it. But another one was being said that the UAV stream only goes live like 2 hours after the world opens and ends 2 hours before the end, which gives a bit of whatever. But then every streamer kind of needs to fight to get live and then the whatever. So for me, I think the UAV stream should stay. I didn't see it, by the way. I just heard it's insane. And then, yeah, every creator gets a minimum wage payment or something just to play, you know. Or an appearance fee. Done. All it's needed. You know, if Jagex literally messaged every creator and was like, right, your appearance fee is $3,000 to go, is that enough for most people? It quite possibly is. Minimum wage, it's just something, you know. You have to realize if you're a creator, you might be living paycheck to paycheck. You get Deadman All-Stars, you're like, oh shit, I'm buzzing now, this is going to be great. And then you get 90% income deduction because everyone's watching the UAV stream. But yeah, that'll be something that will take a long time to discuss, but I can 100% see next All-Stars there being some kind of appearance fee to compete on stage. Minimum. Or something else, and then that's all you need. Teams doing interesting stuff seemingly got better views now. I mean, it's more like if you're a 300 Andy before All-Stars, then play All-Stars because of the saturation of everyone being live at the same time, plus the UAV being the best way to watch, basically had them losing 90% income by playing All-Stars. If that then turns into people then decline All-Stars because it's just not good career-wise for them, you know, I think that'd be, if you had the option to play an All-Stars, you kind of have to decline it because of income is pain, you know, so you feel a bit sad to those people. Can you give a real example of someone losing 9% of viewers? I think people were saying, like, Sync is normally like a 350, 400 Andy and was down on, like, 30 viewers. He's the main one. I don't know if apparently Be the Victim as well had it quite low. Lake as well. He didn't know much about 61M. He had 100 viewers max. You see, like, someone like 61M, bro, he should have been friggin' 3K Andy. 3K Andy. How about Jagex put up prize money? I think prize money should stay out of it always, because I think it would change around people cheating and stuff to try and get those advantages. You know, at the end of the day, if the prize pool is 50 grand and if you win, you get $10,000, that's a lot that people really want. But then if you don't win, you get nothing. So therefore, the idea to potentially just cheat a bit to try and get that, then it'll be out. Sorry, screen up. Was Curtis being last pick justified or underrated? He was extremely underrated for like the whole week. You know, he did a lot of shit. Died a fair bit of mully. It's hard to argue in the last picks, though. In hindsight to the whole competition, you can then put people where they like may have belonged. But I honestly don't think that if the same people were actually in it, would they be in the same exact positions, you know? Would you say Curtis was deserving of being the worst? Some people who didn't watch our team would understand that he wasn't like Evie last pick. Is Evie the last pick? Oh, bro. Yeah, it does come down. It does come down to like people or everyone being on the roster. Because if you look back at previous years, you could probably say that the weaker picks was someone like JCW or Guns Chili. Then last year, I think Verf was last pick that you could probably say is the worst pick. This time around, there really isn't a worst pick. If you want to go on the worst PvPer in the roster, you'd probably say Foe. Now, Foe was last pick. He cleared the whole row. You know, he didn't lose a single fight in the finale. So it isn't really like there was a weakest player. Weak players only came during the week, depending on how they played. So apparently, like someone like Doobies being a first pick couldn't get the gear to do anything. So therefore, a lot of the stock drops and he can't perform at that level. EVscape is the worst pick. It's not close. Oh, God. Hey, bro, at the end of the day, EVscape was Port Kazan's replacement. Oh, man, let me look at that now. Oh, mate, the first pick to the last pick, mate, you know. It does make me wonder if Port dropped out and Eevee wasn't replaced and it put someone else in that you could argue is on the same level or something like that. Or obviously maybe a bit below. And if it would change things, you know. It'd have to just be a first pick material, like, instantly or something. If someone drops out, like, Port, you've got to look at it and be like, right, who the hell can we add in that would take his spot that's basically like a first pick, you know? EVscape ruined Oda's entire tournament. Do you want to know why, bro? Hey, man, all I'm going to say, EVscape's 0.5 Bitcoin richer, mate. I sent him that shit. Sabotaged. You know, we had Dino running around and the Big O wasn't there till the last day, man. Boom. Mate, okay. I have a good story that I don't know if Evie's actually told you guys, but Evie is actually so certain that he got invited to, I can't remember what it was. I think it was All Stars 2 or something. He was so certain he got invited it because they mixed him up with the other person called EZscape. He's so certain about it. Because EZscape's like massive on YouTube or some shit, and he legit thinks they mixed him up, and that's why he got the invite. Blaming Evie instead of blaming Oda for picking him? Hey, man. The Big O chose his team, and if he's the captain again, I don't think he'll choose a bad team. How were Oda's first two teams? Were they always good? Season 1, he first picked Reese, where he could have chose West Ham or Port. Port's obviously a lot better now. West Ham's West Ham, so you can still argue Reese is a first pick there. Then his... Oh, the second time as well, he had Reese into Mika, actually. Yeah, I remember when that was picked. I was talking to Port, and I was like, that's disgusting. Oda, Reese, and Mika? Like, that's wild. Yeah. Oda, Reese, Mika, Mutz, Curtis. That was season 2. Wow, that's actually insane. Oh, they lost, though, because they lost the max set of Barrows, and then obviously the Snakes had Rampart. That's like the only reason they lost, isn't it? Yeah, that team's like insane. What was the team 1? I want to say team 1 was Reese, a cold one, V the Victim, Guns Chili. Oh yeah, he got hit offline as well. Shit, I forgot about that. Yeah. Hello Zoe, how we doing? He wins without that max set plus no DDoS. I don't really know if anyone was beating the Snakes though. They're just their sigils and everything was so ridiculous. Maybe they'd have the best chance to it, but the defense bonus was just disgusting. The food advantage, everything, man. Would have been possible for sure. Come on, Much, mate. We know you're on the team, bro. I'm trying to be up. Did Solo even have to fight at all? Solo fought 4th. Pure Spam was 3rd. Ditta was last, and I think Ditta only fought once and killed Oda when Oda had like 20 HP left or something like that. I'm not sure if Ditta played twice. Unless Ditta played against West Ham? Oh, no, it would have been Dino, I think. Did I think Dino was going to faint on stage? No. See, I'll be honest, I was really, like, I was making sure he was, like, confident, because I'll be honest, Dino was probably the most nervous to go on the stage than I think anybody in the tournament. And I had a secret, it's in the past now, but I had this secret one that he'd actually get an interview question asked to him, and he'd, like, stutter his words, like, 4 in a row or something and panic. But no, I was making sure that he was going to be fine with it, so... I was just telling everyone, like, every single person, all the teams, just enjoy the stage, you know? You might not be on the stage again, you might lose your first fights and all that, and you want to be back. Was anyone not on the beta blockers? I know Lake would be on the beta blockers because of his heart condition. But it was also on Fox News. Yeah, I was going around asking, like, how big is Fox News? Because I don't really know. I don't know what I said, but apparently my posture was good. So that's all I'm on. Doesn't help. Dino had to be the one to talk to the team. Hey, he was the captain, man. He was the captain. Oh, it was a local Fox News channel? Oh, I don't really give a shit. They just said, do I want to do some questions? And I was like, yep, no problem. I got asked a question that took me like 3 minutes to work an answer out for. I can't remember what the question was. It was a weird one. It's like not one that actually has an answer. Oda should get first pick next year. You know what, mate? I agree. I think the team that comes dead last or has the shittest week should have first pick next time, every time, you know. All in favor? Good. And then he should pick me, mate. And then it'll be me and the Big O. Kevin Framed tied for last. Yeah, I know, but, you know, Kevin Framed tied for last. He was argued the weakest captain. You could argue he had the weakest team, maybe. I don't know what teams are on paper again. And then, yeah, the Big O. Do I have no more interest in being a captain? I don't know how, like, All-Stars is going to be, but if they are leaning towards trying to get it very PvP-heavy captains, then I think I should be in the roster. You know, if you're putting me up against rosters that's like Oda, West Ham, Reese, I'm automatically basically, like, the worst captain. So Oda or Reese is more toxic? Well, considering Reese had Oda logged out for 3 hours to make 5 grand on KPP, I think we might have to go with Reese, mate. Swap Greg for Framed, and it's pretty fair. Yeah, I think Greg in the roster was the best, and if you do put Greg into the captains and all that, it does actually come quite balanced. Because if you do create captains that are PvP heavy, you kind of want to have them all be potentially just like ranked, but the captains that are like the best ranked is when you go like Dino and Reese, you know, they're probably about as good as each other. But if you broke it down, you'd probably say Oda's the best, then it's West Ham, then it's Dino or Reese, then it's Perp, then it's Frame. But I don't think you could ever create like 6 captains where you can't have it where you can easily decide who the best is, or tied best and the worst. Greg's up there? Yeah, exactly. So if Greg was in there, you know, like, who's better? If you're saying Oda's the best in the captains, which is probably true, who's better between West Ham, Greg, Dino, and Reese, you know? I'd probably say West Ham's probably the best out of them. But then you go to Greg, Greg, Dino, and Reese, who's the best, you know? And it's like, you know, is Reese the best? And then how much better is everyone? Because the skill set would be very minimal drop-off. They're definitely not making Dino a captain again. Honestly, if Dino wasn't a captain, I think he'd be such a high pick. Because I think he's very good. It depends on how he plays, though. I'm not sure how he played twice with the Nuggets in 1 and 2. In Season 3, we obviously fed him the gear. So he could do exactly what he's good at. So he probably had like a very perfect like run as well. If Dino is in the roster, he gets picked very at the top. But he doesn't get fed, what happens? Does he turn into the doobies, mate? People forget Torvesta retired from PvP on top because there was zero competition and the skill gap was insane. It's actually true, bro. It's actually true. Yeah, Dino was really good to play under. It would be hard to play under if I do play captain one more time. Sorry, roster one more time, minimum. It'd be very hard to be picked by someone I think that'd be better than Dino's captain. There's a lot that I think would be really good, though. I think West Ham would be very fun to play on, though. Perp would obviously be great. The Big O would be great if I can feed him gear. If I play with the Big O guys, the odds are going to 22 minutes an hour, though, just saying. So it's fine. All new captains next year? I don't think they'll be able to find all new captains because it's hard to say who you'd replace them with. The only way you could change the captains, though, is if you made the captains fight first and then it reversed the draft. Because you kind of think the best PKers would be picked first. And you need to have the best PKers fighting last because they're the content fights. The last row becomes captains next year? Yeah, but then I might be on EVScape's team, bro. EVScape's the captain, picks Oda block immediately. And in the call, he's like, yeah, I'm just going to do loads of clip farm and all that shit. And Oda's like, oh. Oh, man. That's exactly what Eevee would do, bro. Exactly. What about teams being able to pick their own fight order? See, that was what Season 1 was, though, and I still think the reverse draft is the best, because people that are picked low don't have to go and fight someone who's insane. You fight people of roughly skills, like evenish skill set, where there can be a difference, you know? If you were to break the bottom row down and be like, who's going to be definitely losing, you'd say Foe. Yeah, Foe 3-0'd everyone. He didn't lose. Port Kazard bullying third rowers last year was a bit mean. Well, they said that I had to fight last because I was the captain of the team. And I was like, okay, I'm fine with that. And then Port and Doobies had a best of 3 or a best of 5. I think it was a best of 3 for who fights in the second row. And then EVScape and Pip did the same. That's how our team was created last time. Once we had the order, we then decided that we should give the VLS to Port because we think whoever's third would be better, but we might have given it to Doobies if he was in third or whatever. Which we still think was good decisions. Doobies really beat Port. In the best of 3s in Season 2, yes. Port is... If you could look at Port's skill set in PvP from Season 1, 2, and 3, obviously he didn't play Season 3, but he's probably, like, disgustingly better now than then, where I don't think that would happen again. Yeah, Mazhar's not going to get invited. I purposely asked Mazhar not to be invited, bro. I remember when I was drafting the Season 1 team. I was drafting the season... What the hell is this? Wait, is that the new league? It can't be right. Yeah, I remember drafting Season 1. I was there messaging Mazhar like, yo, Maz, do you want to play with Sickness, bro? You know? He was like, absolutely not. Oh, that was Shattered Relic. Okay. I'm curious to what the next All-Stars draft's going to be, you know? Like, I wonder... Imagine, like, how many mock drafts I genuinely made for this one, where it was quite easy-ish to create the first, like, 9 people. Imagine they have, like, a draft where there's, like, 17 people that could all be, like, first 2 rows and shit. You got to make one more mock draft. I can make you one more draft, but I'm only going to do Oda's team of what could have been for the Oda viewers. Because if anyone here was a big Oda block fan, big Oda fan, this is what could have happened. And I'm very certain this could have happened. Right, everyone ready for the mock draft? It would have been this. That, imagine. For all the Oda viewers, that could have been what it could have been. I truly believe No Monkey would have been easily on the board still at 18. And then I think Foe would definitely have been there. And he could have picked 61 Mika because he had it for free. So yeah, that's what could have been. Instead, he goggled the draft. That's what could have been, bro. I think he picks Rakes if he has Mika. It could have been, yeah. I just think he really wanted to play with Gnome. And I think it was confirmed that Gnome would never have been picked. I know Perp wasn't picking Gnome. I know Reese wasn't picking Gnome. I don't know about Frame, but I think Frame was always going to pick Sync. And then I don't know about West Ham, but I think West Ham would have gone Elliot. And then me and Dino decided we were going to get Coxie instead. It was going to be Sync Node Coxie for us. We decided that for such a long time. So that's why we didn't say this at the time because we didn't want to skew the draft out of the way, you know. Sick Nerd second row. Sick Nerd was going to be second row, yes. We had to put him there because if we put Coxie on that row, I think he would have been eaten alive, so it would have been bad. Do you think 61M is the first round pick? I think 61M has had a good tournament with the Dino Nuggets, and he might not have a good tournament next time with a different team, depending on how they play. You know, you could compare Doobies in Season 2 performance to 61M in Season 3. You know, for next season, 61M could easily have a jungler team or something and not be able to do anything. Other than that, yeah, I think in the final he will perform. But it could be like a pretty bad, could be a bad week, depending how you do it. Please do a mock draft, same captains now the finale's over. It'll be fire over YouTube. No, I'm not doing a mock draft now, bro. I think, like, when it comes down to picks like Doobies, I mean, Greg, obviously, they just ran multi the whole time, but it makes you wonder how many PVMers they need on the team. Because when me and Port in Season 2 picked Doobies third, we already had the PVM covered. So we just picked Doobies because I think we was the best PvPer on the board at that point. Greg was the only one to send TOA on Westie's team. Did he get anything? I feel like they had no fangs. Oh no, did one fang, I think. No fans? No, the Rhinos have no fans. Well, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the Nuggets sabotaged the Rhinos so bad by just always saying they had no fans. And then it just kicked off. Oh, man. Be cool to see Port come back and then add someone like Petter. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, when you get drafts of All-Stars and you've got the draft being like, you know, let's say you've got Port, you got Petter, you got Stu, you have like Legendarium, loads of these guys that are cracked, you know. Stick Voss in there as well, you know. Get an Abzula in there. And then see how the drafts play out. You were sad not seeing Roydie at all? Roydie was in Season 1, I believe. Not Abzula? Hey, man. If I'm a captain, I'm picking Abzula and Reese back to back. If the draft had loads of cracked PvPers, would the PVMers get picked highly? No, I think if the draft has cracked PvPers, if the first pick picks up the best PvPer on the board, you have to think, if your second pick, they're fighting that guy in the finale, plus the next 4, you have to go for the second best PvP. You have to. It's a difficult argument based on how good someone at PVM has to be for them to lose a few points on PvP. You know, that's why like Lake is a great example. He's obviously probably the best PVMer on the whole board. But would you pick Torvesta if you were framed? Would you pick Torvesta over Lake based on the fact that Torvesta might be better than Lake in the finale and all that shit? You probably don't, because the PvP could be very close, but the PVM is completely different. That's why in Deadman Season 4, if it is filled with just stacked PKs, you need to defend your team. If you go straight away and get the best PVMer in the board and everyone's getting PvPers, you've automatically, like, basically lost. Or you play for the finale, mate. Oh, look at this Reese guy. Propaganda? Hey, man. Sea Engineer Rhino, bro. Do you think they should keep adding PvP-focused players? It's hard to say. I think you should have less PVMers and more PvPers, but the absolute priority, as long as you're not inviting someone who's just an obvious last pick, is trying to bring people that will actually have like the vibes or something, you know. Because it depends. If you had a team that was cracked PvP and there wasn't really any vibes, let's say the Rhinos, bro, no vibes, mate, no vibes, no fans, then they win the whole thing. Everyone's like, oh, you know, no one cares, you know. Let's face it, bro. Everybody wanted the Rebels to win because they had the vibes. Bavette's is my favorite restaurant ever. You need an honest review? Yeah, you might want to leave the stream, bro. I didn't rate Bavette's in the slightest. The best thing was this, like, corn. Hey, I'm going to be a rhino next year anyway, mate. I'm going to be a Reese Rhinoceros next time. Are they adding 2 more teams? I don't think so. I think they'll keep 6 teams. And then I think they're going to have to really work out who they invite who's new and who they're going to remove. Do you feel they should have more best of threes? Yeah, I think they should have better transitions to getting teams off the stage and teams on the stage. I feel there was 20, 25 minutes in between the fights. They can easily bring that down to 10 minutes comfortably. And that alone is an extra fight. And then you would have a best of 1 losers bracket, I guess, and then a best of 3 in the semis, and then maybe a best of 5 finale, or keep best of 3 finale. What did you do during the 45 minutes? Oh, we ate food and then did nothing for 30 minutes. Oh, no, I jumped on the B stream. I was yapping on the B stream with Mika. Yeah. Last pick's all booted out so far. It's over. Curtis is gone. EVscape is gone. Foe is gone. Alfie is gone. And who was the other one? Sea Engineer? Gone. In the bin. Heard you didn't leave West Ham any food? I honestly didn't even get any. I stole some of Jesse's. Do I think any legends would come back for Deadman mode? No, I think they always have to have like a level of presence in the community, I think, you know. So like someone like Reese will be invited to them all, you know. Torvesta's going to be invited to them all. You know, Sick Nerd was inactive as Narnia, mate. Still got invited, and he was never going to be invited back if he crumbled. So he didn't crumble, mate, you know. Sick Nerd's the first invite, mate. Yeah. Everyone wants to know if you were brewed down for the commentary of Oda versus Perp. No, I wasn't, mate. I got there like 2 hours before I even did that, and the only drinks available was some room temperature cheap vodka in like a gallon bottle, mate. So I didn't go near it, mate. what was happening was some production issues on the side where all the numbers were flipping and they kept telling me what it was, which is easy. And then they change it, then change it back, and then the fight was over. And it happened like 3 times in a row, and I was like, oh my god. Did you end up finding the pre-All-Stars breach practice actually useful if the first breach was of any indication? Yeah, very useful. I still think our team in multi was very, very good. We just, because what happened in multi is we kind of got stomped only by the, we lost to the Rebels a lot at multi because we were in the breaches because we always got caught out of position, but Dino was on Gunslinger because I fed him chins. So he wasn't freezing people, he was calling on. So we were losing all the fights because of that, even though the Rebels were playing really well. And then we lost to the Weasels because they had the best team, but they also had the finalities. Once we worked the finalities out, we started doing really, really well at that point. So yeah, I think our team was actually pretty damn good for multi, and Dino was confident with it as well. Yeah, the 82 AGS. I mean, at the end of the day, the 82 AGS was pure luck and all that shit, man. Will they ever add sailing to Deadman All-Stars? Honestly, I'm going to say no. No! Tasty Howden. He's white. He's white. We're not doing anything right now, Tasty. We're just yapping about All-Stars, bro. You did miss the best part where we read the comments on the video of me flaming Odablock's team choices. And everyone came in flaming me. And then now that everything's happened, everything I said was basically correct. So yeah, they're not going to come back and flame me now. But you got lucky. Sent you another one. Oh, Facebook. Oh my god. Bodhi kills Odablock in the first hour of Deadman All-Stars. I mean, this ain't gonna be that bad as far as it went. Yeah, this one wouldn't be oh my god. So I kill Oda in the first 30 minutes, right, of the game with 4-tick Fireball, and the comments are like, took 0 skill, easy when he's only got 30 HP. You know, okay. They're defending him, bro. Who gives a shit? Yeah. Notice how he already had Oda's POV. Bro is stream sniping. He's so scared of Oda block. You're just lucky Oda didn't attack. Just like the rank 1 talk, we'll see what happens in the finale. Oh, man. I'm about to unsub from Boaty. Damn, he stream sniped Oda. Posting this like you did something crazy is wild. Any angle when the guy beats you all in every aspect of PK. Bro, it's wild, man. Oh, please show. I'm sorry. This is basically the we call these the droolers, bro. People are defending me killing Oda with Fireball in the first 30 minutes of Deadman All-Stars as if they think that it makes me better than him at the game. They're actually defending him, bro. You know, let's find a good one. Bro didn't cast a single spell scripted. That's fine. I'm sure he's gonna bring that up at the towards the end. Yeah, man, back them up. Only time you'll ever kill him is when he can't attack you back. Ginger Minja. True. That's actually true, you know, you got a point. Should I just like it? I'm actually signed into my personal Facebook right now. What's the beef between these two? Oda's by far the best PK in old school ever. I like Bodhi, but what is this bait post, man? Legit, nothing Big O could do in this situation. True. Yeah, he just dies now. Yeah. That's on Facebook. Yeah, that's on Facebook. Oda, Abdullah, Oda, Reese, Perp, and Alfie on the same team. Nah, that'd be the best team Alfie ever has, mate. Yeah, The best one I ever did, I don't know if there's any recording, is when in season 2 of All Stars, I beat Oda in the fight. And I beat him by like a bolt on prayer with a droid. And like a minute after I beat him, I was like, "Oh my god, bro!" I can't remember what I said, but it's like, "Bro, I think I unmuted. I was like, I just dismantled Oda Blog right in front of the biggest audience in the world, mate. It must be embarrassing for him, bro." And my chat exploded with 50 million amulets, the most amulets I've ever seen in my life, bro. It was a good one, bro. It was a good one. Right? What the hell is this shitty Grim OSRS rat emote, Mr. Grim? How we doing? 181 viewers. He's fired in the raid. We're just standing at the bank talking about All-Stars. You've joined at a great time. We just read some YouTube comments of how I killed Oda on day 1 with Firebolt. And all the comments are saying that it's the only kill I'm ever going to get on him. And the only reason he died is because he had no gear and that Oda would smoke me 100 times out of 100 if the gear was fair, bro, you know. I outclassed him, mate, you know. I sparked him in front of his audience, bro. It was embarrassing performance, mate. He was trying to walk the door on me and just couldn't do it, you know. It was actually embarrassing, mate. Oh, bro. I think he might have lived around the whole time. No, he was dead there. Unless he got gap, which could have happened, actually. But... that's where the downfall started. I'll be honest, bro. I remember me and the Dino Nuggets, like, we didn't know what their strat was, but we just worked out that it's going to be firebolting Ice Giants for the damage to get Big Bones to use on the altar for 43 prayer. And I was like, bro, is that EVscape's plan? And apparently that was, like, the whole plan. Like, that was it. No plan after that. I honestly think our plan was really good. Really good. At the very beginning, you know. Rushing the 35 mage to the bolts into the dragons in multi to get the prayer. I think that was really good. Eevee's plan was Archon Rush, to be fair. If you could get an Archon Blade before the breaches and then just have one guy snare and then you just do 5x finality Archon Blade, yeah, that would kill anyone. You guys had a massive head start with DT1 done, but no plan for money. It was one thing I put in the Discord a lot is I couldn't work out how to make any money. But our DT rush was perfect. It was so good. And then, yeah, we didn't have any money to cast the spells. So I would personally say our team, when we had DT done, was the strongest without question. But because we didn't have any money for runes, we were the weakest. That's the annoying part, you know. If we had the runes, bro, we would have been bopping. Straight to the arena. Yeah, could DT to Pyramid have been a cast off? No, so the Agility Pyramid's only 10k in Deadman because the Sigil made it 30k. So the only real good ways to make money at the beginning outside of Alking shit was Revenants and Wildy Course. Now, we put Dino in Revenants, but we were bullied out of the Revs because his gear was beyond bad because he didn't have the Barrage runes. So we got bullied out of straight, right? So we got stuck. And then, yeah, we ended up being at a point where we were so far behind and it was like, uh-oh. Do you feel like you held your own in the first 2 picks? Yeah, I think I did really well throughout the whole week. I think I did good in multi. I think I did good on my tank tests. In the finale, the first fight with Torvesta don't really count, to be honest, because he was very bad. But yeah, Torvesta played better than me, definitely. In the finales. And then I fought Lake and Greg, and I was terrified to fight Greg. Like, I was terrified to fight Greg. But I did really well against Greg. And then I did good against Lake as well. So the only fights that really were... I wouldn't even say they were bad, but there was one fight with Torvesta where he did 200 damage in 5 hits. But other than that, I don't think I fell over and died to anyone. I did a lot of damage. I think I died with a spec at one point, which is like the one bad thing, maybe. Yeah, I was watching Greg fight behind the stage, and he was doing 4-way one-ticks, and I was like, bro, how the shit's doing a 4-way one-tick on the stage, man, you know? Your last hardcore video before Deadman also flamed Tor Vesta. I think I said a while ago, I don't think it's a clip or anything, that if you pick Tor Vesta, it'll be dead weight in the week, but good for the finale, which is actually bang on current. I think Reese was saying Tor Vesta was borderline dead weight in the week. And then in the finale, he was very, very good. But yeah, no, I think it was after we won, unfortunately, I told Torvesta that he was playing so damn well. I think I said it in some interviews as well, though. Like, I don't know if anyone watched the B stream, but I was just saying, like, if we fight the Rhinos, if we fight the Rebels, we want that fight more, because it would be so fun to have, like, us two fighting on the stage. It's the only way we could fight them. And we also had gear advantage, so we were confident we would beat the Rebels. And then fighting the Rhinos, I was saying would be harder because Torvesta in the first fight, where we lost to the Rhinos, he was only 60% of how good he can be, if not even less than that, you know. So then when he came out and was bringing out friggin' 105% Torvesta, you know, we were worried. Torvesta went from the worst first rower to the best first rower. I mean, it depends again on the roster, but I can always see Torvesta being a pretty high pick. You know, like, here's a question. If you have an early pick in Deadman, and it's your first row pick, Torvesta's on the board, are you thinking someone like Sick Nerd? Who'd you go for? Because if you put Sick Nerd up on the top row, you know, he might get demolished. So then do you have to go for Torvesta because he can hold his own against that top row? But then, obviously, does he get bopped in the week? Level 1 delve for some else? Yeah, but if you don't know how to do a delve, it doesn't matter, you know. The difference is like trying to bolt people with a crossbow on, because then no one should do that. If you go into a Doom with no idea of how to do it, you can't research how to do it in the moment. You have to just improvise. Listen, Sicknerd will spark you boat. You don't get confident. Look, at the end of the day, mate, the score between me and Sicknerd was 10-0, bro, including the tracker on my end, mate. Embarrassing performance from the general. Hey man, I was so happy to play with Sicknerd again, but I do remember, like, I was just saying, Sicknerd is playing Deadman All-Stars for the first time on a non-burger team, and he just showed everyone, like, even before the stage, ignore all that, what he did in the week. I don't know how efficiently certain people played, but I think Sicknerd definitely would be right on the top. You know, if you also take into account who did what in the third row, sorry, the fourth row even, surely he's up there at the very highest for, like, everything. It helped Sicknerd spoon everything. True. He did spoon everything. Is that because no one had expectations on him? I mean, I think realistically the opposite. I think everyone expected Sicknerd to be shit, you know? When we picked him, everyone thought it was a troll pick. And the reason why is because everyone sees him dying to No Monkey in the Gillinor games, and that's it. What they don't know, and me and Dino do know, is that he PK'd the entirety of the last Deadman in the low brackets and was winning a lot of fights. And then he was logging in, not playing the game because he's inactive, and still beating people in the arena. So that's what, when me and Dino started discussing him, then we realized there's probably a 100% chance, or a 99.9% chance, that we will get Sicknerd. So it made it very easy for us to decide the rest of the picks. the team we expected to get was Sicknerd into Coxie, which when we got donated 61M, when we had 61M into Sicknerd, we knew our team was solid at that point. Was I against the Sicknerd pitch? No, he just wasn't someone I was discussing, and then I wake up to loads of messages from Dino discussing Sicknerd, and as soon as he put Sicknerd on the map, I was like, hell yeah. RuneScape was the no, bro. RuneScape was the burger. RuneScape was the burger. Did you ever think Alfie is a better pick than Gnome, even though Gnome's better at the game? It's very hard to say. I can agree with the Deadman experience and all that. Someone like Alfie on the team is just like having another person do loads of quests though and help with that. But yeah, Deadman experience is one of the most important things. I think it's showed many times now that if you don't have Deadman experience, it doesn't go well for you. You know, I don't know about many other teams, but I know No Monkey doesn't have much Deadman experience, so he's getting bopped a lot. In this season that just happened, Lake didn't have Deadman experience in Season 2 on the Titans, so he was getting bopped a lot. But then now Lake had the experience this time, so he was chilling. And then Gnome, obviously, it was his first experience to it, and he was getting changed. How would you feel if they really pushed you to be a captain? I would rather play the roster one more time. Other than that, I would happily be a captain, simply because there are so many people I would love to play with. And if I'm deadly honest, I really want 6th pick, because then I can choose 2 people back to back. Didn't Sicknerd spend 20 minutes in Catherby bank standing? Yeah, tanking Oda block for 20 minutes, and we were just there like, Sicknerd, come to multi. Sicknerd, come to multi. You think back-to-back picks are OP? 1st and 6th, very good. I mean, I don't know if you ever have a snake draft of 5 people. Is there, like, I guess it's hard to say, but is there actually, like, a mathematical best spot, or is it just irrelevant to know that because you don't know who's in the roster? You know, is 1st just better? Or is 1st only better if there's some S-tier guy in the roster that you're guaranteed, you know? Like, let's say Port Kazard's in the roster and everyone else is a big wigglehead. You know? Does 1st pick instantly be the best at that point? 6th is best if there's 10 S-tier picks. Yeah, but if there was 10 S-tier picks, would you not say the, like, 3rd pick or whatever's best? Because you get 1, then get the guaranteed other one? Randomized draft next time. You can't do a randomized draft because then you could have a team that's like Mika, Greg, Lake, and Foe, bro, and it's just GG. Because yeah, that's why, like, if you look back at some of the other ones in season 2 of Deadman, I had the 3rd pick, I think. Wait, did I have 3rd pick? Yes, I had 3rd pick. And in the actual draft was West Ham, Port Kazard, and Reese. So I was guaranteed one of those who were the 3 S-tiers. The draft got a bit trolled, though, which makes it weird. Like, because I still think if I had a slightly different pick order, it could have been better. But I think the toss-up was basically me, Port, and Doobies versus Oda, Reese, and Mika. Offered Dino 20 mil to swap. Yeah, Dino, I think, really wanted to play with me. Because obviously I've been a captain every time, so he can never play with me. Then when he got 1st pick with me in the roster, he actually guaranteed him to play with me. And then I don't think I let him down. How do you think the best way is to swap out participants to keep a mixture of new bloods rookies? It's really, really hard to answer that question. Because I don't think you should look into people that underperform as a guaranteed knockout, because Donator is probably the worst performer in Season 1, but he provided all the content by actually PKing a lot. You know, without Donator, not much would have happened. But he got the axe because of that. So I don't think performing bad should automatically get you out. Since Oda Troll picked first and second, Pick got really good players, dropped them. Exactly, you know. In the season we just did, we just won. Why did we win? Because we had freaking 61M on our team. We should have never had him. As soon as, like, that draft was this, I was spamming Dino, bro. I can't find it because I've literally sent Dino, like, 7 million rhinos, bro. Yeah, I was trying to get Dino to come out after the win. I've literally sent him 1,000 rhino gifts. But yeah, when the draft was happening, when Oda locked in No Monkey, I spammed him. And then when Pip was locked in on someone else, we were like, oh shit, West Ham doesn't get Pip. We thought West Ham was definitely going Pip. And then on the board at that point was Mika and 61M guaranteed to us. And we were just going to pick whichever one did not get taken. And we should have never had 61M. And then we were tossing up a few more names and we locked in Sick Nerd as well because we thought that team would be solid. And we didn't know who we were getting fifth, obviously. Rookie captains with all the PKs of the draft to be sick. Apparently, after Oda picked Gnome, Stewie PM'd Oda that I beat him 10-2 in practice. I mean, I don't think Oda was ever picking you there, though, Sick Nerd, to be honest. Sick Nerd, I feel, is a very good 7th pick, depending, obviously, who's on the board. He's a very... I think, because if you guarantee the 6 and the 7, if your 6 is already good enough to beat the row, and you can see that General would have a good chance on the row, with everything else he brings, could be good, so... It's hard to say, though, like, if you are... Hey! I feel like, again, the best way to make a team... If I was a captain again, I think I would really look at who do I think is the best person to beat the row. The only problem, then, is what if there is no answer? Okay, like, if there's 5 S-tier PKers in a draft and you get 6th pick, you're in the bin, you know? That's when 6th pick is terrible. Do you think they're going to do another LAN event? Heard they lost money on it. I think so, yeah. I would be very surprised if they never did that again. If that was a one-time thing, awesome, but it'd be very sad. Yeah, they lose money on RuneFest, though, every time as well. RuneFest isn't profit, and if they have 2 LAN events, let's say, which is RuneFest, which technically isn't on LAN, the other one. Look at the West Ham Weasels, though. You would have thought they would easily win. Well, the West Ham Weasels, again, like, they were saying they were going to turn up with the worst gear in the finale. Then, obviously, they almost turned up with some of the best gear. But it's like, if you had all the Frame Friends with all the best gear in the game, and then the Weasels with what they had, who do you think wins, you know? You can't actually just give the answer. Is there enough S-tier planners to have them all as captains? I mean, if you were going to go planners with captains, though, your planners or captains would probably be like Foe, me, Pip, Mika, Eviescape, and then someone else. And if you look at the captain draft with that, you know, it's instantly you can be like, who's going to go where, you know? People would want to be on my team or Mika's team, probably Pip's team any day, bro. Then you're on Eviescape's team, bro, and you're in the bin. Why do people focus on the captains needed to change? I don't think they do. I think if you are... Most of the captains, I think West Ham is perfect to be a captain, you know? I think Dino is perfect to be a captain. Oda on the PvP side is great. Is he a good captain or not? A lot of people said he's not a good captain. But, you know, you can get better at that. But the Big O should always probably be a captain. Reese as well. Like, Reese, was he a good captain? But again, the PvP brings is what doesn't. So that's why I'm thinking Greg. If Perp as well should be there. But if you swap Greg and Framed... You know, I do think that already has pretty solid captains for the finale fights. And then it depends who's in the roster, though, because again, if the roster ends up having 3 S+ tier PKs and then goes straight to A's, if you don't get the first 3 picks, do you just insta get gobbled up? Especially if there was 5 S tier PKs, you know. Imagine your roster, you literally have, you've got Pop, you got Pear, you got Stu, you've got, I don't know, Greg, and you've got some other guy that's really good. And then immediately it drops to like another tier, and you're the 6th pick, you know. Right, I'm running to the toilet, guys. I'll be back in 1 second. But that's one thing they need to make sure is fine, is if you are like in a pick order, if you do have like the 6th pick, you need to make sure you have something that's viable to compete with everything. Because if you do look down at the actual board, you'd say Oda definitely beats the captains, and then Doobies with the 6th pick, Greg realistically just wins that row. 1 second. Wow. Yeah, this auction draft. So how does an auction draft work, right? If you're a captain and you're given 100 blood money to spend, no one costs anything. If you really, really wanted to play with one person, would you just literally put 100 blood money on them? What happens then if 2 people do the same thing? Oh, you flip a coin then. Okay. 51 is the max you want to bet. Well, no. What if someone bets 52? You lose then. You know, no. This is hypothetically you're a captain and there's one person in the roster you want and you don't give a shit outside of that. You know, like let's say I was a captain and I wanted to play with Dino again and I want him over anything. You know, I'd lash 100, and then I just gamble the last 3 players, right? Because what happens if like 3 cracked players just don't genuinely get a vote or something? You spend 100 on Oda, you get given the last 4 people. Yeah, but if I bet 100 on Oda, got the big O on my team, I'm already happy. And then if my last 3 are wobblers, then yeah, it's hard. Oh, you have to pay 1 for the other 4 players. Yeah, I feel like if there's loads of S tiers, you could probably do a good gamble and be like, right, I'll stick 25 on, or like 26 on Mika, 20 on Lake, and then do like, I can't do math right now, but then like 22 on, who's really good? Sicknerd, and then 21 on 61 Ember. And if I get all 4 of them, GG. You know, and then someone else pays 100 for the big O, and then that team gets EVscape again. Oh my god. Bro, alright, chat, I'm gonna say it. Imagine. Deadman All-Stars 4. Oda Block first pick. EVscape's in the roster, and he comes all the way around. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's so good. The draft format's perfectly fine. I think the draft format is fine. The only thing that can make it not fine is if the roster starts skewing in a way that's hard to make fair. And that's based on, because rows have to fight rows, if you end up having, like, specific points, can you automatically just have a shit position? You know, like, if the game has 4 S tiers, sorry, then 3 A tiers, then a load of Bs. If you're 5th pick, you'd get an A tier, then a B tier back to back. And you're automatically losing both rows. That was this draft. This draft is, I mean, this draft again got kind of trolled. But 6S, 12A, 6B. Yeah, like if you had 6 S tiers, 12 A's, and 6 B's, then that would work perfectly. But then how easily do you rate them all, you know? But that's what I mean. That's why it's like, if there was 5 PKers that are a level above everyone, I'm talking you've got, let's say that the PKers in the rosters, Oda, West Ham, Reese, and all that shit. And there's 5 of them, and then you're the 6th pick, and your best pick that's PvP heavy is like Alfie, you know? You've just lost already. They replaced an S2 with an E2. It's actually insane that Port got replaced by Eviescape, who had the worst performance of all time, bro. Oh, man. You'd like to see everyone with food and pots reset between fights. How... Okay, so if food and potions restock between fights, hypothetically, how does that affect the gear and skill set? This would be skill set would matter more, correct? Like, if you're cracked at the game, kill your guy, you got max supplies, and you fight the next guy, if you're also cracked at the game. Doesn't that mean that just someone like Oda could legit 1v5, though? Yeah, I don't think that would work. Hey, I'd watch that. If I couldn't play that, I'd watch that. It'd be fun. Yeah. Boaty Bullfrogs? Yeah, if I ever do be a captain again, I will be the Boaty Bullfrogs. That's locked in. Again, I might never be a captain again for all I know. The problem with being a captain, though, is, again, if I have to go on the stage and fight the other captains, and if the other captains is Dino, Reese, West Ham, Oda, and someone else, you know, perp, I'm automatically getting stomped. And then if I don't get an early pick that's the best SPP, like if I get early pick and I can pick up someone like Petter, we're good now. We're kind of chilling a bit. But then if I have 5th pick and I don't get an S-tier PK and it's me and Tamika or something and they've got friggin' Oda and Petter on the team, we're just dead. That's why it would be a bit scary. That's why if you can have a team be 6 PKs that can all beat each other on a good day, that's good, you know. How about V the Victim as a captain, bro? The Victim... I can't think of it. Would I pick Petter over Oda if you're captain first pick? If I was first pick and Oda was in the roster, I would pick him over everyone, you know. At the end of the day, the only content me and the Big O have made together, like outside of some real life shit, is the 2v2 that we did. And I actually played with Petter then, so we still haven't really done anything. Even over Sick Nerd? I mean, I'd pick Oda, then I'd pick Eviescape. Oh my god. You know, the captain, if Oda's in the roster, bro, he gives the captain a lot of power, bro. Instant have the big Eevee, bro. Maybe Perp gets first pick and creates the Oda torture chamber, mate. Perp picks Oda, then picks like Eevee back to back, like, I don't know who else. Doobies or something. You wonder how Port would perform? Port is, again, like a way to look at the actual teams or players is if you look at the playing cards you've seen, it has PvP, PvM, strategy, and all that shit on there. Port would have the highest total score of anyone in the roster, bar none, without question. You know, he'd have PvP like 97, and Oda would have PvP like 100. Then Oda would have PvM 78 or something, and Port would have 100. And then strategy-wise... Wait, who is the card that had 0 strategy? I swear to God there was a card that had 0 strategy. Or it was a really low number. Wait, was it actually Oda's card? Has anyone got a picture of it? Mika was upset with his card's PvP rank. Wait, what was his cards PvP? Oda had one for strategy. Oh no. Foe was tilted at his planning rating. I don't even know what the hell my planning was, to be honest. I think I had like 87 PvP, 95 PVM or something, and then I think like, I don't know, 86 strategy, some weird shit. You got Dino's card? Hey, we got Dino's card as well. Mika's PvP was 78. All right, eBay item. Let's have a look, bro. Oda block. PvP 99. Oh, so 99's the max, I'm guessing. PVM 80. Strategy 1. Oh, man. The block. Oh, it's signed by the block as well, bro. Only $200? Oh, 35 bids for this one. Holy shit, I was about to say no one bids on this shit, but people actually really want the big O signed card. Someone else is selling an Oda block card. I've clicked it. Not signed. You're in the bin. 8 bids. 8 bids. Thoughts on items lost on death, so that if you beat someone under geared, you can now loot their upgrades good for if you had a rough week. I like how you can enter the arena as soon as they disappear, and then wait, Reese has a 93 in strategy? No. No. Picking up gear is more like a Deadman mode thing, isn't it? Why the hell am I hearing my own voice? Sorry. I mean, the numbers are mostly just yap. I got 99 in PvP. Yeah, you did. You got MVP on stage, mate. You know, that's not yap either. $39 PVM, though. What, for Reese, bro? Who had the lowest PVM score? Who would it be? Who's the worst PVMer in the whole roster? It's pretty hard to say. Greg? No, Greg did some shit. Oh, that's there. Come on, man. Oh, nasty, bro. What about 2 preset captains per team? A PK captain, then a strat or PVM captain? Why does this description roast him so hard? You can have my opinion. Big O is a bald, chinless, short father of 2 who happens to be one of the most feared PKers of all time, a maxed Grandmaster. He truly is a skilled all-rounder. Yeah, and it has a 1 on strategy, bro. Mate, I'm not even gonna lie, bro. It's actually flaming him, bro. What did mine say? Mine said something about being the owner of Flax the Frog. Oh, this is Summoner. Yeah, Flax got immortalized. Alright, here's Perp. No Monkey got 97 PVM. 30 strategy. 88 strategy for Foe. Yeah, Foe strategy should be what? 97 with Pip being 99 and then no one else above 90, I'm guessing. 42 PvP. Hey, you got higher than No Monkey. Foe got higher than No Monkey. Easy game, bro. Easy. Mate, surely that No Monkey card's like the worst. Okay. Oh, man, who's done this? Image for friggin'... Oh, man, it's gonna hurt my head, bro. Framed is 77 PvP, 72 PVM, 63 strategy. I'm 88 PvP, 92 PVM, 90 strategy. The Big O's 99 PvP, 1 strategy, bro. Mate, who made these cards, bro? As if they gave him 1 on the strategy, bro. Wait, Solo got 100 on everything. Nah, get out of here, bro. Nah, man. Solo. Has anyone got the Lake card? Did Lake get 99 PVM? Solo 100 everything? Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Solo Mission made the cards, bro. Did they give 61 Emma 61 or anything? I think they did, but I really can't remember. It's an eBay auction for signed Oda right now for $200. Yeah, I'm gonna go buy it myself, man. Don't worry about it. EVscape just got a 6-7 and everything. Mate, EVscape got like, should have like 25 PvP, 44 PVM, -5 strategy. Story about Skidler. I'm not gonna watch it right now. Oh, I was there. I was there for that actually. I was there. Yeah, we're talking to the specs, man. -5 strategy, bro. Torvesta card, bro. 12 PVM. PvP 89. Strategy 62. Torvesta. Hey, we've seen the Titans play the game. Wait, where's the Sick Nerd card? Anyone got a Sick Nerd one, you know? Sick Nerd's card next time's gonna be sick, assuming there is a next time. I actually need the EVscape card, man. I want to see him, man. This one has 61M and Sick Nerd. Oh, people are actually buying them, bro. That's pretty sick. Well, in America, though. So Dino got, is that 90 PvP? 73 PVM, 61 strategy. Coxie 68, 90, 72. Curtis 49, 86, 68. Sick Nerd 64, 88, 82 on strategy. Wait, Sick Nerd got more strategy than me, bro. Yeah, man. Oh, he's gonna little bro me now. I can already see it. It's coming in 3 seconds. No. Oh, I got 90 strategy? Okay, we're good. Your strategy was shit. We had to use dinos? We used my strategy. Dino's strategy was... Okay, Dino's strategy was to run to green dragons and kill them with the starter boat only with consistency, which got us 43 prayer in like 12 minutes. My strategy was to rush Fireball and then go kill the multi-dragons as a team. And then get prayer quicker. And it had no counter. Like, that's what my argument was. It had 0 counter the early game Fireball. My strategy was shit, man. This guy, bro. It's the narrative you're in. It's Dinah's plan. Fair enough. Fair enough. Hey, to be fair, though, I did make strategies. And all of the strats that I made, when I tested them, were all shit. They just didn't work. And then eventually I'm just there like, we should do this Fireball strat. Go here, kill the team that's there because they can't kill us. We're undefeated at this point. Can't be killed. Sicknid was the GOAT. Honestly, like, performance-wise, I think, yep, the general is as high as you can possibly go, you know? He had a very good week. Basically got our entire team, all the items, you know? Every item, every fang was basically him. And then on the final was the MVP. Smurfing is way more fun. Well, he wasn't even smurfing, though. It's just everyone didn't realize how... He was a troll pick until he performed. In the eyes of many. But in the eyes of me and the dinosaur, we knew how good he was. And he performed even better than we expected. So, you know, it was a pleasure. I'm going to miss it if Sittner's not on my team next year, bro. Give me the top 3 multiplayers in the draft. Mika, Eliop, and Dino, without question. I don't know how good anyone else is at multi-calling, but I know that Mika and Eliop are like the best, and Dino's calling was incredible, so... Boaty Burgers first pick the general. Yeah, maybe I become a captain and I make the general torture chamber, bro, and just pick him first into all the best PKs in the game. Just sandbag for a bit. And then he's on stage, mate. Oh my god. Would I be opposed to 10-13, 1-year Petaport, Oda, West Ham, Greg, all in the one tourney? No, I think it would be horrible for certain people, though. Horrible. EVscapes card. Oh, man, here we go, bro. 67, 67, 67. Not so distant cousin of Blow. Nah, man. Yeah, I'll always remember, bro. Dino was calling. What in the hell is that link? I'm just gonna click it anyway. You can have my IP address, bro. Deadman Trading thing, Season 3. Oh, it's already open. Odablock, Eliop, Mika, Coxie, Rakesy. Good combination. I've not seen Eliop's card, actually. Oh, what's Mika's card? Mika's card, 78 PvP. Bin. Torvest had one fluke thing. Hey, man, at the end of the day, bro, at the end of the day, chat, at the end of the day, imagine Torvesta just hit a 0-0 on the block in Season 2. The Oda Warriors would have won Season 2, and then Oda wouldn't have trolled the draft. Everything would be right with the world. Everything. Bro, does bank sign in for 5 hours? Yes, sir. You can leave if you want. We're here yapping. Oh, why'd you get caught? Have I reacted to posting video on Deadman strats? What, with the shades? I've seen the rough idea of it. The thing about it, though, is I wonder why he leaked it, though, because apparently he has a counter to it. And he would play the counter in the season, but does he have a counter good enough to know if another team's done it? You're not going to waste 5 minutes of time, like, running there. You know, when I made the strat for us on day one with the firebolts to the dragons, the only counter was if you rushed the dragons, got 37 prayer, and then came to those dragons specifically. The time taken to do that, it would be so trolling. Oh, his whole team knew it. Oh, of course. The giant dwarf is starting. I haven't watched the video, but... Wait, how does he have 500 nans? Wait, why has he got a fairy? Oh, I don't know what's going on. Let me open this shit. Wait, does he go through the steel dragons? Oh, he's got an anti-fair. It's pretty sick find, that's good. I wish we checked the ice giants before hitting the dragons. We ended up at ice giants instantly because there wasn't really a counter. Oh, what? You went to ice giants with fire strike and picked up the big bones to use on the altar in a looting bag? Something like that? We actually, wait, we did the same thing, but like 15 minutes later. But that's how long 60 mage was. I wonder if we just missed you. Oh, we didn't do overheads until much later. Oh, just do 60 mage there to get someone on the course. Oh, he shows his stats 1 hour in and compares it to Odablock and Dino's stats 1 hour in. I mean, doing a strategy that rushes pure stats can't be compared to something that's going to do a bit of something else, you know? Realistically, though, yes, I think having good stats as early as possible is always good. You know, like when Dino really wanted to rush Desert Treasure, I don't think rushing Desert Treasure is that good. The fact we got it done so quick as well was crazy, though. Sylvester going into Doom was my favorite. Yeah, it's good. We had another strat, though, to go on the course as well, Victim, but we couldn't really work out how to fully do it. But we were going to send someone to the course with Ibans and have 4 people with Ibans outside the course and hope someone was there. And we never did it. And apparently, I think you would have been there. But yeah, we never went around with that strategy. I thought Iban's rush was really good, but it loses because you'd run out of deference. Oh, you want Wildy course with Iban staff, 4 tick meleeing 18s and maging 25s. 4 tick meleeing 18s. Yeah, that's actually strong, because realistically, you just win the fight and never go multi. That's actually very good. How do you count as Zami Flames day one? I don't think you do. I think the best builds day one is you go get 70 range and you go get 60 mage and you've got Zami Flames and you've got good range with a bone crossbow. It's enough to win. If you really want, you could go quest a crystal bow out. But yeah, that's why I was there. Like, I do think Desert Treasure is super strong if you get it done, as long as you can buy the runes. I think if you have Ice Burst versus Zami Flames, you'll win. Even with the mage lowering, you should be fine. Oh, Zami Flames and Charge, though, is way stronger. As soon as you hit 77 mage with Wizard Mind Bomb, then yeah, nothing beats it for ages. That's why, like, some of the best strats, I think, is you just rush loads of combats, go on the Wildy course, make bank, and then just go out while you quest and have, like, 80 mage by the first breach and still have, like, all your other good shit. Is there anything GP positive bursting? Me and Sick Nerd kind of broke even with the zombie axes for a bit, but we had the cash bank for 94 mage. Think your DT play was good, you messed up on the money? Yeah, I know, but getting money when you don't have the runes to defend yourself is bad. That's where things went wrong. You know, we already sacked off the wilderness course rush. I love how much you hated the idea of arcing the axes. I obviously after a while it was right, but in the moment, bro, times were tough. Times were tough. Yeah, the very first strategy I wrote, was getting to the Wildy course in like, I can't remember exactly how long it was. I want to say it was like 17 minutes you were at the course, but you were level 3, I think. So we didn't really truly like that strategy. Call into Alka Void Waker piece if you got on, bro. Imagine we did. Did it involve agility pyramid? I had routes that did have agility pyramid, and yeah, agility pyramid was garbage though because it was only 10k. But like my strat on the burgers, I still think was one of the best. We rushed Fight Arena, sorry, Grand Tree, which got us 51, and then we did like 2 laps of the pyramid, and you would get like on the pyramid with like 18 minutes in or something stupid. Did I catch any of the legendary range HCIM this morning? Probably not, mate. Mika specs. Yeah, you might have to do it. About Solo purchasing Tesla outright today with his payout. As far as I'm aware, Solo paid off his mortgage in one go and then bought a property abroad, which I think he's going to do another All-Stars like in a week to make some more money to get a yacht on the docks. But we'll wait. We'll have to wait. We'll wait. It's coming. Infinite money glitch. Hey, man, at the end of the day, bro, you know, Solo definitely earned good money. Very, very good money. Imagine he does Deadman All-Stars once a year for the next 5 years, bro. Done. You know, chilling. But he deserves it, you know. He made the event for us all, you know. Took a lot of time. He even won it and then retired. Does Oda make more than Solo? Oda makes more than, like, the whole community combined, mate. That's probably a valid prediction. I'd say it's pretty close, mate. Soup on the next roster? Mate, I'm gonna be honest, mate. Soup would be last pick, bro. Soup would be last pick. Is there anything I wish was different? From reading most of the feedback, the main thing I really want is just faster transitions on stage, assuming there's a stage, and have a best of 3 in the semis. Because I fully agree, the Weasels to win 2 fights, then lose one and be out the whole thing is pretty shit. But then I don't know how things work where, like, you can automatically have, like, 1 point as a win. Because as far as I'm aware, the way it should work in a draft is when we fought the Rhinos had to beat us once because they never lost the match to win the whole thing. Because the score between us and the Rhinos is 2-2, yet we won the whole thing. But yeah, we were all saying it would be shit if it was just over in the first fight, which would have happened. Sardocco thinks he could be on the next All-Stars. Sardocco would be farmed, mate. He'd be farmed. Every team would have 1,000 blood money, mate. I'm sorry for this. I spent a lot of time with Sardocco, man. He's a RuneScape player now, mate. Always good to chill with him, mate. But if he was in the All-Stars roster, bro, he'd be the unpicked player, guaranteed, sorry to say, and he would be farmed. If anyone got first pick, bro, they'd be worried. Looking forward to the Grandmaster quest in 5 days? Yes, sir. I fly to Spain tomorrow for Jesse's dad's 60th, and I get back the day before it. And I still can't switch the scythe on the hardcore, but that's okay. I might use the scythe on Monday, though, a bit. But yeah, I think I'll have a bit of fun with Blood Moon Rising. Oh, I also had a message from my brother. I might only be seeing him on the 5th, actually. If I'm only seeing him on the 5th, then there is no plans right now, but I'm waiting to see what's going on. I think you getting Weasels in the semi was your best outcome, more likely to win with RNG. Yeah, no, I don't know who watched the B stream. I had the exact same conversation with Mika, who's obviously a Weasel, on the B stream. And the whole conversation was, if we have to fight the Weasels, which we're about to, it's a best of 1. You know, is that better for us or worse? And I was saying it's probably going to be better. You know, you got 2 VLSs. And then obviously it was better for us. Am I really home for like 2 days and off to Spain? Yes, I am. And then, yeah. My schedule is pretty ridiculous this month, but when I do get back, apart from the day I'm spending with my brother, I can't talk about the other thing, but I'm pretty good to stream a lot. And I have the scythe on the hardcore, so I'm going to hopefully get a lot of shit done over the month. Weasels had 1 VLS, whatever West Ham fought Dino with was a noodle. How's my experience at the Pequod's Pizza? It was alright. Yeah, it was, I can't say it was the best pizza I've ever had, but I still don't know what the best pizza is I ever have, so. How's the live event? The live event was awesome. The crowd was really, really good as well. Again, I said a lot on the B stream that I'm remembering, like, while I'm just yapping right now. But I remember saying, like, the event was created by Solo Mission, and it could never happen without Jagex and Solo combining together, but without the crowd outside, it would be impossible. You know, it would never happen. So the crowd was quite as important as the players and ownership. You're not a fan of Chicago-style pizza? I would say I preferred the tavern style to the deep dish, but I wouldn't say either of them were mind-blowing. I already want to go back to Chicago and do more things, because I didn't go to a few places I want to do. Reese getting booed was diabolical. Yeah, Reese was like one of the few that I think didn't mind getting booed. I really didn't want anyone to get booed, because it can affect some people. But I think Reese was fine with that shit. I hope he was anyway, you know. I think it'd be like sad as shit if you get booed. We were talking about how people, I think one time Oda won a Golden Gnome like 3 years ago and got booed. And there was another time when I think Sparkmac won his and got booed as well. I was just like, God damn, bro. Imagine the booing. Would the next All-Stars of this caliber be sustainable for Jagex? As far as I'm aware, Jagex makes more than ever. They can easily cost it. I don't know how much they lost, but let's just say they lost 1 million, you know. It might sound like a lot, but to a company like Jagex, 1 million is not that much compared to the size of that event that they just did. And then obviously, I don't know how much it cost outright, plus then ticket sales, merch sales, all the whatever the hell it's called, the exposure, all that shit. Yeah, no way they lost money. I think they probably lost money. All that shit costs a ridiculous amount to do it. Jagex never profits from RuneFest. RuneFest is a loss every single time. I don't know if they ever will actually turn a profit. But again, you have to look at it. If it costs Jagex $1 million and they make, I don't know how much per year, to do a Deadman All-Stars once a year to the scale of what they just did, if not even better, I think, obviously I'm not part of the company, but I feel like that's a good trade. Oh, someone said North said they lost 500k. See, 500k is even better. No, it's a lot, but for the company size, I don't think it's like much to do that once a year. If they're doing it every week, then it's a different story, but... But yeah, I would be very, very surprised if they, for some reason, didn't do one again for reasons I just couldn't even tell you. I'd be very surprised. All-Stars 3 win a boat? Yeah, man. Genuinely demolished everyone on the stage. Stomped on Torvesta, dissected Greg, dismantled Lake. That's it. Wait, is that all I fought? Yeah, it was. We never fought the Rebel. Because that's one thing as well that I really want to see in the All-Stars is every team gets to at least fight each other. You have to think, like, some people flew to that place, competed for, like, 12-hour flights and shit, and then did 2 fights, and that was it. How are the pizzas? Honestly, not as good as I thought they'd be. I'm just going to say it. Not as good as I thought they'd be. I did go into them with the most insane, like, high standards, though. So, yeah, I was just expecting it to be mind-blowing. The P-Quads, it's really hard to say, man. If I had more time to do more, then yeah, but it wasn't that insane. Were the flights plus rooms paid for by Jagex? The flights were, yes, reimbursed by Jagex, plus ones you had to pay for. I had to pay for Jesse, fine. And then accommodation, they only covered the day, 2 days before the event, and then 1 day after the event. Which is kind of normal. But there's a lot of people asking, what was it again? If I go back to the feedback, it wasn't really an all-inclusive trip, and Chicago was quite expensive for some people, especially with the revenue loss that, you know, like, they had to, like, just not have a good time, you know? But they're asking for, like, the trip to be a bit more all expense paid, where, like, you've got hotel with dinner credits and shit. Am I renewing the Holy? Yes, I am indeed. I don't know if it's on my screen right now. I had a lot of Holies during... That's another thing. I need to talk to Holy about this, bro. Because I was obviously on the stage and it had like 100,000 viewers. And I'm there like, this is a thing we're talking in the actual All-Stars is, can we potentially put sponsors on our jerseys? You know, Foe has like 500 sponsors, so you'll have a weird search going on. But if I could rock up with like a Holy thing as like a little extra part on the stage would be really cool. Well, I think half our team would have had that one, which would have been cool. Yeah, I've got all my Holy on the desk. If anyone wants a Holy, look at this. Mojito McCaw. I'm not going to have one right now because it is 8:45 and I'm still beating jet lag, so I need to fight off the caffeine. Plus, I'm up for a flight tomorrow at 6 a.m., so I'm very upset about that. But yeah, exclamation mark Holy in the chat. The Holy Nuggets, mate. But yeah, that was one thing we were looking into doing, is potentially getting the sponsors involved. It'd be kind of cool. And it's fine. How's the steakhouse I went? So in Chicago, I went to Pequod's Deep Dish Pizza and Vito and Nick's Tavern Style. I don't know which one I preferred, but I'd rate both of them like maybe like an 8 out of 10 at best. I went to Bavette's for steak. I didn't really rate it. I would say it was probably about the same, maybe like an 8 at best, or probably like a high 7. Kasama was amazing for the price. Probably some of the best value for money food I've had. I'd give that like a 9.5. What else did I do? Oh, I did Oriole as well. Oriole was quite good, but again, probably like a low 8. I expected more, if it's fine. Am I already jetting off again? Yes, I'm in Spain for Jesse's dad's 60th. I was meant to be live yesterday, but again, British Airways, they lost my suitcase. So when I landed back on Tuesday, I was never planning to stream Tuesday, and I went to bed waiting for my suitcase to be delivered, assuming the alarm would wake me up, or the doorbell, and it never arrived, and I woke up at 9:15 p.m. And that was bad. And I checked the tracking and found out the tracking wasn't even being sent off today, so it's been sent off today. Today it arrived. Wait, no, I arrived back on Tuesday. I got the suitcase yesterday. Oh yeah, it arrived late as shit, and my jet lag was ridiculous. And then yeah, I'm live today, and then I'm literally gone again tomorrow, and I'm back for Blood Moon Rises. Did I get a Chicago dog? No, I did not get the Portillo's. I did try Malort. Malort, the way I described it was, I didn't mind it. The start was fine, and then the after flavor was literally just like getting a perfume and just going... But yeah, we did Malort. A Chicago handshake we did. We did picklebacks. We did loads of things as well. It was like a perfume Negroni or something, but it wasn't bad. The Spain heatwave has killed 200 people. What in the hell, bro? Oh yeah, what was the UK heatwave? Apparently it was 42 degrees Celsius somewhere in the UK like 4 days ago. But I'm like, 42 Celsius in the UK? That's ridiculous, you know? There's no way, right? Like, right now, it's very, very hot. You mentioned your family was watching the Deadman event at home. How did they react to you winning? Oh, man, my family chats a bit blitzed. Adam, where is my shiny Boaty collectible card in mint condition? I hope he doesn't know it's not shiny. Only the captains are shiny, so it's fine. But I basically won, and it was Father's Day in the UK when I won. And I wished my dad a happy Father's Day. My dad said, Adam just picked up your message after a standard old man's nighttime toilet trip. Thank you for remembering me at this busy time for you. What better present could a father get than to hear of one of his precious sons gaining such a success? Mightily proud. And then my other brother said, oh, my mum said, well done, Adam. Boaty is the champion with a lowercase o. My other brother said, that's amazing. My other brother was in New York. Wait, what? I see him this weekend. Next weekend. And then I basically, because my brother was watching till like 4 a.m. or whenever the hell it finished. But then I said it's the first time that I've actually had a first place in RuneScape. Like, my entire resume of playing RuneScape and anything I've ever played, and I've never had a first place in my life. With the only exception was the first TOB release. And I got a cabbage. Other than that, everything's like seconds, thirds, and fourths and all that stuff. So winning Deadman All-Stars 3 is actually my first ever first place. Ever. Which is pretty good. I've got a little medal for it, bro. My necklace thing. How many second places have I got? Second places, I don't know. I came second in the league for point capping. I don't know half of these off the top of my head. I got the 5th Inferno, 4th in King of the Skill, 17th Quiver. I don't even know. Oh yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, I was saying to Settled, all I have to do now is win Gillinor Games, and then I will beat Port Khazard for Gamer of the Year. It's coming, bro. That's all I need now. I need a if I won Gillinor Games and didn't choke it, bro, Port Khazard would not be winning Gamer of the Year, mate. No, we getting smoked. Getting outplayed, mate. Oh yeah, I came second in GG as well, man. That was one. Didn't Settle take Gamer of the Year? Yeah, Settle took Gamer of the Year from Port, mate. GG. Gamer of the Year this time around is going to be hopefully very fun, because I think it'll be between Port, like Wydega, and some others that are all like quite equally deserving, so we'll see. I don't know when the Golden Gnomes even actually happen. I wonder how many Deadman All-Stars things might potentially win. Ugh. The Mika Specs original. Did I meet Wydega? I did meet Wydega, yes. I did meet him. I met Scott VC, and I remembered that he got a Bloodhound on the Ironman, and then I met Joe Watermelon, who I had a good chat with briefly, and then I met Y Dagger himself, and I was like, mate. When's Perp live? I don't think Perp's getting back into Australia, mate. I think he's done. Not a chance, mate. Would have been first place in GG if you didn't decide to hide his visit. No, that was worth it, man. You put Y-Dagger and Exact on the feedback form for new All-Star members. See, I feel like Exact would just be good at everything, but I don't know if Y-Dagger's done PvP. I haven't actually done that form yet. I'm throwing on quite a few names if I'm actually allowed to. I think I'm going to throw on... I don't know if they have to be creators or anything, but I'm going to throw on Stu, Harry, Mint Mad Cow, Tommy, Legendarium, Mazhar, Soy Juro. Come on, bro, man. The Sardoco Sardines. Oh, mate, maybe bad. Slide me in there. We'll get Nish in as well, mate. I just want as many PvP content creators as possible. I think All-Stars would be, like, good with a lot better PvP, especially on the stage and stuff. Having, like, loads of PvPers there would be, like, really, really good. Then there is obviously the balance of they have to also bring the vibes, or do they create content? Because I think everyone would, to some extent, get a background check from Jagex in solo mission. And if they feel like they're not quite going to fit in, they just won't get in line. So that's why I'm just going to toss down 20 names and hope that some of them come in. Don't add Ginger Beatty, bro. Ginger Beatty is gone, man. He's gone, bro. You put Tommy down? Yeah, Tommy would be good, yeah. Solo's post linking the feedback form. Yeah. I'll read every response. King of the Hill missions, where teams get a slow trickle of blood money for holding a totem or holding down a location. That sounds like the biggest death trap of all time. I think if you have the Red Skull mission totem, there should be an arrow pointing to where they are on the map. I do like the idea. If they do one mission a day and you can't teleport with the totem, I think I do like that. But then they have to just pick the mission locations very well. And I just think the wilderness is one of the best. Although if you remove the wilderness from it, you can actually go anywhere in the game. You know, like the Falador Castle one is a great location now. Although not as far to run. 2 missions at the same time? Nah, no. Pick a number for 1 to 20 for 20 gifted. You know what I'm going to do, mate? I'm going to say 20. And I'm going to hope it's 20. And then he gives 20, and that's a lot of 20s. 5-minute tally block, 10-minute score. Five-minute TB. Realistically, like, it depends on your locations, but they have so much time to plan All-Stars for, they can create every mission in advance and look into which would be great. I think Valley Castle would be awesome because if you prepare for it, you could dig down into the mole there, bowl to the other side, and if you're fast enough, hopefully a team doesn't get there. Or if a team does, you only know it's going to be one team, and your whole team can hopefully, like, fight it off. That's just one example. But yeah, it have to be in multi-combat areas or something. I also think going to the G on foot would be good, because then you might have someone in singles gear that could attack you and try and kill you. But again, you don't want it to be where if you actually kill the monster and you get the totem, you just instantly get dive bombed by every other team and just lose. Wouldn't a TV just make no teams want to pick up the totem? I mean, if you don't pick up the totem, then you're not going to get the item. One thing as well we're saying, though, is missions. If there is, let's say, 8 days, there'll be 8 missions, and all missions would be a tier 1. So it's actually really worth going for them all. What's an Oda being a singles roaming boogeyman on the server that isn't on a team, kills allow him to level up stats, and his gear gets better and better every day? I think I spoke to someone about having one player be able to PK anyone they see, but I think it would just be way too difficult to play because they would just roam the same areas, you know, and they never have the downtime to leave, so it'd just be really annoying to deal with, I think. Did me and Fo talk about that AGS spec? First thing I said to him, bro. I think I went up to Fo, gave him a hug, I was like, how'd you like that AGS, bro? Yeah, I feel like having the boogeyman or anything go around, maybe in the later days of the tournament, it could be pretty good. It depends on who it is, but you could also maybe have him have like a really good gear set. It depends, because again, if he's a random guy given the max gear and then he actually does die to a team, because let's say friggin' West Ham fights him and kills him, a lot of people will be like, oh, he got donated to West Ham and he has a better chance. So there'd be nothing really to gain from it. Possible to code the game in the way that whoever holds the totem is permanent multi. I highly doubt that, man. Yeah, you think Oda would rather attempt winning? Then maybe he should choose the correct draft, mate. Changing the finales to 1v1s, where each team is awarded a point for each win instead of the current. The Rhinos would have won immediately on the semis or whatever. Oda had a good draft 2 out of 3 seasons. Yeah, Oda's had a good draft 2 out of 3 seasons, but season 1, obviously, the Burgers, we donated a max set to the Dino Nuggets that had a better draft. And then in season 2, his team was disgusting, but the Snakes just had the food advantage and the Sigils, and they died for a max set. Season 3, he gargled the draft. So season 4, hopefully, what's going to go wrong for the Big O in season 4, man? Why do people want to drastically change things? I mean, yeah, I think you shouldn't change much. I think, again, 1 mission a day rather than 2 for better gear would be great. And then I would like to see maybe they do look into removing the playtime cap, but have it so you can play X time per day, so you don't have to keep logging out and shit to hold your playtime. So if you want to play the maximum time, you can. If you want to play 10 hours less, you still got good shit done. I'm really curious as well, though, if they ever do give every single player all the quests in the game immediately. The best place to hide with the totem would be the Fairy Nuff's hideout. I mean, no one's going there, so you can hide anywhere, you know. If a team pushed in and wiped your guys for your gear at Varlamore, do you think your tournament was over? Oh, no. We didn't have crazy gear. We got a bit lucky to not lose anything, but again, it was just Barrows. Dying at a breach is just Barrows and Crystal Shields, really, and then like 500k in Mystics. So it's more than fine to die at breaches. Finale gear was never risked. I really want to do a dead man where our team goes to breaches playing carefully and just goes in the max gear in the game, bro, and just deletes everyone. You know, if you're at a breach and a team rushes you and they're in the best gear in the game, you can't even fight back. You just lose. But you'd have to play very careful, because once team works that out, you're going to get third party to shit. And then you lose it all, and then GG. I'll always say that I'm actually quite surprised that the Snakes turned up to that Valamar breach in Season 2. We were fully certain that they were going to just skip. And then they were there, and then they got chonged. Would the AOA Gold team be a burger team? No. We were very good. Pure spam already is very, very good. And we got Skidler straight up immediately. We have the specs. AOA Gold team would be very strong, I want to say. Are we PVM shit, though, actually? PVM might be pretty bad. For the missions, what if the person with the totem is always revealed on the map, so they can't just do a tele escape and actually has to strategically survive for 5 minutes? I mean, it depends. Like, can you tele anywhere and then you're shown there? But I don't really know. I think the missions... I can't say the missions were fine, but I would say the best missions were things like... I think the VLS mission, if it went out right, would have been by far the best mission. So I think having something similar where it's like Deep Wildy, which is AK you can't teleport for a while, is the best, with loads of entrances and exits. There were some other bad missions and all that. I think the mission as well where they had... Was it Sol Her... No, not Sol. It was the Warden spawned in Fally Castle. We went to that pretty late. The Weasels bullied us out and took it. But I think that one could have been really good. The reason why no one was there is the reward was kind of shit. But yeah, I mean, I got the totem and I was in the Myth Guild with the totem just chilling, you know? And no one was really going to ever get... I didn't see anyone at the Myth Guild. I was so paranoid that eventually I'd get scouted and I have to pray. Because I was going there with 30 hit points. You don't like the Callisto mission? Bro, that Callisto mission, we left the cave many times doing Callisto, and every time just spawned very south where we would have guaranteed the escape. Fortunately, we lashed out the one of one that instantly kills us, so... The thing with the Callisto mission is you could stay in the room. I mean, you could, but... The comms there were all over the place. We had a 1 in 3 chance to just live, and we just missed out. Staying in the room is suicide if another team came in. We didn't have a clue. How'd you find the Kriara mission? The Kriara mission, I'd say, is my least favorite, because there's only 1 way in and 0 ways out. It might have been content, because there's lots of fights, but I think all missions should have a few ways in or a few ways to get there, and then other ways to play. But yeah, when we did the Callisto mission, we beat the Weasels inside, but we didn't know what else was going to happen, because we didn't know if the Rebels were going to come in straight after. We already had the totem. It says Callisto's dead, and then we were trying to work out what was going on. And then when we did leave, like I said, it was a 1 in 3 chance to leave at that northern one, and that was where the other team was waiting. If they were anywhere else, I think there's other ways they could cut us off, actually. Their positioning was probably the worst possible, I think. Camping the north one only. If we spawn south, we get out every time. And if we spawned east, we get out every time. The Inferno and the Colosseum missions are a waste. For the reward it gave, I agree. Obviously, I think Gnome made the content for both of those. But for corrupted items, they should have had better for them. The DK's mission would have been better if the rewards... Yeah, we just skipped the DK's. Didn't think the rewards were that good. They weren't all at the north one. They ran over once they spotted you. Oh, were they split? Yeah, I think we worked it out, though. We probably lived if we didn't spawn there, but... If the KBD mission was later in the week, would you guys have gone? The KBD mission 3 hours in for a DFS is crazy. I wish we had the gear for that. There was one time you were scouting the Myth Guild Black Dragons and you went about it kind of lazily. Said no one was there, but Alfie was there to find. Yeah, I know. I kind of regretted that. And then someone in my chat said check again, and I couldn't do it again. I thought I'd get a render scout out there, but I realized later. But then someone in my chat said some things, so I realized that someone was probably there. I checked it 2 more times later, and no one was there. I would have brought a Raft Talisman, though, so I don't know if he had a Raft Talisman, so... What's my soul for the whole chat issue? I ignore it. If the chat give me advice in any way about anything, I try my best to just absolutely ignore it. Outside of that, for other people and everything, the only way you could do it is a delay. And I don't read my chat much when I play, but that's because my team is always great to chat to. So if I was in a team, if I was on a 5-minute delay and I had a team that wasn't good to chat to, which could happen, you know, I want to talk to my chat. You know, I think 61M spoke to his chat a lot on our team. To add the delay, you lose that option immediately. Otis chats a lot of maybe check Barrows. See, maybe check Barrows is like the big, like if anyone in the chat says maybe check here, you know someone's there. You know, someone's there. It's fine. Yo, Mr. Hakuna Majaka. Thanks for the 5 gifted, sir. How you doing? Connor Fitz confused Cougar winning. What the hell? Odablock did that. He knew Dino was coming to the Wildy Agility because of chat hoppers, but he didn't say anything and carried on with this. Yeah, exactly. So that's just the way to play, you know. If you get told information and decide to act differently on it, you know. In Season 2, we were hitting Mika at God Wars, and we scouted him through a thrall casting a mage spell from above. You could see that shit. We didn't know it was Mika, obviously. But then apparently Mika's chat was like, yo, you're about to be hit. And he started drinking all these potions to tell you out, bro. And there was a really weird one as well in Season 3, actually, when we were going to hit Torvesta. And Torvesta was down bad, bro. He was struggling, man. And we were going to hit him at Verak. And for some reason, he decided to skip Verak on that run. That was another one there where you never know if the info is given or not. But it is playing. You have to just play fair. Barrows is too OP and easy to get for the bonuses. Barrows should not be removed. I think Arim's removed for Carols was great. I don't think that was broken. I think doubling the Carols is also great. I just think they should fix the Barrows PJ system. Remove Carol's coif. Yeah, remove Carol's coif as well, bro. Oh, they tried and couldn't do it. Well, they've got a year till the next one, let's say. But I think, yeah, Barrows is really good. It's a good way to rebuild. If you're playing Deadman and you don't have Barrows and you don't have money, you have no gear. You have studded. And then you'll die again and again because Blood Money was perfect. So you're going to keep dying and have a shit time. So Barrows is very important to be there to really help teams rebuild. Because without Barrows, you need money to buy the gear. Doobie's starter gear? Oh, man. Did he still cap the hours, man? I'd like, when we played behind on day 1 after we had, like, the bad breach and we were literally with 0 and we were getting stomped, I was there like, holy shit, this is actually kind of hard to play. And I can't imagine that for 6 days or something. Have I done it for today? No, I've not done it. I've been standing there yapping about All-Stars and shit. I'll probably end in a minute anyway because Jesse wants to go to bed. We're trying to fix our sleep schedules or fail before tomorrow because we fly out and shit, so. You guys, luckily, we're close to finishing Defender of Barak. Yeah, doing, like, questing is always a good way to play, especially when you're behind. Because, again, if you have max stats and do quests, you're basically questing at the same speed as being behind. So, it's efficient. The only difference is if you don't quest early, you can train. But we didn't have anything to train with. keep the no monkey comment on this friend. All right, mate. Okay. I was on Oda's team. Of course, I did well. I made over $70,000 and gained 6K subs on Twitch. Many small streamers' viewership were lower than their typical average during the week because Solo Mission's highlight stream soaked up their viewership. Many people paid for plus ones out to the event. Insanely Oh, let me put this on the screen. I'm freaking yapping, bro. And even though Giants covered flights and hotel, they didn't cover food throughout the week or give us to. But yeah, this food part as well. I think there should be like a hotel credit for food and stuff like that, or something. I don't know. No prize pool, no payments whatsoever. Anytime we asked for anything above and beyond, we were met with, well, the event didn't profit. Biggest stream on the old school channel in the history of the game, and originally they were only going to allow Oda Block to stream the finale. Whoa, really? There was no guarantee anyone would do well viewership-wise or be on Oda's team. We should have been covered and compensated. Without us, there was no event. Exposure is not payment. All of the contestants streamed insane hours deserve more. Don't use me as a scapegoat to cover Giant. Wait, what the hell? I don't know what he's even replying to. I won't lie, bro. $70,000, bro. How about you send some over here, no monkey make? I'll take 4%, bro. I'll take 4%. It's basically the TLDR of what I said before, you know. If you're on Oda's team, you'll make a lot of money because the Big O is 20 times the biggest creator and all that shit. Outside of that, if you're like one of the smaller creators on different teams, you get less viewers and make less money. Then when you go to the trip, you know, because it's not all expense paid trip, you know, you might spend part, like if you're a 50 Andy, I don't know how much you earn, but let's say you make $1,000 from the whole event, and then you go fly to America, you need to pay for food, drinks, taxis, and all that shit. You might spend over that money and make zero. And then like 2 weeks of your life vanishes into the biggest event ever. And there's nothing career-wise for you except the exposure. I'm going to say this, chat, bro. I don't know what No Monkey's view account was on, but I know it was more than me when he got his Inferno cape. Outside of that, I generally don't know. $70,000, bro. I'm going to say it. 22 minutes of ads an hour, mate. 22 minutes of ads an hour. I'm saying it, bro. I'm saying it. Bro, the gnome, he's playing 22 minutes of ads an hour, bro. I'm telling you, if I go on the Big O team, I'm blasting 22 minutes of ads. Dino's reaction for Tina was extremely wholesome. We wanted all the exposure to blow up 6OM's channel. Oh, we hope so, man. Yeah, I'm hoping so. Payback for the droolers, man. Ah, bro, I'm telling you, man. Next time, I'm gonna snipe Oda over and over again. 22 minutes of ads an hour, mate. Claim the collection, you know. Good, you know. Bro, the sad thing is, mate, Oda's next team, I'm telling you, bro, they're all gonna be clip farming and shit to profit. I'm still gonna say it, chat. I hope Oda has first pick and picks me, mate. I'd like to play with the block. And if that's the revenue for it, mate, I'm in. You missed when this is the Ice Poseidon waiting room? Hey, man. Reese farming views. No, Reese literally clicked the ground because he knew the KPP would juice to Narnia. And it did juice to Narnia, and Reese made $5 just clicking that ground for 2.5 hours. Yeah. How was the captain order even chosen? So the captains are chosen by Solo Mission, and they all agree, and then he just puts their name in a hat and just picks them randomly. So Oda was an unpicked captain, and therefore was last. Yeah. Why are people toxic about weight? I thought you looked good. Hey, man, I've got the dad bod right now. Plus, I've been eating deep dish pizza the whole time. If you compare a picture of me, like, from what I was 5 years ago and shit, you'll notice the difference. Right, I'm such a... Feel bad for 61, because even though he performed extremely well, he kept saying, I was on the better team. Hey, man, he was on the best team, bro, wasn't that? His playstyle was perfect for us to fit him in. Like, the way our team did everything was great, because it's like me, Curtis, and Sickner just janitor him. And then we had 61 working on the Void Wakers, and then Dino was just roaming. So it all worked quite well. But yeah, 61 was very, very good. We should never have had 61, by the way. He got donated to us. If you build out, I don't think anyone gives a shit about mock drafts anymore, but if you build out mock drafts or see a lot of the mock drafts, there's basically none of them that have 61M coming to us. Would Oda be first pick if he was on the roster for viewers alone? Hell yeah, bro. If I was a captain, I'd pick Oda because I want to create content with him, and playing on All-Stars, again, I would just feed him exactly as I played Dino. I would literally just do the same All-Stars again. But I'd be doubling everything up, and it'd be good. But yeah, because he'd most likely be winning his row depending who else is there. But yeah, if you get Oda on your team, you automatically make like $1 million. It's like Reese last time had 10k Andy on Oda's team and then went to 2k Andy with that. A shocking number of mock drafts had Eliop last row. Yeah, Eliop's stock is down because of All-Stars 2, but he was on the Titans. So the Titans are just the same as Doobies being on the Warriors. You know, it's hard to play. But Eliop is very, very good multi. And he did really well in the final, actually. He did better than I expected. Do you think there should be a 5v5 in the finale? I feel if it was 5v5s in the finale, it'd be a bit less hype than 1v1s. I think the way the 5v5s are at the missions, the breaches and everything, and then the finale 1v1, it's perfect. You don't need to change that. Like, if you just ran this exact same All-Stars right now, every creator had a minimum, or it had a appearance fee, so they, like, the smaller creators get the revenue to deal with shit. Have one extra hour less per day, and then run one mission a day for a tier 1, boom, do the exact same shit, it's perfect. You know, there's precious little you really need to change. Except maybe remove finality and multi and then add, like, something else. But Jess, how you doing? Final Fantasy, Jesus Christ, a lot of F's in that. Thoughts on a Rookie All-Stars that's online? I don't know what the hype would be. If they did a Rookie All-Stars, you'd have to, like, quadruple everything and make it shorter to make people interested. You know, if you do a Rookie All-Stars and there's not really anybody watching it because, you know, like, people want to see the biggest creators doing it. But yeah, I think, again, I think the best way to look at it is you just... if they were to run Deadman All-Stars 3, what we just played, exactly as it was, except maybe remove the playtime cap, make it 2 hours less per day, so it's 14 hours a day, 10 hours off, or 16 hours a day, sorry, 8 hours off, whatever the hell it is. Give all the creators, like, the appearance fee so they can justify playing, career-wise, and then have one mission a day and just run it exactly the same with blood money and everything. It's good. I think finality was a good idea. I mean, without finality, then it's fine. But, yeah. Who do I think will be reinvited? I don't really know yet. It'll be pretty tough for Solo. Again, with all the suggested names and stuff, it'll be pretty tough for Solo to work out who he wants to invite and who's not going to get invited. Because, again, if you don't get invited, it's just, like, kind of sad, you know? Is it confirmed number 4's coming? It's not confirmed, but I think anyone would bet any money that there will be an All-Stars every single year. Will it be on stage in Chicago? I honestly think they'll do a stage. Will it be Chicago every time? I don't know. I'm fine with it. Miami's fine with me as well. But yeah, again, because you can only have the 6 captains and 24 competitors, it's very hard to create or see who to invite, you know? So a lot of people might get the axe. Especially if they add an appearance fee to guarantee you income, you know. Some people might turn it down because they don't earn the revenue from it to be career-wise successful. If an appearance fee covers that, then nobody would ever decline. So Solo will genuinely have a very, very hard time inviting a good combination of the right people. Didn't Ash confirm 4 on stage? I don't know. If he did, I didn't say it. I don't know if the 4th is actually confirmed. The blood money system isn't good because an overpowered team can farm a bad team. Yeah, that's the only downside, is if you see someone in ranks who's having a bad time and you've got max gear, it's killing them is 100% worth it. But again, that makes it so hard to play as well for a team that's behind, but it's the brutality of the mode. You just have to try and deal with it. I don't know. Could you see them dropping Oda because of the drama? I doubt it, because, again, you can't really judge a player by their audience, and it'll be the loudest 1% of Oda's audience that is bringing all the negative shit round. So it'd be very unfair for Oda to judge him from 200 people, you know? It's the loud 55%? Nah. Whoa, Mr. Seld, bro. Hydra Captain next year, Seld. Framed made $400,000 and bought another Rolex, man. The Wydegger Warthogs. Oh, man. I'll be a Wydegger Warthog. Someone in my chat's really angry. Good, I'm gonna keep him saying. Being on Oda's team is the true win for them and All Stars because of the viewership. Gnome got so many new fans. True. 22 minutes adds an hour exposed as well, you know. Doobies didn't get that many views this time. Yeah, it's because he was like behind though, and Doobies again, he can't get his skill set working if he's behind on a team. When he played on the Brawlers last time, me and Port were easy, good enough to do PVM and get people running around and shit and stuff. But yeah. Hey man, if the Big O's a captain, I'm still hoping he gets first pick and picks me, mate, you know. And then we bump the ads up, collect the paycheck, give O the max gear on day 2. He farms for a week straight, creates the best content ever, and I get 1 gifted sub. He's picking Port Kazard. You could be in the Rhinos. No, man. Bro, if you're on a Rhinos team, you get 80% less viewers immediately. You know, you're on Oda's team, it's plus 20,000% viewers instantly. If you're on a Rhinos, it's minus 80% straight away. Oh, Rhinos, man. You get booed? Hey, man. Rhinos, bro. Honestly, I blame Sick Nerd, mate. We were just flaming the Rhinos. Bodie's number 1 pick then, Port Kazard or then Wydegger? No, I don't think Wydegger would be even considered first pick compared to Port. PVM wise, yes, you could do, but Port has PvP, Deadman experience, everything. He's also very fun to play with. He was great to play with in season 2 of the Brawlers. Even Pure Spam said he'd come back to be on Oda's team. Hey, man. Oh, bro. The Settled Salamanders. Oh, man. Is that my 30-minute log? I'm going to log out in a minute. Anyway. All right, let's go. Right, fellas, I'm going to jump off. I have just wanted to yap All-Stars today and have a good time with everyone. I know I didn't do anything, but again, I have Blood Moon Rise is coming out. And a Scythe I want to switch on the hardcore that won't be until Monday the 6th. I think Jesse's going to be to bed pretty soon, though, so I'm going to be quieter. Because we have a flight tomorrow because we fly to Spain immediately after for Jesse's Dan's 60th birthday. which luckily were available for straight after All Stars. Streaming career-wise, obviously dead in the water. But that is that. I'm back on the 29th. I will probably be live on the 29th. I'll probably play the hardcore on the 29th because I won't really need to yap All Stars. And then Blood Moon Rises on the 30th. I see my brother, I think, on 5th. Saturday the 5th. It's in Manchester, though, so my stream should be pretty normal, actually. Yeah. Should be all good. So that is fine. Full-time streaming career over. Full-time again as of the 29th, actually. So we should be all good. But yeah. Anyways, I'm going to end the stream. Good chat, Sylvan. Had a good time. Don't know if there's anything I missed. And yeah, everything was good. Just remember, guys, and you all know what I'm going to say. It's a few words, but just remember. The rhinos have no fans. Is Ian live? I'll send Ian a raid. Just realized Jesse's closed the door behind me. That means the aircon's not coming from the bedroom into this room, and it's like 5,000 degrees right now. So yeah, I'll send a raid over. I don't even know if he's live, by the way. I'm just going to send a raid over to him and all that shit, so it's fine. But yeah. Anyways, the rhinos have no fans.